very good morning to one and all present here today. I, Arnav P.R. Vashisht, on behalf of the International Relations and Executive Education Committee, extend a warm welcome to everyone on the second day of Vimarsh 2024, our flagship HR Conclave at IMI, New Delhi. Yesterday, we explored talent acquisition, delving deep into the strategies and innovations that are shaping the future of recruitment. Today, we shift our focus to another vital pillar of HR, learning and development. This year, we are excited to present a bigger and better Vimarsh. The event has grown to a 2-day extravaganza, each day focusing on critical themes shaping the future of HR and organizational success. We are also raising the bar by embracing sustainability in everything that we do. From our eco-friendly travel options to the environmentally conscious tokens of appreciation, you'll see our commitment to going green in every corner of the event. We're taking meaningful steps to reduce carbon emissions and ensure that Vimarsh leaves a positive mark, not just on the HR world, but on the planet too. As Peter Drucker wisely said, the only skill that will be important to the 21st century is the skill of learning new skills. Everything else will become obsolete over time. And today, we are here to discuss exactly how L&D can ensure that organizations and employees remain at the cutting edge of industry transformation. Moving ahead, today we have 4 panel discussions, each dedicated to unraveling the nuances of learning and development. In addition to the panel discussions, we have 2 corporate insight sessions as well, led by industry experts who will delve into the recent trends and best practices in the corporate world. These sessions will highlight successful strategies and their outcomes, provide valuable insights from real-life projects, share lessons learned from industry challenges, and evaluate the effectiveness of various approaches. I hope you're all ready for another day of enlightening discussions. I now invite my team members to take over. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I, Ambika Dubey, member of the International Relations and Executive Education Committee, welcome you all to the Corporate Insight session. I would like to invite on the stage Dr. Vidya Tiku, Senior Vice President, Sustainability at the Aditya Birla Group. Dr. Vidya is a sustainability professional working in this area for over 35 years. She has done her MSc in Environmental Pollution and holds a PhD from the University of the West of England in Environmental Biotechnology. She has diverse experience as a functional leader in consulting and corporate jobs, in developing frameworks and management systems, requirements of international standards for all aspects under sustainability. She has been instrumental in developing and maintaining the ABG Sustainable Business Framework. Prior to this, Dr. Vidya has been with various consulting organizations and developing systems for different industrial sectors. She is also on the advisory panel of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for Business and Human Rights. She's a regular speaker at various national and international forums and is a part of various decision-making bodies and expert committees. We are honored to have you here with us, ma'am. The stage is all yours.
Audible? Yeah. So I see a wide variety of students here. And we are going to talk about a little bit on sustainability. How many of you are aware of this topic or the word? What does it mean to you? In one word, anybody? Quiet? Totally new? Yes, sir. Please.
It's about thinking about the future.
Yeah. Thinking about the future. Anybody else? Do I have a... Yeah. How do I move, or someone is going to do it for me? Pardon? Okay.
No, you can have it.
And meanwhile, if someone can give me a ticker. So you guys must have heard the word sustainability, ESG, both used alternatively. Please feel free to talk to me, okay? It's meant for students, not for seniors like me, and you are here to understand something and how it sits in your HR and L&D. So I'm sure everybody thinks this is a little technical subject. It is, but today we'll not We are not here to learn what is environment or what is human rights or what is supply chain, but we will see it overall. But yes, I want some participation. Some more guys, girls, okay? Please, you want the mic? We're not expected that I'll bring them in, I think.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So, sustainability for me refers to conserving the resources for future generation, and these includes some environmental sustainability goals to fulfill the requirements.
Okay, so everybody thinks generally that sustainability means environment. But is that all? It is safety, it is health, it is our rights as common people. And now when you overlay it on a business or any type of business or a company, let us say, there are many more aspects. Whether I do good in my premises or I am also responsible what my suppliers are doing, whom we generally call as business partners, what my contractors are doing. So it calls for a lot of these things. Oh, it jumped. Okay. So these are some of the trends that businesses are seeing. Okay. You all must have heard a lot about climate change. We all are affected. We are seeing unseasonal rains. We are seeing the Arctics getting warmer and the warm places getting cooler. Lot of rain, but very concentrated, short duration, heavy rainfall, so it's useless for us. So climate change, that's very technical. But as HR or when you talk of hiring people, this has issues of migration. So what will you do if there are no talent or there is no contractor person available to work at a place? So migration becomes an issue which becomes important for you guys. What about it causing health issues? What if your suppliers are not there and material not coming in? How do we manage our sites and our talent pool? So everything can relate to any function of any business. Okay, so don't think like it is the environment function or health safety and there is Factories Act and those are the guys who should take care of this. Sustainability is a culture which has to run top to down and down, bottom to up in any organization. So we call it as a culture change required in your thinking, both in personal lives and in your professional lives, irrespective of wherever you are, in whichever business, and whatever you do. Okay, there was now, considering the related regulations and disclosures expected from the businesses, which are increasing. They have come initially as non-financial requirements of a business, because nobody could put a financial value that if I invest so much in pollution control, what is my increase in bottom line? It wasn't there. It was already there as a legal compliance requirement. So initially in India, it started with do the minimum. Then the laws started becoming stringent, and now it has become much more stringent. We get governed by many international policies as well, since we go into exports, etc. And not necessarily we have a law or standards, or if we have, they may not be as stringent as abroad, but then customers, investors are asking our businesses more on the non-financial aspects rather than your financial, because they know if you are a listed company or a large company, you will definitely take care of your bottom line. But what about these aspects, which in quotes is called as non-financial aspects? So I have just put like some of these things here. Many of you may be aware of, in India for listed companies, business responsibility and social reporting, the BRSR, which is written there. Anybody of you aware? Anybody heard about it in your curriculums? BRSR started with 100 companies who should report. Then it will increase every year. And earlier it was BRR, Business Responsibility Reporting. Now they call it Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. Now what comes in this? Beyond your financials and your other administrative requirements and legal things, there is a huge section on the non-financial aspects or the sustainability aspects. How much have you invested in people's training and awareness on these sustainability requirements? What are your policies and processes to increase diversity and inclusion? How much of your workforce is male, female was common there. They have put others as well, but they also ask how much is physically challenged. How many of your suppliers base is women oriented or women owned? So now you see, where does all this come in a business? Within, plus also your supply chain. HR as a function has a responsibility when you look at talent acquisition. So it's not only the capability, the different analysis of how people will think in a stress situation, how would they perform, but also there are a lot of these parameters that one needs to look at. Now when I'll come to our group, we had a, okay, I sent you an old one. Okay, I had changed this, but something went wrong. Fine. We have purpose that talks about enriching lives, inspiring trust, and building dynamic business. But more than that, recently, if you have seen, which was launched on 14th of August, is our tagline, "A Force for Good." Anybody has seen it? It was launched on KBC. This year's season, every question asked, one student is student's education is sponsored by the group. Whether the answer given by the contestants is right or wrong doesn't matter. And when we talk of force for good, we have one point in it is driving sustainability. And guys, never say we do sustainability. You don't do sustainability. It's a culture change, it's a thinking, it has to be in business strategy, and it has to be incorporated in anything and everything we do. And I'll try and bring some of those, and I would like to listen from you, any questions if you have on it. So we have a huge diverse portfolio of businesses. I hope you guys know. So I've tried to put them in construction. We have cement, recently paints, Birla Opus, and we are into real estate, Birla Estates. And these are all those LEED certified, etc. So we call it as a construction business. Then we have metals, Hindalco Industries, which is non-ferrous metal, aluminium and copper. And then there is mining, which is iron ore mining. But mind you, there is mining in Ultratech for our raw material limestone. There is mining in Hindalco for coal and bauxite, which is the raw material. So in India, what we do is, it gets mined, it gets refined, and then ingots are made. Ingots, you guys know? The long, big chunks of slabs of aluminium. Like there are slabs of steel, or you guys may be knowing the gold 100-gram biscuits. So that's 100 gram, this is in tons. So, and plus, we also have a downline, what we say. So upstream is mining and creating the ingot, and downstream is the aluminium products, like the fresh wrap, the aluminium foil, but then it goes to customers directly or sometimes to businesses. So almost 80% of medical blisters in which your tablets are wrapped is Hindalco aluminium in India. In Hindalco, we also have a company called Novelis, which uses 60% of recycled aluminium in their process. So the carbon footprint is less. Carbon footprint, anybody aware of it? Why are you guys saying EV vehicles and we are trying to minimize our environmental impact? So globally what is happening is, if the product has consumed less carbon, especially some of these elements like steel and aluminium, only then now we can export it to US or Europe. So there is a carbon border mechanism they have put, where if you are generating a product which has consumed a lot of coal or in their energy or mix or anything, then we don't want it here. So now you know countries are creating boundaries on this aspect. Why? Because of climate change. Anyway, so we have a company there called Novelis, which uses all the cans, drinking cans like Coke or whatever, beer, whatever you have. Almost the business model is to collect everything, all of those cans almost across 80% of the US states and recycle them. In India, we are trying to import that type of scrap from UAE or Middle East and set up plants where we can melt it and bring back into the final product of as aluminium. So that is Novelis. The customers there are the aviation industry and the automobile industry. So all these Jaguars and Fords want to claim that we have recycled material. A lot of aircrafts that are manufactured, we do put in the recycled material which comes from Novelis, which has its presence except India in all the other continents, not in Africa and Australia. But we are having Novelis units in China as well. In Hindalco, we are a part of our metal. Special alloys were made for Chandrayaan. Special alloys are made, on the naval ships to reduce weight. Aluminium has a property of it is less weight, but we make alloys which are very strong, which can be comparable to steel. So what happens is when you want to mount the radars on top, you want lighter material but strong material so that the weight of the ships is reduced. And we manufacture those special alloys for the Indian Navy as well as some of the parts in the army vehicles are aluminium based, which Hindalco manufactures. Okay, let's move on. We have a lot of consumer and other businesses. Fashion and retail, almost most of you would be knowing. Some of the brands which are in India, starting from the Pantaloons to Alan Solly and Louis Vuitton, etc., falls with us. Plus, we have stakes in many fashion houses, Masaba and Abu Jani, Sandeep and all those, almost 51% stake. So that's our fashion and retail. Aditya Birla Global Trading is the shipping business, which is Swiss Singapore earlier, but now it's Sweden shipping. So picking up material from one place, shipped to the other to the customer. And not many know, but we have a tea business there sitting within the Birla Global. But we are we don't have our own brand of tea. We produce it and give it to some bigger brands. Renewables, solar and wind, ABM, CPL and I sent you not the revised one, so there is Applause Entertainment is in, there are OTT serials and media, we have a presence there. And additionally now we are into jewelry. If some of you must have seen the Indriya brand that has come, just launched recently. And we are in hospitality also. Quite a few of the Southeast Asian brands of choice of hotels are actually within our group. So today yet we have not put, we are going by those brand names. We have a textile value chain, started from Kolkata. We were earlier in jute manufacturing. Many of you I heard are from that place. Birla Cellulose manufactures, the Liva fabric. If some of you have seen the Liva Eco and the red tag and the green tag, so that fiber comes from us. We have huge plantations in Sweden and Canada. The wood pulp is made into fiber, and then that goes into the value chain and in the cloth. And we have a lot of R&D there, which ensures that less water can be used, because when you dye a cloth or color it, a lot of water is required for washing. So we have got technologies where we inject the dye in the pulp itself and get the same color consistency in the end. Fashion yarn is acrylic, and then Century Textiles, this is very high quality cotton, which is 100% export. Birla Cellulose has units in India. In India, only one pulp unit where we use the eucalyptus, because that was our earlier, in Andhra, I think, Harihar, we have a unit. That was the earlier philanthropy engagement, so we continued. But when we get it from Sweden and Canada, those are different plantations. Chemicals, the carbon black, which is used in all types of tires and plastics and different types. So we are the largest manufacturer in the world. Advanced material are epoxy, which comes under chemicals. which are, we are very much into value-added products. So epoxy is, different epoxies are created, even which can go on the blades of the windmill to reduce the friction and generate more energy. Okay, and then there is chemicals and insulators. We are the only one manufacturing ceramic insulators. China has dumped all which is using the plastic based or the petrochemical based insulators. We are the ones who export the ceramic based insulators again to Japan, Europe and the US. But the demand for ceramic based insulators is less, but its application where needed can't be replaced with anything else. So it's a smaller business with just 2 units in India. In terms of the others, yeah, in terms of bottle line generated, it's not too big. But yes, it adds value because it's a very niche product left now. There was a time when ceramic-based insulators were common. You see those big circle-like things on the huge electricity, 120 kV lines or 240 kV lines. Those are the ceramic one. That temperature and heat, you can't use any other material because they are the good conductors of electricity. Okay, so and then chemicals, caustic soda and all chlorine based, etc., very hazardous things. So this is largely where we are, and that's why we call ourselves a conglomerate, because and then what is not here is, okay, after Vodafone Idea, I would want to say we are into the finance. So except banking, we do everything, lending money, mutual funds and all those services, and also then there is insurance, the entire bit of housing, health, in personal, other types of insurances are there. So that's about it, about our diverse industry portfolio. So when we have this diverse industry portfolio, we have lot of different stakeholders which I've tried to box them into 4 or 5 categories. Legal, I don't have to say. Almost everything, each company has to have legal, and I can't list them here. Any particular site of ours has to have at least 150 to 200 legal compliance. There are legal compliance requirements. We are part of various member organizations for sustainability. We would like to say it is World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and then this GCCA, ASI and all are industry specific. So GCCA is Global Cement and Concrete Association, and they all talk about the sustainability aspects. What I have put here is only related to it. The top one is Dow Jones Sustainability Index. It's a global index, but by invitation you are called to be assessed. You can't say I will apply and get assessed. So about 4 years back, almost all the 4 listed companies of ABG got one by one got invited to come on the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. And in case of aluminium now, we are the topper there globally in terms of our sustainability practices. So Grasim Industries, which has a lot of the Indian businesses within it, so from the earlier group I said, then ABFRL and Ultratech Cement, they all are on the DJSI index. Peers are doing, what are they doing? Either they are members or they are listed or become members of UNGC, United Nations Global Compact, again which has various principles linked to sustainability, starting from environment, health, safety, anti-corruption, bribery, and health, etc. So some of the companies are members. Why? Because our customers are demanded it. Customers forced Novelis to come under UNGC, and just last year Hindalco had to become member of UNGC. The reason being, aluminium pricing, we are listed on London Metal Exchange, so the entire pricing comes from there. Okay. Of course, and then there are various global stock exchanges asking the non-financial performance. SEBI is the one India has asked, where the BRSR has come, which I had spoken earlier. And then Global Reporting Initiative, again there are multiple standards in which there are standards on talent improvement, reporting requirements, or they call it key performance indicators that Global Reporting Initiative asked on. So GRI indicators are there on talent, diversity, inclusion, and mostly on human rights. Why I'm bringing that is because that is the vertical which human resource function will have to look at. That's the reason I'm not talking much on the environment, health, safety, etc. So, okay, that was the purpose. I will just skip this. One thing I want to just bring. You hear the term sustainability and ESG used alternatively. So as HR practitioners, you should be aware of only this one thing. Sustainability is a bigger umbrella, and ESG, we can say, is a part of it. The reason being, ESG term was coined by the investors. When COVID happened, they thought, they were worried. It happened that they lost sometimes money, and they were not sure that whatever we invested, will it come back to us? And that was not because industries didn't have finances or could manufacture. But there were a lot of these aspects about people who can't come to work, other resources required to ensure that supplies are available. Can the managers operate the plant? In our case, all the senior managers living in the colonies were operating the plants. None of the plants, we have around globally 220 manufacturing locations. I'm not talking about the offices where like Aditya Birla Finance, etc. So there are so many manufacturers. All were operational. Very quickly we moved to, when chemicals moved towards chemicals required during the COVID time, textile moved towards fabrics required to make masks or gowns for the doctors. And it was done just within 10-15 days, made changes in the plant to process such things, such fabrics, and people from HR were manning the plants in shifts. So this is what is your learning and development, that one has to think to future-proof your business. And we could do it during COVID. None of the plants had to be stopped. Second thing at that time we did is, we quickly had to manage accommodation for some of the contract workers who couldn't go back. So we arrested and that was entire work done by HR and admin. Though the unit heads would give them the directions and corporate heads would give them the directions, but this whole work, day and night working, was done by HR and admin to ensure, when the world was talking and showing pictures about migrant laborers going, but we have regular contractors. And we provided them safe shelters. 24/7 our medical centers were working and trying to dispense medicines. We put our own oxygen manufacturing units in locations in India to ensure oxygen was available. And that is not only for our township or our people, but also neighboring villages. So people could come in there. And then there were those quarantine centers created. Lot of township people's children came back home, but 15 days they were put in that place in quarantine, can't go home and meet mommy, daddy. Sit there for 15 days. So all that was done, and that is where we try to bring that people across the group from each function have to understand and have to have that caliber and future thinking about how it can be done. Okay. So I was saying sustainability is a larger umbrella because in our framework, we look at sustainability is not only what we have to do today. Why they are all standing there? You can sit here. Okay. And we also look at it not from reporting perspective, but future-proofing our business. It's not only today. How do we look at things beyond 20, 30, 40, 50, that we are still sustainable? What type of talent pool should we have? What type of recruitment should we have? How do we include all this in our induction to people who come? What do the GATs have to get trained on? And then there are springboard avenues where some of them you put on the fast track. For girls, there is a separate one where we want more and more women on the shop floors because we have to meet the diversity numbers and goals that we have taken. So there are those avenues that are made where how do we get more women on, right from shop floor to the top. So the bigger agenda is on sustainability. ESG is what the investors want us to do, which of course is a subset of it. So as HR functions in our own place, they feel that we had a tough struggle since this cell where I come from, that how do we, the first thought is there is environment function, nothing to do with HR. So it is sustainability is a strategy which will go in all functions of a business. We have a sustainable business model. So we say, okay, this is the operating space we have as per today's legal requirements. But if we want to be sustainable in 2050 and beyond, the operating space for any business would reduce because there would be stringent regulations or policies, global policies. So if you want to still grow or rather than grow, maybe sustain and exist as a business, the space available to you to operate would be less. So what steps can we take to move there? We should have more stringent or meet the international standards today, because tomorrow they will become our legal compliance requirement, and follow some very best practices. So some of these locations where you do large amount of export to the European countries, we have seen that our processes meet the equipment we use, the processes we follow meet the EU battery limits, so that those customers, and we are at par with other suppliers to those businesses over there. So there are different standards. If there is a boiler operating, what is the operational efficiency of it? India may not ask for it. The Bureau of Indian Standards gives us certain standards, but we go by the EU BAT because from there we want to export to the global countries. Rather, EU has its own battery limits in which what is the operational efficiency, and they do come and audit these things. So this sounds very technical, but now one needs to understand to put this within each vertical. Either you are in, how do we sell this to a customer as a marketing and sales person, right? The marketing and sales will say, okay, there is a label put, this shirt, we used only 100 liters of water to manufacture this shirt. But what does it mean? The marketing person needs to understand, at least be able to speak the language to communicate this to the customer. And then, okay, that's the model. Am I going ahead or, yeah. So then it rests on 3 pillars: responsible stewardship, stakeholder engagement, and future proofing, including our supply chain. And these are multiple topics we have looked at under responsible stewardship. And one I have put is human rights, which generally is looked at by the human resource function. And it's not only of our employees, the minimum legal requirement, what is it, paternity leave, PPF, etc., but the same thing for the contractors, and to ensure the same happens in the supply chain. It's a tough job for supply chain, but yes, that is the demand nowadays globally. So in human resource function, that is where presently I'm leading the implementation. I'm not a trained human rights person. I'm very much from environment, but this was all on the job, which I had to learn. And that is one more thing, that when you look at learning and development, consider these points, that where the interest lies for a person. And one very important thing is, if at all any function anybody has to operate, forget the manufacturing or operations, on the ground knowledge of the business is very, very important. We have now we are creating a learning and development framework for sustainability across the group. I'll try and show that in the second half, where we have said that each HR function has to not work in HR, but in other function when they join at a manufacturing or a service industry unit, because the pains or the reality of what is needed is only understood then. But many of the younger students today don't want to do that, because it's getting your hands dirty when you go on a site. So it's nice to sit in offices and see, okay, I'm a talent acquisition person or whatever. So this is, okay, I had some under, I'll just go back 1 minute. So under stakeholder engagement, engaging with multiple strategic stakeholders. So you guys know what are stakeholders of a business? Yeah, financiers, investors, regulatory bodies, communities around, your own employees. We talk about strategic stakeholders, those who are think tanks, maybe academia or universities, some policy making bodies with whom we do engage to understand what's the future and bring that back into our strategy, which is future proofing our business. So there was 2 slides on that. To ensure all this, there are 2 enablers which I'll talk about: digital and people. So on digital, we have multiple different internal digital platforms. Some we have we are on it, but at ABG all these platforms are on our servers. Why I'm telling you this is because many times the platform owners or these digital platform owners, they would keep all the data information with them, and they would say, we will customize it for you, but the controls are in their hand. So as a group, we don't agree with that. It's all within our system. We take a lot of e-learning modules from globally from many of the providers, but they all come on our learning module system. They don't sit in theirs. So we have better control than to check on who is learning, what capability they have got, rather than asking them to give us the dashboards and the data. So we don't do that. Recently we have added, PEHL is something on health management, which we have developed in-house from the sustainability cell, where we have a vertical on health and industrial hygiene. So that is what is done. Now industrial hygiene and health is generally looked at by the human resource function in any business or at a site, because the law in India talks about regular health monitoring, annual health checks, etc. But we look at industrial hygiene. We have made it to look futuristically. If a person is working in a place and getting exposed to dust for say 10 years, then how will it impact his health down the line, maybe after 20 years? So we have industrial hygienists where we do all this monitoring and accordingly develop their what protections they should take, but also how much time they can work in certain places, and the shift that you have to give to them, that they should only work for X number of days or month in certain areas. Of course, process change engineering controls are also, that's why envisaged in it. Plus, the most important thing we did this year is the heat stress management. We have got people now you can say like air conditioning within your clothing. So we have created those because there are places where people have to work in very hot spaces. So how can we protect them from the heat during the summers that we experience? So we have done and developed it internally. And positive plus is again supplier sustainability management, which we have again customized for ourselves. This is a startup, but we have not yet taken it over, but we are working with them to customize it for our requirement. Now let's come to this. For developing the L&D framework, we have made 3 archetypes of people. Maybe all those who are on the ground or workers or below certain job bands, we can say. For all of them, awareness, and we call it ABG way or Sustainability 101. General awareness on all those topics you saw in the responsible stewardship pertaining to their workplace. Okay. Then the middle one is the one who has to take feedback from this, convey it to the top leadership to make those strategies. So capability building is the one where you would have function heads, department heads, or sometimes even section heads who will want to have more detailed understanding and grooming of all these topics. And then there is the sustainability leadership, that how do we integrate this into our strategy. So we have made 3 archetypes. Okay. The wrong thing came here, so I'm very sorry. I'll just talk about it. So when we have done these 3 archetypes, this is 3-dimensional L&D framework that would need to be developed. Though we have archetypes, what will govern is one dimension would be the topic. If I am in say sales and marketing, how much of climate change do I need to know that I sell my product or get new customers will be different from if I am in an environment function where I'm talking about it that we need to change certain process because carbon emission will be less, or to suggest that use this material so that hazardous waste generated would be less. So the amount of or what in-depth training or learning is required will vary on the topic, and the 3rd dimension is the function the person is in. So it is a 3-dimensional analysis that would have been done, and we are working on making a curriculum function, the archetype and the topic together. So to bring it, and that will help then to bring all this within the strategy of the business. Now here, how do we then get people and what type of learning and development? So we thought that for the senior leadership, it will have to be either some courses or classroom training, but more peer-to-peer exposure and learning with the strategic stakeholders, with the global policy makers, etc. So that is what would be required for them to understand that. The middle one may be certain courses. There are global courses from World Business Council for Sustainable Development, etc. Then we do nominate people to Wharton University for certain courses on this. Plus there is peer-to-peer learning, e-learning modules, some we develop, some we subscribe to and get on our ELM. That is what would happen. And awareness for colleagues and on the shop floor would be either through toolbox talks, banners, displays, and all of that. But for each one now we are trying to develop what is it that should sit into each of this topic, which will then get driven through the human resource function, because we have my development plan MDP that everyone has to put and say, these are the courses I want to do, because my aspiration is to move from here to here. So we have to give them the whole menu and they can select, talk to their manager and do that. So that is how it is put. Normally HR looks at the soft skills, but we are trying to put this on the same framework, because we have a manufacturing competency framework. So we will overlay these topics into that. We are not saying that if you build this competency, you will be assured a promotion into the next level. But we are saying if you are going to do this job, this is the minimum requirement of the curriculum that you should be doing. We have put it in more detail in induction. We have sessions HR organizes when you handpick a few people who will become unit heads. So in that we have 3 days training on various aspects of sustainability, initially driven by us internally, and sometimes we ask external faculty. Not through HR, but I would want them to look at it, is we do an expert conversation series with international faculties on Teams, because it's done once in a month. And any topic which comes and which is more future looking. So we do that as well. As of today, HR doesn't take ownership of it. They think it's too technical, you guys handle it. But we are trying to put it in within the HR framework of people development. And the last point, just recently from our group HR, we have included some KRAs on annual incentive plan based on safety. If there is high amount of LTIFR, lost time because of injury or fatality, X amount of money from the variable pay will be deducted right from that function head, unit head, the business head, and the CEO or the MD. So that framework is put this year. That's how we are trying. First we have started with safety, and then it would come with environmental violations and others, which are little less. Safety is however you do it, it is sometimes less because it's a very different culture. But we have started with that. Hindalco was already doing it for last 3 years, but now it is being done at the group level for all the businesses. Thank you. Any questions? Too heavy? Anybody, any thoughts? Yes, please.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
What are the long-term sustainability plans for Aditya Birla, and how do you plan to achieve them?
Long term, we have each business has made its own goals, but at the group level, we have talked about zero harm. When we talk of zero harm, it's not only safety but health. We have talked about net zero by 2050 across all the businesses. So some are much ahead in the journey, some are a little behind. Our third agenda is on circularity. That means more of recycle, reuse. Either we do it or we find partners who will do it. So that, and some of our products already we have taken targets as will have X% of recycled material, or will have a certain portion of material which can be recycled. So there are different targets on it. So on circularity, zero harm, this, and then on suppliers, this year we will, since I am leading that, this year we are working with procurement heads of all businesses to take targets on assessing supplier performance and at least bringing them to 100% performance goal through each business. So that we don't only do it internally but externally. But since I talk from a conglomerate perspective, the timelines taken are long. But some businesses like Birla Carbon and have taken net zero by 2030. Water positive is one more, which we have taken. Some Birla cellulose, or the cellulose manufacturing, is a very water intensive, and we are the highest energy consumer next to Indian Railways because of Ultratech and Hindalco. So you can imagine gigawatts of energy. I don't want to give the figures here, but yes. But we do have, certainly, like I was in Odisha, we have plans where we are now setting up different units where only renewable energy will be used to convert alumina to aluminium, the smelting process, which is very highly energy intensive process. The process is, the melting and etc. happens at almost 960 to 980 degrees, where you see the molten alumina. Which happens. So it's very energy sensitive, but that's what we are future proofing and doing these works as well. So these are some of the long-term targets. And on talent acquisition, if you see our group sustainability report available, we have certain goals on DNI, diversity, equity and inclusion, DEI, just because WBCSD and UNGC asks for it. But we find it a challenge at the human resource function to understand this. And that is where it's good to catch you guys young, to understand it, because it is always looked at, it is very technical to be done by operations. Sustainability function, please understand, is only an enabler. We can support, but the ownership is the line management, and it can be drilled down only through the human resource function. Does it answer you? Yes. Okay. Anybody else? Actually, I made some, and I think I sent the wrong one, because I had given one example of for the senior leadership and capability building in sales and marketing, what are those 7 aspects that the curriculum should look at? I'll tell you, I am not a trainer or a L&D person, but because of the experience of over so many years in technical fields and seeing what is the challenge in people who drive this, trying to put this together. But let's see. We do take help of, largely ABG will take help of international consultants, because we are there globally. So anything that we put out from sustainability has to be vetted and seen that it can be implemented globally and accepted. Just one thing, as what we experienced, we made our own standards. And when we wrote, they were like, sometimes for, say, water stewardship standard, okay? So it came, or human rights standard for that matter, was something like a 20-page document. In water stewardship, and because recycle and everything, right from rainwater harvesting, it became a longer document. When it went for review, peer review, to Birla Carbon or Novelis who are based in Europe or US, they said this standard can be in 3 pages, you're writing books. But when the same standard was, say, peer reviewed by businesses in Thailand and Indonesia, they were very happy. So in the beginning, we had to start there. Now after 7-8 years, we are revising them to now crunch them. And what we have done is, we have taken over, not taken over, we are using Enablon, which is a French company's IT management system. And it is used for audits. We have customized it for assurance. And we have converted all standards to self-assessment questionnaire. The sites would answer themselves. Somebody will validate, yes, this is the correct answer. And then from our side, we do an assurance. Okay, what you are saying, which is how much compliance you have to our standard, whether you are saying is true. So that's the model which is used. Some businesses find value in it, some don't, because when we are in the group, we become like an internal consultant. But that is how it is managed. And we are doing that even now for the suppliers. So we don't want external suppliers to come on Enablon since our internal data is there. That's why I worked on developing or getting this positive plus. We assessed around 20 global digital platforms for supplier sustainability management. But finally, we found a good one in the startup in India. Because when you go to those who are in the Western, my experience is it can't be used as it is for us. So that is the reason when we are asked to meet international standards, we have converted our own standards to take that gist, but also write guidance notes on how to do if it is here. So there was a session, like we have under sustainability 19 policies, 72 standards, and 140 guidance notes. So that's the whole chunk that is made. Okay. Anybody else? I was told the whole objective is to understand what corporates do. How much understanding is there on the scale of 1 to 5? Huh? बहुत heavy हो गया, नींद आने लगी. Okay, I'll not put you in the. I know your seniors are here. You may not want to speak about it, so I'll leave it at. Yes, girls.
Sorry, ma'am. In the interest of time, we'd not be able to take more questions.
Yeah, I'll stop here.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful session. I'm sure all of us gained a lot of wisdom from your rich experiences. Now I would request Amit Ghosh, sir, Head of Executive Education and Career Services, to felicitate Dr. Vidya Tiku for the wonderful session. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Learning and development is a critical function in HR aimed at upskilling employees, ensuring they stay relevant in a constantly changing business landscape. With rapid advancements in technology, traditional training methods are giving way to more engaging, interactive, and personalized learning solutions. Our first panel discussion will explore how gamification and AI-powered learning experience platforms are transforming employee engagement and learning. These cutting-edge technologies are enhancing motivation, personalizing training, and fostering continuous learning, all essential for organizations aiming to stay competitive in a rapidly evolving world. Our speakers will address the challenges of integrating these tools into L&D strategies, boosting engagement in remote work environments, and improving emotional intelligence and soft skills through personalized learning. To guide us through this exciting topic, I would like to welcome our moderator, Ms. Neha Agarwal. With over 16 years of experience, she is the Deputy General Manager of Corporate HR and DEI at Hitachi. An alumna of our institution from the 2009 batch, she is skilled in performance management, succession planning, employee engagement, compensation and benefits, and DEI. Ms. Neha is also an accomplished speaker, having shared her insights at numerous forums and conferences. We are happy to have you as a moderator, ma'am. And now I'd like to introduce you to our esteemed panelists for the discussion. I'm pleased to introduce our first panelist, Mr. Rajiv Saini. With 24 years of experience in learning and development, he has a strong background in HR and consulting, including 21 years of managing L&D functions across various industries. He specializes in sales and retail management solutions, competency mapping, and change management. Mr. Rajiv is also certified in DISC, Belbin, coaching, and talent management. Please join me in welcoming sir. I am delighted to introduce Ms. Nidhi Thomas. With over 22 years of experience in HR and learning and development, she is currently the Head of Learning and Organization Development at Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited. Ms. Thomas is also a proud alumna of Excel RI. Her impressive career include roles such as Head of Group HR at Tata Power and senior positions at Doosan, Aviva Life Insurance, American Express, and Genpact. She is renowned for her expertise in driving organizational change and optimizing talent development. I invite you all to join me in welcoming ma'am. Now, I'm excited to introduce Ms. Mamta Vegunta. With over 25 years of experience in HR, she is the Executive Director and Head of HR at DBS Tech India. Her distinguished career includes roles as Director of HR at Invesco Limited, Vice President of HR at Bank of America, Senior Manager at Converges Information Management and Satyam, now known as Tech Mahindra. Please join me in welcoming ma'am. I'm pleased to introduce the final panelist, Mr. Anand Pachauri, Head of Learning and Development at Jindal Stainless Limited, bringing over 16 years of extensive experience across various industries. He holds a master's degree from IIT Roorkee and NMIMS Mumbai and has a rich background in sectors such as manufacturing and oil and gas processing, power, FMCG, and metal and mining industry in domestic and international setup. Mr. Anand has played a significant role in shaping learning strategies and development programs that drive organizational growth. Please welcome, sir. Now I'd like to request Ms. Neha to kindly take the discussion forward.
Hello everyone. Good morning. Is it too early morning? So can I have a louder noise please? Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, wonderful. You know, it's altogether a different feeling when you are at this side of the table. So almost 16 years before, I was there at your seat and was wondering that whether a day will come when I will get to address the crowd like this, to give back to my alma mater and maybe, you know, complete the life in full circle. So yeah, it's happening today and I'm happy to be with this panel especially. Why so? Because Tata Power is on the panel and Tata Power is the first organization that I worked for, got placed from this institute. So feels lovely to be here. Now we have 1 hour and I don't want to make this a kind of a bookish chapter that you all have heard in your books or have gone through the ChatGPT to understand what future-proofing or L&D or gamification is all about. So what today we are going to talk about is all practical. It's all from with our experience or from within. Okay, so I would urge you all to keep your questions ready because that is where the real learning will happen, and keep asking questions. So before we kickstart, I would like to understand what exactly do you expect from us to talk about? Any expectations? We are talking about future-proofing L&D with gamifications and some strategies. What all do you want us to talk about? कुछ नहीं जाए? Okay. Yes, please.
Hello, good morning, ma'am. So, my experience. One gamification experience that I had was in my SIP process, and I don't understand how that can be implemented in learning and development because that was something which can be used to assess what my understanding of some matter is, but in such topic like learning and development, it's vast, it's very huge. So how can that be implemented in something like learning?
Okay, so implementing gamification in your complete learning and development strategy. We'll come to that. So I'll give you more time to think over it, what you want us to talk about, and I'll ask you in between the panel discussion. But before that, let's kickstart. So I would request our panelists who have been very well introduced by the students out here. So I don't think they need to introduce themselves or I need to introduce myself again. But yes, we would love to hear a little bit about the organization that you come from. So probably your name and the a little bit brief about the kind of organization that you come from and what exactly you do in your organization, plus one word for L&D. What future L&D looks like to you? That is the statement that we are going to kickstart. So I'll start with myself. Hi everyone, I'm Neha and I'm from Hitachi, and for your all knowledge, Hitachi is not into ACs and refrigerators, right? So that is outsourced to Bosch and they just use our logo, you know, we get the loyalty now. So we are into around 600 lines of businesses across the world. So there are 600 group companies that we work with and 3 lakh employee base across the world. In India, we have around 25 businesses, 35,000 employees, and I come from regional headquarters. So that coordinates with all the group companies in India, and I take care of HR, DEI, business and human rights, and some strategic initiatives for culture building. That's about me. Please. The one word. For me? For me, the L&D and gamification is a lifelong journey to build the engagement.
I can go next. Hi everybody, I'm Mamta. I head HR at DBS. DBS is Development Bank of Singapore. Very briefly, Singapore got independence in 1965, much later than India. And they had a very interesting story. They were supposed to be part of Malaysia. Malaysia said, we don't want any bread with you. So they were thrown out of Malaysia. And Singapore was an underdeveloped nation at that time. And obviously it needed institutional support, banking support, which was when Development Bank of Singapore was formed. So it was a government entity at that time. And we all know what happened. It's now a first world country. So DBS itself evolved along with the nation. It used to be a government funded, government kind of a bank. It became a semi-government bank. And when an Indian came to helm DBS Bank, Mr. Piyush Gupta, he said it's going to be a digital bank. You know, from a paper bank, it transformed itself into a digital bank about 15 years ago. And when a CEO like that, or when an institution like that says we want to be digital, transformational, it doesn't happen unless the people get along. Technology is one thing, but taking people along, bringing that mindset shift into the people is another thing. So for me, L&D is the engine for transformation. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when I share some of the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamta ma'am. So good morning, everyone. I can't hear a good morning. Okay, so everybody with me. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, that's better. One more time. Good morning. Good morning. Great. Okay. I am Nidhi Thomas. So what the students and Drishti and everybody had already shared. So I come from Tata Power Delhi Distribution. So Tata Power Delhi Distribution is a subsidiary of Tata Power. So Tata Power now is a renowned name, rather Tata's is a renowned name. We are into so many things. So since the beginning, as you start your day to the time you sleep, it's all about Tata. Why so? Tata tea, and when you sleep, Titan watch. So nowadays people see the watches no more. It's the mobile, it's the chat GPT, it's the Instagram, it's the Facebook which takes you around. So talking about Tata Power Delhi Distribution, so we are into the electricity distribution. Tata Power has got 3 verticals, which is transmission and distribution, second is generation, and third is renewable. So my earlier stint, when I started with Tata Power, I was heading their HR for renewables, and we are into even the sustainability development goals. So that is what our key aspect is. And if I talk about one word about L&D future proofing, it has to be smart. Smart from a perspective is it should be scalable, M being motivating, A being adaptable, R being relatable, as in what you actually look at, T being transparent, as in they should have data insights. So that's about it. Moving on.
Thanks, Nidhi. Good morning, everyone. And on a Sunday morning, looking at the room full of students is a pleasant sight. And Nidhi, although you said, Neha, you said that you belong to this institute, but the color I'm wearing, I look more like belonging to this institute today.
No, that's a bias, no?
Yeah.
You can't judge me because of my color not belonging to them.
No, I'm just joking on the color. That's why I was initially thinking to sit somewhere there, but then I thought I might be just disappear there. I'm Anand Pachori. I'm from Jindal Stainless. Previously, we heard ma'am talking about how intense or how carbon and energy intense the metal and mining industry. I can proudly say that we are one of those organizations who are producing green metal. We are not that energy and carbon intense compared to other metal and mining industry. We are not Jindal Steel. We are not Jindal Saw. We are not Jindal Southwest or JSW. We are Jindal Stainless, and that's why we want you to remember is from that name, and that's why we dropped also the term steel from that. Although we produce stainless steel, but I'm heading the learning and development function for the organization. I've joined this company for almost now a year. Previously, I was working with Philips Signify in the lighting domain for almost 10 years there. And one word which I see, and especially looking at the ecosystem of our organization, I see L&D as an integrator between business and the growth aspirations we have for our organization. Thank you.
Okay. Very good morning, everybody. So setting tone of Nidhi, good morning, na? Kind. So it's a Sunday morning, so relax, comfortable. Please sit with your ties and everything, no? I'm Rajiv, and I'm also a bit part of what Nidhi has said, even ma'am has said, sustainability, and I'm from that industry where you start your morning. I'm from bathroom industry. Yeah, and not bathroom, the fancy word is wellness industry. We are spending time alone. Of course, introspections. Now people are experiencing this. So I am representing Roka Group. I am heading L&D for Asia Pacific. We have manufacturing. Basically, we are from manufacturing and very much part of sustainability drive because we are using water. That is the most important thing. So we have on war front, we are working on sustainability. That is a different subject, right? But in this way, something being a very traditional manufacturing company coming from Spain in Europe, right? And our footprints are in 178 markets, right? Where we are operating. And my challenge is to manage those multicultural, different, people, their thought processes, their mindsets, right? And somehow I am really looking forward for that learning experience of multicultural. That is one thing which I'm looking forward in terms of gamification and the training and development. So this is all about.
Thank you everyone. So we spoke about transformation, we spoke about engagement, we spoke about multicultural engagement or learning, right? But let's understand, I'll come to you, Mamta. Let's understand how this whole world of gamification, which we are talking about, learning on the go, learning on mobile, and everything is changing the world. How this is actually contributing to boost engagement levels in the organizations, and whether that engagement is really meaningful as well, how it is contributing to the organization's objective.
Sure. So all of you, most of you will have Insta on your phones, right? How many of you have learning platforms like edX or Coursera? I see some hands going up, right? How many of you have completed a course? A MOOC course? Okay, on Coursera or edX? Oh, that's excellent. That's excellent. So you see that there is some stickiness that you can see, because what I heard when it initially started was completion rates were at 2%, right? Over the course of years, I think Even the online learning platforms have learned to keep the stickiness like Insta, right? What if learning was like a reel? That would be the ideal way to keep the stickiness going. Now, I know all of you are here. There's an important educational institute, and you'll be stepping out with an MBA. Some of you may become L&D leaders, but even if you are not L&D, you're not going to be working in L&D. Unless you invest in yourself, your career is not going to go places. So don't look at this whole topic as something it's relevant only for HR and L&D professionals. Anybody who wants to grow, wants to have the mind shift to learn, this is an important topic. Now to the question that we have, how much is it gaming going on in companies, learning gamification? I can talk about my experiences. Now all of us have, most of us would have played snakes and ladders when we were growing up. Some institutions have actually transformed that game into behaviors. So look at it as a giant snakes and ladders thing that spans the length and breadth of this conference hall. So there are maybe 10 people playing that game, and they are jumping from one square to another square. And if you land in, let's say, a square called non-compliance, you dip down, like you've just entered on a snake and you've dipped down, right? And on the other hand, if your dice takes you to a square which says, or something that's relationship focused, or you've done very good on technology coding, it brings you up to another ladder and you go up multiple squares, right? So these are things that we have used in induction programs just to measure, just to make our new employees understand what makes you successful in this place. And if you get to bad behaviors, it pulls you down. If you get to good behaviors, it actually makes you more successful. So that's one thing that we have done. But also, not just the whole behaviors, but on technology, how do you make sure that our code is strong? Right? We have about 4,000 people in Hyderabad who are just technologists. So imagine that we are a bank, and if we are a digital bank, every time a customer goes out, we have millions of customers, and nobody here now goes out with an actual wallet, right? If you have your phone, you're sorted. You have money there. You have digital money and you're sorted. Now what happens if you try to pay? Let's say you are at a grocery store, you're trying to pay with your wallet and with your digital wallet, and it doesn't work. That means the bank has let you down. So we simulate situations, we simulate so that our technologists know where the end customer is. So we try to simulate that, and we also have technology simulation to develop a strong code. On the other side, we also, as a bank, we have customers who are calling into a service center, right? We also, so that our customer help desk can help customers calling in with the right kind of attitude and responses. We run a lot of programs which are gamified as to if this is a situation, what is a simulation? What should you actually say? So we make sure that in every aspect of how our customers interact and how our employees interact back with the customers, we build the gamification and the learning in. That's a kind of a long-winded answer, but that's it.
Thank you, Mamta. You spoke about behavior change, which is actually the need of the hour. So somebody has said that learning is only meaningful when it comes into action, and you don't learn just one way. Unless and until you learn in multiple manner, your learning does not get absorbed 100%. So I agree with you. But on this note, I would request others also to share their inputs if they have, what they are doing in their organization with respect to gamification, bringing live for engagement and learning. Anyone?
So I'll just add to what Mamta mentioned, and I refer to the quote which comes, I think, century back, which says, you tell me I forget, you teach me I remember, and you involve me and I'm in, or I'm sorry, if you involve me, I'm take away the whole piece along with me and learn and always remember it. And that is what all about gamification. And if I ask all of you, what games do you play nowadays in your hostel? Any name? Because what name I will take might be a little old. So, do you still play Call of Duty? Oh my God! Wow, super. So Call of Duty. Similarly, there used to be a game called Counter-Strike, right? Oh wow, so that's still contemporary. But then Super Mario, right? And then we had Tetris, which was the bold, old, boring game where you just have blocks falling from the top and you just adjust them. And these games, in the chronology, we talk about Super Mario and Tetris going somewhere in the mid-80s, at least their origin. And there were other games also. But looking at these games, the whole piece translated into learning and development, or rather HR, because these were the games which kept people attached or glued to them. And therefore, the games also translated into L&D. And now how? Because Tetris, you see, it was a monotonous game. It was just one flow of element, and that's what we used to see in the previous gamified version of learning. It was just one small piece, very, very standalone, plugged into the whole course, and that's where you experience the learning. But as the gamification in general moved towards more stories, like Super Mario has to save the princess, or Call of Duty, or Counter-Strike, where you have to capture and gain your territory, the same storyline actually started translating into the L&D space also in the gamifications what we do. So now you see the courses are not just single gamified version, but it is entire treasure hunt. Like, she was mentioning about different areas and elements in Snake and Ladder. It has a story. And that's where the gamification is now transformed into a storytelling. It's not just one game you'll play and move away with the usual boring slides, but it is the story which you have to complete. And that's what is keeping the learner attached. In our organization, we have a very mix of audience, I would say, right? We have a large manufacturing setup with a large set of people on shop floor. If we keep them gamified, there is a possibility, there is a risk in safety and other hazardous area. And therefore, we need to find a balance between how can we make those gamification such that they are not completely glued to their screens, but at the same time, they at least have a better takeaway from those programs, and that's what something we are doing, and maybe we'll elaborate as we move forward in this conversation.
Sure. How we do at Hitachi is we focus a lot on VR and AR when it comes to health and safety. So that is working really well for us. So we have developed module along with international service providers as in how an employee can save themselves in a stress situation. So with the help of VR and AR, they are given a 3D experience, an experiential kind of program, wherein through a game, they learn what are the 10 life-saving rules and how they can behave, or what are the actions they need to take when there is a unforeseen circumstance or a situation like earthquake or something falling from height, heavy on their head, or something is not happening right as per the procedures. So that way it is working very well for us. Just to add to the question. Yes, please.
Okay, it's going to be interesting. I mean, see, I just would like to share my thought on this because we have recently started this, and around 2 years back, we are very novice in this gamification or learning experience platform. One thing we need to know is that why we are doing this, right? Like why you are doing this conclave. At the end of the day, the experience, right? Today we are learning from experiences. No course can teach, no faculty can teach, the way the faculty is teaching is all about experience, right? So in the same way, we have a very conventional, very traditional manufacturing setup in terms of multi-generational and young and the old. Even one of the factory, I remember we have 3 generations working, right? So in that way, you're talking about gamification. Then the need which we feel that why should, when we play a game, there is an element called fun. right? And as in corporate people, we are going 9:30 punching, and 1:30 around lunching, and then 5:30 around again punching and going, And apart from this, you have a boss expectations, you have a colleague expectations, you have a politics to play, directly, indirectly, you have to manage the show. In the same way, you are very monotonous. What to do, what not to do, right? So we as HR people, as L&D people, this is our dharam, one word called dharam, right? How to engage our human capital, our assets, right? So in that context, we are putting in this gamification in a very, very simple manner in our thing. First thing we have done continuously, like ma'am, the awareness program of the Aditya Birla Way, sustainability and the safety, fire and safety. In the same way, we have run a kind of a marathon, how to change the mindset towards the L&D in terms of gamification and learning experience platform. So that kind of awareness, seminars like this, orientations with the people, because you can tell everything to the white collar, because, they will listen, right? Because like you are sitting on Sunday, you are like that, you have to attend, no options, conclave. But when we go down the line, believe me guys, sometimes we doubt ourselves, are we competent to tell or not, because things are not going in that way we are expecting, because this is a hardcore fact in manufacturing industry. You are on your toes, but that thing we have done in our organization, that we have conducted kind of seminar, orientation session towards, before rolling down that thing, because I will experience during another questions of what kind of challenges we have faced. And see, in that way we have started this journey, gamification. And first we have to tell them, yeah, what is this, why we are doing this, and is there actually need, or just we are following the fancy word of corporate that no, gamification, competitor is doing, you are also doing. Sorry, in that way, it's not going to be successful. So
you spoke about a very important aspect, that you are working in a multicultural environment, and it is very important to communicate the purpose of whatever we are doing, right? And the kind of platforms like this also serves as a purpose of gamification. So this is very important to note that gamification, the word itself, is very different for different generations. For us or for older generation, it could be something like playing on mobile or laptop or desktop. But in real sense, for this generation, it is all about a kind of experience that gives them a surge of dopamine or those happiness hormones. So you see all those channels like People of India or Humans of Bombay. Why do you refer them? Because you want to understand the experience of people, right? It's more like human library. So on this note, Rajiv, I want to come to you and ask you, what role does gamification play with respect to engagement of specifically multi-generational workforce?
As I mentioned earlier also, see, it's all about challenging how to manage our people, different background, young, middle, oldies, right? Because all are equal, in one sense, like they are assets for us. We can use the mic. Really use? Huh? Because I have no habit of having on mic.
ले लो ना, कोई बात नहीं, change है.
Okay, so I'm enjoying the change now, right? So India has a different segment. Malaysia has a different flavor. Australia is totally different flavor, right? When you run one thing, because you cannot launch different things, different platform for the country. This is not possible, because cost is involved and we are working on numbers. At the end of the day, if numbers are there, everything will be good. If numbers are not there, we are not going to sit here like today we are sitting, right? But the thing is, on the question, Neha, the thing is, one thing I experienced, or we experienced as a team on multi-location, that collaboration is the one important thing which we try to have while testing this gamification and learning experience platforms, right? That is the one thing which I personally feel in terms of, I'm feeling that way. It's a beautiful way to sit together, because you cannot travel every time. You cannot call people from different location to come, because now after COVID everybody has learned that technology is there. So the collaboration is the one piece which I feel that in terms of having wonderful discussions, conversations, expert seminars and everything, the collaboration is that where all the people are sharing their views together, right? And maybe the young people are happy to have challenging things, right? They are tech savvy, they are participating as a quick, but the old one are going slow and steady wins the race kind of attitude, right? And that how you are going to bridge this gap, that is the wonderful thing which we can have, because this is the one thing which we are feeling that is giving us some leverage, right? And the second thing which is very important thing is that adaptability, because many people are keep on saying adapt, please adapt, please adapt, please adapt, but such kind of thing when organizations are introducing, you have to adapt. You have to adapt. And why I'm saying adaptability? Adaptability is mandatory, no choice. If you are sitting today, no choice, is kind of that, you know. And that role, I feel, personally feel that if we are not adaptable, right, we are, why I'm saying is that when you're sitting together, all the generations, then you can understand each other mindset, each other views, each other reflections, what is good, what is not good, what is easy, what is not easy, and how we can have that one level, you know, as an employee. It doesn't matter you are old or young, you are an employee, you have to contribute, right? So in that way, I guess these platforms, these things playing a major role. And the last but not the least is that it's all about, again, I'm a fan of this because it's all about experience. Young are teaching oldies about the technology, right? And we proudly say, I'm on my 50s, I have 3-4 people I personally treating them as my mentor. They are just joined our company, and believe me, learning a lot, right? And being a mentor, we have started this. Every senior member will be making junior 1 or 2 mentors and spending quality time, sharing, caring, and the same thing we are doing with these platforms, right? As a senior, I'm sharing my knowledge, my expertise. As a junior who's just joining, teaching us about the technology. And we, on this platform, we are, I'm just 60 seconds away, no? What I was saying is, you know, where you are very, I mean, coordinating very well, so I keep on looking at you.
You are buying time, right?
Yeah. So I was saying that this something junior people are, I mean, the young bloods are having wonderful insight about new words. So this is the wonderful integration of technology into the traditional mindset. So this is my take, the role.
I really love the point that you made, that gamification is more to do with experience, and it is a lot to do when it comes to multi-generation celebration. The feeling of sitting together and learning from each other is something that gamification brings at the workplace. And I completely agree with that. Why so? There is a study that published that in multi-generations, the Gen Z, which is the most upcoming generation and would be the majority of the workplace in next 10 years, they are somehow called the loneliest generation. Why so? Because they are so close to technology, and they have seen the time like COVID and everything, wherein they have learnt how to celebrate alone, and that's where they are the loneliest. And for this purpose, it becomes very important for organization to focus on the principles like collaboration and teamwork, right? So I agree with that. But we should not forget the purpose, as you said, right? So, Nidhi, I come to you. You have been silent for quite a while, and let's keep you talking now. So, I want to understand, and probably everybody does here in this room, that what does Tata Power does differently to make sure that gamification brings a personalized experience? I do understand that Tata Power has different sets of people like executive, workmen, and supervisors, and you have, just like Roka, you have a lot of blue collar workers as well working on street lights or roads. So how do you make sure that the learning experience is quite personalized, tailor-made to provide the experience that people need and to bring that behavior change aspect that Mamta was talking about?
Sure, Neha. So as Rajiv also mentioned, in terms of we still follow some at traditional approach and some at technology. However, we come with the mindset that people should have WIFM in it, as in what's in for me, and specific towards the aspirations. So usually what happens in the organization is, so if I go back 5 years down the line, so it used to be like, okay, go for this induction, these are mandatory courses, go through this, okay, you're moving to a line function, so why don't you do a safety training, why don't you do a ethics training, so Tata Code of Conduct training. So these were the programs which we used to do. But then as a team, again, the Gen Z, Gen Y, baby boomers, all of them got together, they did Gamba, and then they came up with something like, it is not going to work. As in, this is not going to be a push factor. We have to come from L&D perspective as a pull factor. So when we work towards a pull factor, we came up with a lot of programs in the organization. So if I talk about a person who is a lineman, who's working at a pole, okay? Now when a person is working at a pole, he works with a lot of safety hazards there. So something what Neha also mentioned, we worked with AR, VR. So we have a company called Actuate, wherein we have done stimulation exercises, wherein a person has got into that mode, irrespective, he's a Hindi speaking, wherein he might come back to me saying, ma'am, मुझे इंग्लिश में नहीं समझ में आएगा. So we have kept that in mind from a diversified workforce as well. A person who's joining from a institute, a person who's joining just as an ITI or a diploma. So it comes with the diversified work. So what we have done is we have an in-house tool which is called a training information management system, which does not just cater towards data management of a team, it also caters what is it. So for example, an induction has to go. So I'll just go with the perspective of a person who joins a college from us. Now when he joins in, so what happens is, okay, he goes through that mandatory nest program, which we call, because the person is still in our hands. So what we do is we do engagement activities which is called Youth Power Confluence, wherein people are competing against each other. A buddy is assigned who's at a peer level, a person is assigned as a mentor and a reverse mentoring. So it's actually again a diversified. So we will have a classroom, we will have a e-learning, like we have Coursera modules, LinkedIn modules. We also have stimulation, we have AR, VR. Then what we have also come up this year is something called academies. So academies have come in from a perspective which is a functional academy. So obviously gamification comes in perspective is from the leadership dashboards, from our individual dashboards. So when 10 people join together, like you guys are in college, so what happens is you look for an A+ or a CGPA score. Similarly, those YPCs, which is for an induction, looks for those scores, because those scores are published organization-wide from a CEO to a person who has just entered. So this is about induction. Then if I go about a person who is a 2 years, 3 years, what's in now? I've been doing this job since long now. So I think the short span, which is the attention span, or even if I look at myself, so Tata has been the longest stint. Otherwise, I'm being openly saying here, I do not stay with an organization for more than 3 to 4 years. Why? Because I feel that I am over with it. What's new for me? So that perspective again came into picture, wherein we came up with career development paths. So we have something called empowered learning, wherein a budget is given to a person, you pick up, you put up a registration there, you take up a higher education course, again you earn credits. Now these credits, how do these credits go? I think I've missed the mic. Yeah, this. So now how do these credits go then? So you earn those credits or those energy coins is what we say from Tata Power perspective. Now these energy coins again go to your dashboards, which shows that, and then you can accumulate those coins and then look at something as a goodie. So you can take up a higher education course, you can as an upskill yourself with a more learned thing. Let's say you are an MBA, you want to go for an LLB or a PhD, you can buy that. Or you can also buy goodies with the Tata Power merchandise as well. Another program which we came up was for a leadership role. So a leadership role, again, we haven't hired any consultants because we believe we already have that, I would say, those gray cells in the organization. So we run innovation councils. So frankly speaking, we hardly call external speakers. We do innovation councils wherein a person is put into a room. We do design thinking approach, again a gamified way, which have stimulation, which has case studies and dashboards. So again, we have these LEDs displayed wherein people look forward for it. So we came up with a program called Talent 100, which is a 9-month journey, again with diversified workforce. And how it goes is it has functional, it has got behavioral, it has got leadership. A successor is implanted. So why am I saying is implanted? As a mother takes care in the womb a child. So a person who is at a middle management, that person is implanted, groomed in the organization, again with the gamified. So here again, a traditional and a technological way comes in. So then the next level comes is the leaders. Who is my N-1? What's in for me? So they go, Are yaar, ho gaya, I am there, my experience is there, what else? What should I do? Now what happened here was that they were coming with the approach, I am done with it, my saturation level has come, what should I do? You L&D team do not have anything, आप मुझे Boston का एक course करा दोगे, आप मुझे एक IM का एक leadership MDP करा दोगे, but that's not what is there for me. Now what would have we done? Any guesses?
Tell them to come to IMI.
Yes, so see, these IMIs and the other colleges and institutes, they give them that flavor wherein they can do experiential learning. But what we did was, again, why don't you get into something? Why don't you learn generative AI? Why do you tell your secretaries or why do you tell your lower downs to get into for you, create those PPTs? So frankly speaking, we did some virtual sessions and some brainstorming sessions with them to actually know where they are. Because frankly speaking, when you reach up to those N-1, you get off with those habits of making those PPTs and Excels. And frankly speaking, guys, it's all about the corporate, irrespective the experience works. And this is a hard fact. It's about Excels and PPTs. I don't know how many of you people sitting here will agree with me. So this is where, which is a very basic thing, which we told them. Again, it was in a gamified way, like Mamta ma'am mentioned, about snakes and ladders, or about Mario, or about brick making. So this is what we did with them. And then again, we came up with some challenging ideas, which actually led to us for a cost save. So this is how we use gamified in terms of being tailor-made, diversified learning, diversified generations coming into picture.
Thank you, thank you. It's quite overwhelming, at least for me, how Tata Power is diversifying the platforms pertaining to the learning and development and how they are providing opportunities for people to diversify their learning experiences with something that they haven't explored till yet. But are we overwhelming you all? Hands up. Are we adding to your knowledge pool, or this is all that you have already? Hands up, if we are there. Scoring de do yaar in sabko. Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for being with us. But Nidhi, you spoke a lot about these platforms, and at times in the organization, at least so far that I know from my experience, we at times get lost how to measure the effectiveness. So I want to come to you, Anand, and then probably Mamta ma'am, you can also add your inputs to it. How actually organizations are measuring the impact of these learning platforms, these learning strategies, and how this gamified learning solutions or LXPs is making organization strategy aligned to the business. So in a nutshell, what metrics should we actually look at when we are talking about the effectiveness of learning through gamification or LXPs?
The measurement, especially the ROI of learning and development, has always been a Pandora's box. I mean, you take 60 years back and maybe 60 years in future, it will still be a gray area to talk about the ROI of any intervention we do in L&D. While we have made significant progress in terms of at least quantifying some of the output coming of it. But before we actually talk about this, let's also disintegrate the question what Neha has asked. How many of you are aware of LXP in the first place? What is LXP for you? We are talking about that as a topic of this panel, but what is LXP? Anyone?
गलत होगा तब भी चलेगा.
हाँ, exactly.
यहाँ पे CGPA नहीं है.
What is UX? Anybody? UX, UI, we talk a lot, right? UX, UI अच्छा होना चाहिए. Engagement बढ़ता है. User is right. X is experience, right? So let's take that experience into LXP. What is X now? Experience. What is L? Learning. And what is P? Platform, right? So we all now, at least now we are aware what is LXP. Now LXP is what? It is add-on to a previous version of technology L&D was using. And L&D being very fortunate to be an early adopter of technology in HR. Or in any of the other domain, functionally, we have always been up ahead in terms of adopting technology. So LMS was learning management system, which was like a repository of everything what we host, right? Those boring or engaging e-learning module, then classroom events, and then the data and many other things. But over the year, what had happened, that it became very redundant and it became, the user interface become very, very monotonous, very boring and very vanilla. And also at the same time, there was a technological advancement happened where all of you and most of us, all of us rather, have also jumped into into a quick learning or quick or a bite size or a snackable learning element of it, right? We all moved from 3 days to 1 day learning, 1 day to 1 hour to maybe 20-30 minutes of learning at a time. That is what our attention span has been. And that's where the LXP element came into picture, which is nothing to aggregate all the possible ways through which you can learn, right? Aggregation is, again one more element of why we need LXP is because we are now, especially the employees, are not that dependent on the organization to learn a lot of things. I mean, they can learn a lot of things with the open source element. 6 years, 7 years down before, they were all dependent, even to learn about time management techniques, they were dependent on organization to organize sessions. Is it required now? No. You can go to YouTube or anywhere else, you will find 10,000 ways of managing your time better than what the trainer will tell you, right? And therefore the organization has to be laser sharp in terms of what we are offering to the employees. And at the same time, also ensure that the platform or the user technology interface we are providing is the one-stop shop for them. They should not go to multiple places to cater to their learning needs. And that's where the LXP came into picture. Now LXPs, the technology providers, I saw Cornerstone is one of the partner or one of the participants in this conclave also. They have Edcast, which is an LXP. You have Degreed, which is another LXP. You have Percipio, which is another LXP. There are degrees of LXP which are there in market. Now coming to this question of measurement. So what Rajiv mentioned about, and what Nidhi talked about WIFM or why. So we all need to understand and start thinking, why do we need the LXP in the first place? Because these are all capital. So gamification is a micro element of any learning intervention, which is like a vanilla and must have now. But LXP is a big capital investment when it comes to organization. And therefore, looking at the current scenario where L&D is sitting, that much of an investment itself will give you a tough run to bring the measure of ROI or the return on investment, right? So first of all, need to be very clear whether we need LXP or not as a platform. Whether we have reached as an organization to that level that we need LXP. Once you convince yourself and your management that yes, we need LXP, we are at that level of learning culture in the organization, the core of an LXP is everyone is a learner, everyone is a teacher. It's a completely social learning platform. And therefore, people need to come out of their mindset that they will only leverage the platform for gaining knowledge, like, generational element. So if there are senior folks, they need to come up as a giver back to the organization through the platform. And when you have a equal or not equal, but proportionate amount of people who contribute in the LXP and who take leverage from the LXP, you will get to a point of, let's say, win-win or or a break even where you don't have losses. Otherwise, what will happen? Garbage in, garbage out. After a couple of years, the platform will not give you any benefit. Now, giving you two specific example of actual ROI, what you get. So let's pick up, and I'll fall back to the age-old methods of Kirkpatrick and Bloom's taxonomy, which you read in your textbook, I think still today. Right? So fun on the gamification part. I am sure all of you have seen or at least observed or used this application called Duolingo. How many? Right? So Duolingo is a perfect example of how Kirkpatrick model is adapted. Right? It gives you a first level or a reaction, a learning, a behavior, and an application, right? So just go, if you don't have seen it, just go to Duolingo, you'll experience the best possible way of measuring an ROI of a digital technology platform, that is Duolingo. Coming to the other one, which is LXP. So I'll give you another example of one of my previous organization we have adopted for sales trainings. So sales, especially in the B2C domain, we have an intervention for the sales enablement, where we were talking about width of sales, we were talking about primary, secondary, tertiary sales, and many other elements. But at the same time, what we did with the help of LXP is we brought a lot of content from our expert salespeople. So they, irrespective whether they are physically present or not, we brought those content. We also got content from the external sources like TED, like HBR, and many other places. And we created, like what Nidhi was saying, a functional sales academy, which was having content from all possible sources, internal and external, to provide them an edge over any other program. And at the same time added a gamification. For every milestone, they were reaching close to their sales target, virtual target, not the actual target, but virtual target, and also giving them possibility to see what all levers they have to pull to reach to their actual target. For example, how much retailers they need to add, how many tertiary sales needs to be done by those retailers. So all those elements and levers were provided in the form of what we were calling as incentivizer. It was like a pedal on a dashboard of a car, which gives you, when you press a pedal, it gives you how much acceleration you are at. So that way we brought a lot of real life element for a salesperson. For a salesperson, what is the most important thing? Numbers, right? He has to get that quarterly incentive in his pocket or her pocket. And that's why they need to drive that rigor. And that's what we connected with the learning element, and every milestone they were getting closer to their quarterly rewards and incentive. And that way you can bring actual X amount of increase in their sales, or at least X amount of increase in their retailer network, which is a quantification. Although there was always a fight with the sales head that it's not just learning, it is also the rigor with which we deployed our sales team and many other things, but that's how you bargain and get your share of credit from the business. So these are a couple of examples, Neha, I would like to share.
Thank you, Anand. You know, it is often said that if you think that learning is expensive, try measuring the cost of its ignorance. Then you'll understand what is the ROI of learning. But I'll come to you, Mamta. How do you do in your organization? Sure. And then probably we'll take up some questions. I have a long list of questions, but in the interest of time, we'll wrap up with the ROI in your organization, and then probably compile the questions that this house want to ask, and then we'll see whether we have given you a chance to score us 5 on 5, right? Okay, please.
All right, sure. In an organization that is very, very learning focused, about 2 to 3% of the total budget is allocated to learning, right? But with digitalization and gamification being the focus, it's reducing. Though there could be some capital cost to acquire those courses, but the running costs decrease, right? So the cost of learning itself has been coming down, right? So, but the importance of learning still stays the way it is. And how are organizations measuring it? Like Rajiv mentioned, we don't gamify because it's the newest thing or the most fancy thing to do it. We have to be very clear about the purpose. So how is that purpose being measured? Is it reducing the company costs by gamifying certain learning? Is it improving performance of the business, of the employees, of the managers? Is it leading to better promotion rates? And usually when there's better promotion rates, the cost of acquisition comes down. the cost of acquiring new talent comes down. So it is possible to measure. We're also using gamification for wellness and well-being. We have gamified the whole wellness concept, but because we are on the wellness concept, and this is my last chance to say anything, I'm going to say this. See, we've all seen in the recent social media about pressure and how it's leading to, loss of life. I want to leave you with this thought, right? You've all talked about games, Call of Duty and a few other things. How many lives does that person have who's playing that game? 3 maybe? Or 9? Like a cat has 9 lives, they say. But how many do we have? 1, right? And if we are going into, now you're all getting into the corporate in a few months or so, if you're going to think that I'm going to be in a corporate, I'm going to, I'm very ambitious and all of that is fine. But know that the salaries that you get paid is getting paid to you because there are problems to be solved. We're not getting paid high, rupees or dollars because the life is easy. Right? We have one life, life is not difficult, and having some kind of conversations, whether you call it gamification or somebody to talk to, right, is what is going to make it easier. And look at life as a game. Forget L&D. Yeah. Right? Look at life as a game, and that will take you places, and that will keep you safe. While yes, organizations have gamified learning, I think we as people have to invest in ourselves and know that life is ups and downs. Right, so I'll just stop there.
Thank you, Mamta. I think those are the words of wisdom. Please remember that we just have one life. So in your Gen Z lingo, we say YOLO. Yeah. Okay. So now, thank you all for those words and insights. I personally took a lot of notes, and this is going to help me in my appraisals, right? So let's see what this house really want to learn. In the starting, I did ask you your expectations. Probably now you have better thoughts. Questions. First, we'll listen all the questions, and then probably we'll bucket them. Yeah, please. We can take 3-4 questions.
So as I understand, the main reason why companies have gamified the whole learning process is because people are not taking the course much seriously. So by gamifying the learning process, have companies actually gained something in return? Because gamifying a process also requires a lot of investment. So are companies actually able to justify those investment? Because the same amount can also be invested in something else, maybe in sustainability of the process. So did companies actually get something back in return?
ROI on gamification. Next question. Yes. Crystal clear question. Okay.
Thank you for the insightful session. One question I have is what L&D and gamification process are implemented in organization to help existing employees switch into different business unit, like either in retail banking to business banking, and how do L&D and gamification help some of the things unlearn and then relearn new things?
Okay, so we have ROI on gamification, and then we have how LXPs is helping employee to gain diversified experiences with respect to the function change. Am I right? Okay, third.
Gamification has 2 sides. One is learning and one is insights. Learning is for the users, insights is for the person who is providing the gamification. So how is the industry actually utilizing the insight which it is generating?
Come again.
How is the...
Is the question clear?
How are the HRs and the LXPs actually using the insight generated by the gamification which is done?
Okay, so probably the inputs that employee gives to the interface and how they are utilizing
automatically
it.
Generated input, how the employee interacts with the game.
Okay, last question. Yes.
So we were discussing about measurement of ROI. So I want to understand how do we measure behavioral change when gamified, because this is something very essential and very difficult to measure. So this would be my question to the panel.
Okay, so bucketing, we have 2 questions. One is on ROI and then ROI on how we measure the behavioral change. Who want to take it?
And then
yeah, but the answers have to be really crisp. So it should not exceed more than 1 and 1.5 minutes, right?
Okay, my time starts now, I believe. So on ROI, one thing which I would like to say, somebody has said employees don't take programs seriously. So that's not the case. The reason for gamification is primarily to bring the experience and application exactly after you learn it. So that gives you, the game gives you a possibility to apply your knowledge. And then coming to the behavioral part, so the latest gamification element which has come into picture is called simulations. Right, so a lot of real-time, real-life simulations are being integrated into a lot of behavioral programs. So recently we did people manager program, first-time manager program. We integrated a lot of simulation which are related to the business environment. These people are day in, day out, right? So you go through, let's say, learning agility module, which is a theoretical module. We'll talk about growth, mindset, many other things. You have understood 5-6 elements of it. Immediately after that, you go into that simulation, which is actually a real-time scenario, where you come across multiple scenarios, you respond to those scenarios, and then there will be a report coming out of it. This report will give you insights. Okay, out of these 5 skills which were measured through the simulation, these are the levels where you stand. These are the areas where you need to further improve upon basis the model which were talked into those modules. So this is how you just close loop learning and application, so that it gives you an immediate gratification, right? That's what we call in Gen Z, right? They look for an immediate gratification, and that is actually very, very important and real thing, which gives you a lot of kick and motivation. So you learn, you immediately apply, and you see, okay, this is where I am. Because otherwise what will happen, you go and you'll think, हाँ मेरे को आता है यार, वही तो बताया था, and I am there. But then you see the report coming out of the system, giving you actual numbers where you stand, you realize, okay boss, abhi aur bacha hai, I have to further invest and little more and then get to that level. So that is what you get right away for the behavioral ones.
Just to give you one example of a very simple matrix that you yourself can experience about learning. I don't know whether you have the full access to Microsoft Teams, but there is a feature called Coach, Speaker Coach, right? So if you turn on that Speaker Coach while you are presenting, for you all, it's very important to have a good presentation skills, communication skills and all, right? Turn on that Speaker Coach. After the end of the presentation, it will give you the real-time inputs, whether you were too fast, too slow, how many words were repeated, and were you able to engage the audience in the conversation, if at all there are more people on the call. So it gives you feed in between, whether you are only the one who is speaking, whether you are letting people ask questions, answers, whether you are going too fast, you need to stop, you need to pause, everything. So that is just one matrix, how you can embed effective communication skills in learning and then give the ROI as a better presenter or somebody who is very good now has improved their marketing skills or presentation skills for any product for your organization. Yes, Nidhi, you were saying something.
So I like to answer 2 questions. One was on ROI and second was in terms of like a career movement, which I think somebody had asked from there. So in terms of ROI, see, there is still a traditional method, which is the Kirkpatrick in terms of your L1 feedback, L2, L3. And in terms of like how much cost have you invested in the program, if it is a classroom program. So as Mamta ma'am also mentioned, in terms of like at L&D functions, what we also do is we keep a track in terms of talent acquisition as well. I like to reiterate from that perspective. So when we have implemented gamification at Tata, so we have seen our talent acquisition cost going down. No matter, we hardly hire anybody from outside, but when we do these brainstorming, as I mentioned earlier, so we have come out with something which is called the ROI. So if I look at my succession planning program, which was gamified, so I have been able to develop at least, so there were around 2 batches which we have run, wherein 110 people were selected. 70% of them, that is my ROI, and this is not a number just to be quoted in this room, you can check it out. So who would have got either a lateral movement, a vertical movement, or a job rotation. Second question to answer from a perspective is when I talk about Tatas in terms of like diversified learning, wherein, for example, a person who is into a finance function. So we have something called build on your abilities or empowered learning. So let's say I am not interested, or maybe I feel that I have more skill set to move to a commercial department. I have a customer service. So I am an example here on my as in movement from So I'm an IT person, frankly speaking. So when I joined American Express as a management trainee, I joined the IT hardcore software engineering perspective. When I had gone through a learning platform or a learning program, I got to know that I have more of a people skills. And thanks to that organization, that made me learn HR. And today I am in HR. This is around, I think, 20 years back. So this is how it goes. It's again up to you also, how you take it, how you imbibe it into yourself, because until you wear that learning hat on your head, I think irrespective the organizations push things, irrespective the companies tell you, okay, go for this, do this, it will not make any sense. So two things, as ma'am mentioned, health, and second is your learning always be on that gray cell working mode.
Yes, Rajiv, please.
Quick, the insights he was saying that, right? How many of you are in HR here? Rest of not HR, right? I mean, not going. See, so one thing today, we are talking about gamification, we are talking about L&D and all. The people who are not from HR, right? Just have my personal experience. First, whatever function you are going to represent, sales, operations, manufacturing, R&D, whatever, you have to be first HR manager. I mean, we are talking about insights, big things and all, but as a functional manager, before HR, you have to understand that kind of thing HR is proposing to us as a department managers. You have to understand how you are going to get the benefits for your people, right? Our problem is this, here, I mean, in Indian context, everything is for HR. They are there, come on, this is your job. I am the salesperson, I have to have numbers and all, and we keep on struggling, introducing innovative things, X, Y, Z from here and there, like these conferences, we are getting some inputs, implementing there, and nobody is saying thank you very much, nobody is saying this, because it's our job. So being not HR function, your responsibility is the successful, I mean, entire success, it depends on your mindset. So please, my humble request to you is that try to be HR manager first, then other functions. Then if you are that mindset, believe me, you will go miles. You will go miles. Because sitting as a computer professional, done my MC, and sitting today as a L&D, so such kind of transformation will happen.
You know, as they say that you have to be master of all trades and jack of all trades and master of none, but I say be the jack of all trades, master of one. So I think that is did it answers your question? All questions answered? Okay, so let's close the panel with one last closing remark from every one of you on what is that one thing. Quick, 30 seconds please. Huh? I'm getting a hands up from the organizer, bahut zyada bol diya, huh? So last 30 seconds on what is that one thing that will be the prime responsible for making organizations future-proof with their L&D and gamification strategies. One thing, 30 seconds.
So I'll say get the human element and the technology work together.
Making people of the organization owner of their own development.
People, profit, process and technology, all of them will need L&D interventions. So the focus has to be on the bottom line.
My take is patience from the employer side, right? Have patience, result will come, and discipline from the employee side. These two things actually require.
And I believe what I have taken from you guys only is please focus on purpose and the numbers. If your initiatives are not aligned to the business strategies, you are going to be doomed. So thank you so much. What a lovely panel and lovely audience. You have been really patient. I hope we were able to give you some insights, and if not, call us again. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I request the panelists to please remain on the stage for a photograph. Okay. Okay. Thank you to our esteemed panelists for the thought-provoking discussion on fostering a learning culture. Your insights have given us much to reflect on as we strive to create dynamic learning ecosystems within our organization.
Some fun picture, okay. Let's hear from the students. Which one do you want?
Would you like to join some of you?
Why not?
Okay. 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 Also, since we have talked a lot about sustainability today in the Corporate Insight session, so as part of our sustainability initiatives, we are proud to announce that we have reduced the plastic usage, as well as we have partnered with Blue Smart for EV transportation for all the panelists and guests. Now, I request all the panelists to just remain there only for the felicitation program. And I request Ms. Neha to felicitate the respective panelists for a token of appreciation. Please welcome Mr. Rajiv Saini. Ms. Nidhi Thomas. Ms. Mamta Vegunta. And Mr. Anand Pachauri. Thank you, panelists. I also request Drishti, a senior team member, to felicitate Ms. Neha. I'd also like to express my deep gratitude towards Mr. Rajat and Ms. Vedika, our esteemed alumni, for accompanying Mr. Anand Pachauri and giving us an opportunity to host them. I request Drishti to please facilitate Mr. Rajat and Ms. Vedika. Thank you, everyone. I request all the panelists to please proceed for high tea. All the students are requested to remain seated.
panel, Remote Work Revolution, Innovative Learning and Development for Virtual Workforces. This discussion will explore how organizations are reimagining L&D to suit the needs of remote work teams. With virtual work becoming the norm, companies are adopting new strategies like microlearning and digital collaboration tools to keep employees engaged and continuously developing their skills. Today, our expert speakers will discuss how to leverage these innovative approaches to enhance learning experiences, ensure knowledge retention, and meet the unique needs of a dispersed workforce. To shed light on the same, I would like to introduce our moderator, Professor Mamta Mohapatra. She is a professor of OB HR at the International Management Institute, New Delhi. With over 2.5 decades of experience in teaching, research, training, and consulting, she specializes in human resource management, industrial relations, and organizational behavior. She is an expert in the HR and OB area, having received training at Harvard Business School and IIM Ahmedabad. Her professional interest includes applied and action research in cross-cultural management, strategic human resource management, talent management, and organizational restructuring. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Let me introduce you to our first panelist, Ms. Trupti Bias. She has a rich career in L&D, working with organizations like Genpact, Arison Technologies, Capgemini, and JLL. She has partnered with business and HR leaders to implement strategic business leader learning interventions, focusing on employee engagement, capability development, and client satisfaction. Ms. Trupti is passionate about creating innovative L&D solutions that transcend geographical boundaries and believes in the power of continuous learning and skill enhancement for diverse and distributed workforces. We're glad to have you here, ma'am. I'm pleased to introduce you to the second panelist, Ms. Maha Hassan, Head of Learning and Development at Booking Holdings India, a role she has held since February 2023. With nearly 15 years of experience at organizations such as Amazon, EY, and HCL Technologies, Ms. Hassan has made an impactful contributions in the L&D field, spearheading global products, projects, and initiatives across diverse industries. Her expertise in crafting L&D strategies and driving organizational development initiatives positions her as a valuable leader in the space. It is a pleasure to have you here with us, ma'am. Let's welcome Mr. Atulya Goswami, the Human Resource Director and India Site Operations Lead at General Mills India, with over 19 years of experience in HR across FMCG, chemicals, and manufacturing sectors. Mr. Atulya has worked with top names like Procter & Gamble, Hero MotoCorp, and UPL, showcasing his versatility and leadership. An MBA from SCM HRD, he was named one of the top 35 young HR leaders of 2022 and is recognized as one of the Engagedly's top 100 HR influencers. We are happy to have you here, sir. I'm pleased to introduce you Mr. Pankaj Khoda, our last panelist. With over 17 years in learning and development, he has worked with top organizations like Mphasis, Syntel, Convergys, and Tech Mahindra. Mr. Pankaj excels in understanding business challenges and crafting leadership development solutions that align with business goals, focusing on customer alignment and continuous learning. Based in Pune, he enjoys cycling and exploring new places. Let us all give a hearty welcome to Pankaj, sir. Now I would request Mamta ma'am to take the discussion forward.
Do I need to come there? No? Okay, a very good morning. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here to discuss on a topic which is so exciting and so very relevant. So I would first of all like to thank all our guests here for their time, and I'm sure we are going to have a great discussion because as you saw from their profiles, and I would like to congratulate the team here. Was it by design? I don't know, because you have people representing different sectors. So I think Atulya is from the manufacturing, Pankaj is from IT, from services, travel and e-commerce and real estate. So each one of them having diverse experience in different sectors. So congratulations to the senior and the junior team for assembling people here from diverse sectors, because this is what we need. Had it been a particular sector, then it would have been a sectoral discussion. So I'm really looking forward to the discussions. And I said it's a very relevant topic because at the outset I would want to quote Alvin Toffler, the great American writer and futurist. He had said that in the 21st century, it's not reading and writing. So people are illiterate, would be called illiterate, not because they can't read and write, but they would be called illiterate because they are not able to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So which is so very relevant. And today we are in a VUCA and a BANI world where things are constantly changing. And during our tea time we were discussing how every day we are facing changes at the workplace and we are struggling to cope up with that. So again, the topic that you have chosen is of great relevance, especially this panel's topic, which is remote work and the challenges it brings in, and how this. So when we were having this discussion, we said let's not limit it to only remote work, but to hybrid work as well, because companies are now, calling back their employees, and how personally
Calling or forcing?
forcing employees, yeah, that's a better word, because everybody is reluctant to come back and leave the comfort of their homes. So, and each of us were discussing how we are more productive at home, yes, but then certain things cannot be done or cannot be achieved when you are, and she was giving a personal example that when somebody is on a Teams call, I can't interrupt. Whereas if she's physically there in the office, I can just go and knock and say, we have something important lined up next, so please, So all those things are there, but I do think that remote work is here to stay. And when it comes to learning, again, it's a different, all of you are L&D specialists. I'm sure you'll contribute and talk about the practical things that are happening on the ground. But when it comes to learning and you are responsible for making people learn remotely, I can just imagine what would be the challenges, because when we are doing an online class and we are not sure what's happening, I see my own children, they've logged in and they are
and you have devices to tame the system.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moving if you're not there.
My son himself, he's doing an executive course from IIM Indore, and he has his assistant who submits assignments, attends the classes and everything. But mind you, he gets an A+. He's the topper of the batch. So when it comes to learning, and that too learning remotely, and as an academician, I would want to go back a little in history and see how it has evolved. So I went back, I was thinking, and I went back to my childhood days when it was the day of radios, right? And there used to be a program called Krishi Darshan or something. And then I used to think, who's going to do, farmers really listen to this? Till that time, I was part of a research, and these farmers actually would, there used to be a radio, there was to broadcast, and they used to sit down all together and listen to that. So I think that was the first form of remote learning that came to my mind. And during COVID, of course, Zoom and all, we became very familiar, and it has aided us also. So with that kind, like it's not something very new. Like technology in, older times also had aided learning. And we see the application of technology more today when it comes to learning and development. So I think we are going to have a wonderful discussion on how it is being done, what is the role of leadership, what are the role of L&D professionals, what are the challenges. So these are some of the things that we are going to talk about. And of course, we've devoted 15 minutes to a Q&A. And from whatever you listen and whatever you want to learn more, I'm sure the students can, during those 15 minutes, ask questions. So welcome once again. I, on my personal behalf, on behalf of IMI, on behalf of IREC, welcome you to this session. So when we had a pre-dialogue about the session, we decided on a particular way of conducting it. So everybody agreed that we'll take up questions one by one, and not all of them are going to answer the same question, because sometimes it gets too, cumbersome also to manage that. So we've divided the questions amongst the panelists, depending on their comfort level. And they would spend around 6 to 7 minutes on a particular question. So first of all, I would like to ask a very pointed question to Atulya. And the question is, Atulya, when it comes to remote learning, leadership plays a very crucial role. And the buy-in of the leader, the kind of culture he or she sets, or the top management, what are they looking forward to, it becomes very, very crucial. So let's talk about what role does leadership play in supporting the success of remote L&D programs. And the second part is, which is more interesting, how can leaders effectively champion these initiatives within their organization? Over to you, Atulya.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So glad to be here, and thanks for having me here today. A very apt topic, and I know we are all here to learn. We are studying in the B School to learn and develop, and we are also sitting here to learn from each other and share some learnings today. Let's talk a bit about the question which you just brought up, ma'am, that what is the role of leadership in remote L&D? Let me first start off with the role of leadership in L&D itself, right? So remote is just one component of how you learn, right? Remote hybrid is just one component. But the overall setup that the leadership has to actually create is going to be your biggest driving factor for your L&D strategy for the site. First point, I would say, is a very important vision and business strategy in the minds of leaders. So is L&D a training needs identification, or is it a training necessity identification basis the business that you have to drive? And goes back to the whole key question on why do you need to train somebody? Why do you need L&D in the organization, right? Jobs are going to change, technologies are going to change, people are going to change roles, right? So the role and the environment around you is going to drive a lot of changes in the way you do business, or the way you should be doing business going forward. So the first and foremost component is setting that vision very clearly in their mind on why they are doing this L&D as a strategy, or is it a good to have program in the organization. So point number one is that. Three things which need to be very clear when you talk about vision from L&D perspective. Am I doing it to build a skill? Is it skill based? For example, let's talk about Microsoft Copilot. So I'm assuming most of us know that today, right? The world is going to move on Copilot, everybody is going to use that. Necessary skill. I have to train people on that. That has to come from the leadership. It's a necessary skill. Everybody should be knowing that. AI, everybody should be knowing that. The proficiency levels could be different, right? One function may not need it as deep as somebody in technology, but everybody will need to understand AI. Skill-based. Level-based. Is it clear in my mind as a leader, what do I need to do at different levels? A manager of people would need very different skills from an individual contributor. So again, it's a strategic choice. level-based trainings for a manager of people would be something to build people skills. It could be to develop people. It could be to run performance reviews. It could be something else. And the third one is need-based, meaning I am an employee in the company. I don't deliver certain skill sets or capabilities. I don't exhibit them. Hence, the organization can help in facilitating that development. Example, time management, example, negotiation, example, communication skills, example could be something else. So point number one is my leadership visionary enough to realize that there is a business angle to L&D, and how is that translating into my ecosystem in terms of business strategy being derived or being developed, delivered through the L&D programs. So that is point number one. Point number two to my mind would be how do they set the culture, okay? And this is where different nuances would come in on walk the talk. So when you are talking about different L&D programs across different levels, there has to be some sort of leadership commitment as well. How much are the leaders investing in their own learning and development? How is your overall system looking at developing leaders across, right from the top to the bottom? So that's point, even within the culture element. Second one, which I would say here is, how do you do the resource allocation, right? How do you do the resource allocation? A lot of times the debate would be around, is L&D a cost or is it an investment? So those are the choices which you would typically make at the leadership level here in terms of allocation of even a simple things like how many meeting rooms in your own setup when you're doing infrastructure. That becomes a matter of debate. Investment in technologies. What kind of tools and training systems do you want to bring in? What kind of trainer investment do you want to do? And even within culture, think about things like how much do you want to invest in developing internal trainers? So these are all your leadership commitments which come on the resource allocation part of it. So we've talked about vision. It starts with vision. Second one is about culture. How do they walk the talk? Simple things like, how do you introduce policies to support this? And that's walking the talk. For example, in our organization, one of the things which I can probably share here is something like an education assistance program, which is very much a pull-based program. So you are actually giving an opportunity to people to come up and say that, hey, I am at a certain level in the organization. 1.5 lakhs allocated by the organization basis certain criteria. Once in 4 years, I can pick up a course of my choice, which is relevant to my skills and my job. Not that I'm going to join a cooking crash course. Those are your personal choices. But if I am a data engineer, can I pick up a certification? If I am a HR professional, can I go to XLRI, pick up a course which is within the budget or something like that? So those are your monument. I would say those are your visible cultural choices which you have to bring as leaders in the organization. Last one is my favorite, and I remember we were talking about it when we just we were trying to chat to each other before the session. Is how do you review your L&D program, right? So do you see it as, how many business reviews have we seen where we talk L&D, right? We talk about cost, we talk about bottom line, we talk about top line. How many times do we talk about how many people in my organization are at a certain proficiency level in terms of skill sets? And organizations are moving in that direction today, right? So skill matrix driven conversations, or let's say a CEO having a very clear view of what are the broader skill sets in my organization and where are my people in terms of proficiency levels. So those visibility factors are also coming into business reviews now, in the new age setups that I'm seeing. So that's, again, this is a mention of how much seriousness do you want to bring in terms of reviewing your current L&D systems. And then last but not the least, how is skill-based system getting integrated into promotions and growth in the organization? And again, this is something which is changing over a period of time. A lot of times we feel that, hey, we are training people, but we are not seeing the ROI, or we are not seeing what next out of the L&D program. But now things are changing, right? So if I'm picking up certain skills, it is not a need anymore, it's a necessity. So if I have to get promoted in the organization is actually starting to track that where do my people sit in terms of skill building? Have they acquired the relevant skill sets or not? And if they were to be developed or promoted, are they actually exhibiting those skills or not? So here is where the review portion of it also comes into play. And by the way, I'm not a core L&D person here, so I'm the most lesser L&D person here and talking more from my HR lens, where L&D is one of the components. This is what I hear in the business discussions when I sit with the leaders, and I think vision, culture, resources, and how do you drive your reviews, how much seriousness you bring there in terms of outcomes when you invest in L&D strategy. I think whether it's remote, whether it's hybrid, whether it's in person, all these components matter a lot in my view.
I think very well structured, and I would like to just summarize the essence of what you spoke, Atulya. I like this phrase that you used. It's no longer, learning and development is no longer a need, it's a necessity. So when we are talking about, upskilling people, and in the context of leadership role, you very rightly said, first having a vision, and then setting the culture in place and reviewing. So these are the 3 steps that a leader should look forward to. And within this framework, leaders, when they are thinking about L&D, should focus on what should be the skills that need to be imparted, what levels, and then what resources need to be used. So I think very, very focused and very well structured answer. Thank you so much, Atulya. Yeah, you want to add in? Yeah. So Maha.
I just, want to quickly add in that, when we also speak about championing, one thing which is sometimes underestimated is also, the leadership team actually role modeling the behaviors, or actually saying that I am attending as well, right? It's not just about attending, you're just a number for that matter, but then how do you role model yourself and then demonstrate those behaviors if there is something that you're learning, on the go, or rather say evolving as a leader, because sometimes people feel that leaders, you attend certain things or leadership development interventions, etc. happens for you, but then how are you able to role model and bring it down to the last employee in the organization and showcase, that you are evolving as your learning journey as well. So which is a very powerful mechanism, I feel that the leadership team, emulate in the organization to really champion that I am doing and what are you doing about it kind of, stuff in the organization.
Absolutely, Maha. I think this is very important. When we talk about leadership, we talk about pace setting. And pace setting is actually walking the talk and championing the cause. Very rightly put. Thank you so much. Now we move on to the second question, because we have an agenda to complete, although we can talk about this more. So my question now is addressed to, again, Atulya and Tripti. So the question is, how can L&D professionals ensure that remote training programs remain relevant and up to date with rapidly changing industry trends and technological advancements? So how can you make it relevant? So Tripti going first.
So to simplify this, you've all spent some time learning something or the other in the last 1 week. Am I right? Yes? And how have you done that? How have you done that? On your phones primarily? All right. So what tools? A few examples of tools where you've learned something? Sorry? There's a murmur, I can't really hear. But some tools that you've used to learn.
Get some energy, guys.
Insta? Coursera, okay. Any others? YouTube, yes. I want non-traditional ones primarily. So YouTube, yes. Khan Academy is a great example. Sorry? ChatGPT, of course. What else? Any other? Okay. So now, when we talk about making it relevant, right, I have to understand who is the audience that I'm doing it for, right? So there are 4 questions that you have to answer whenever I think of making it relevant, which is, who am I doing it for, right? Why am I doing it? What will it mean for them? And how will I do it, right? So for example, if I say the who that I'm doing it for, and we want to launch something, the organization, the university wants to launch something for you, they have to have your profile in place. They have to know how you will learn. How will you learn? You will learn through phones. That's the only best way to learn at this point in time. Similarly, when I plan something, I have to think of who am I doing it for. Like in an IT organization, I know everyone has a system. They have a desk job. They will sit and be able to do the learning hours that I ask them to do. Will I be able to do that for a person who is maybe sitting in, not even sitting, in Coimbatore doing a F&B job or housekeeping for the client? Will that person be able to learn? I'll say, no, no, you have to come to the system and learn. He doesn't have a system. Will it work? So like Peter Drucker says, culture will always eat strategy for breakfast. So you can keep strategizing, you can keep planning, I can keep talking to the business about TNA. What is important is on the ground, how you're making it relevant, right? So for example, this is something I've heard another leader say, and that's something I really go by. It is, we have to understand today my competitor in learning as an L&D professional is, my competitor in learning is not Coursera or Udemy. My competitor is Netflix or any other OTT platform. So how do I make it accessible to you is the question I have to answer. If I don't make it accessible and I say, listen, go to this MPFA, then you do multi-factor authentication, then a code will come to you, you've lost interest by then, and you'll say, I'll do this at a later point in time. So I have to be able to answer that, right? And interesting, so you talk about who, what, why, how, right? And then you strategize or design your intervention around it. So making it relevant will be, how do people learn today? For example, we've talked about LXPs, right? What is an LXP? An LXP makes it available for you. It works in both the ways. What it also does is, though, if today you feel like, and that's an example that you use, Atulya, an LXP also says, if you want to today feel like, I want to learn how to cook, an LXP will make that available for you. So that's the difference between a typical LMS, which is a learning management system, and that is an LXP. However, in the roles that you do tomorrow, right, you will not always have the ability to invest in that budget. You will not always, L&D will not always have the money to put in, right? So you have to go with what is available in the organization. So you have to see how is it that you bring ChatGPT, right? To say, okay, if this guy is learning on the go and he is not sitting, she is not having time to sit at all, how can I make it in the flow of work? Very, very important. If I don't answer to that, not going to work. It will work for leadership development, it will work for manager development, because they will still have administrative roles where they can sit and do it. But for a person on the go, that's not going to happen. Or for somebody who's doing, for example, have you heard of gig work? Gigs? So I'm doing multiple gigs. If I have to make a person like that learn, how will I make that person learn? What's the best way to do it? I have to get as close to them as possible. So I think in the design, in all of this, if you're able to answer these 4 W's, that will make it very relevant. Think from the user angle. If I'm learning today, how will I do it? Am I losing interest? If I'm losing interest, the other person will lose interest faster. So I think that's my 2 cents on it, and I'll take it to Atulya now to answer.
Yep, and to my mind, I would say 2-3 things to be mindful of. First one is, how is my job changing, okay? Because all this is linked with roles to a large extent. And I'll give you a very FMCG example here. So pandemic days, you're not really able to sell in the market, right? You're not traveling. So now my sales force has to learn how to sell remotely. That's a very different skill set versus being in the classroom and learning that skill set from a facilitator. Similarly, right, so I think the first thing to note here is, how is the role evolving, how is the job changing? Because learning is going to be secondary, like it's a process which follows the change which happens at the job level. Second portion which we strongly encourage is a lot of external benchmarking to understand how things are evolving in general in the market. And it could be in terms of technology, it could be in terms of different skill sets. And there is a huge reliance on typically in our context, if I have to say, World Economic Forum skill sets which keep, they share every year, right? So what are some of the skill sets which are evolving? And when you'll read through them, what you'll see, there's a huge component of digital and technology which is coming in. And especially if I think about even FMCG industry today, every job that we do, there is a huge component of technology today. There's a huge component of AI which is building in, whether it is supply chain, marketing, even HR for that matter, or sales, right? Or the back end of analytics that happens today. So there is good amount of external benchmarking to understand how the trends are looking like. And then the third component is who is your customer here? Going back to the point which was mentioned just now. And here is a funny example, right? So we do those interactions with different parts of our organization, which is Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen X, and we try and understand what are the needs there. These are my personal interactions with a certain set of employees that we identify every quarter. Interaction with Gen Zs goes like this. Okay, so how do you like to learn? The question is, don't do anything which is of a full day training program. We hate it. We don't like to sit in full day training programs. I'm wondering how we, all right. So bite size is what typically we hear. And what I was actually told, ma'am, there was that don't make any training program more than 30 minutes. Can you bring it down to an hour or 30 minutes? Any sort of training program. Can you make it bite sized? And when I was doing my own reading and trying to understand what is changing, I could clearly see micro-learning is one changing trend. And this is very much applicable to Gen Zs. So hence what it means is anything which can be shortened up and made more interesting, much more bite-sized, more train from anywhere kind of a program is going to be a big hit with Gen Zs. Is this going to work with Gen Ys? Maybe yes, maybe no. Gen Ys are still very comfortable to sit in a day-long training program and have a much more immersive experience, maybe a lot of times in person. Remote may not work very well for all of them. Again, these are very subjective statements. They can change from an organization to an organization, but by and large, people will still be okay to sit in a classroom session. So who are my customers? Who are the people that I'm going to train is again going to be the second component. Third component is how are you going to build your L&D depth in the organization. And by depth here I mean functional SMEs, subject matter experts, who will be the expertise, who will bring that expertise of training people internally in the organization, who have depth of knowledge. And those SMEs will play a very important role in knowing what kind of things are changing in your specific domains. And when I mean SMEs, supply chain SME, HR SME, marketing SME, sales SME. And in all likelihood, they would be working with academics and they would be having those closer interactions to understand how things are evolving, right? I may not know what has changed in the last 10 years, but the guys sitting there, their job is to see what is happening in the world, in the external world. How are jobs changing? How is technology changing? How is my subject changing? And what do I need to change in my own context to become a successful organization? Because end of the day, everything that is happening here is to deliver value to the customer, and of course bottom line and top line, right? Everything has a business outcome. So all these things have to come together from, so the third component to this is going to be your subject matter expertise. So I think these three things would be very critical when you talk about trends and external benchmarking, the second piece which I mentioned, and then the SME portion to it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Again, a lot of knowledge, wisdom coming from the experts. So I think Tripti, when she was answering this question on how to make L&D relevant, pointed out the four questions, that is who am I training, or who is my ultimate audience who is going to be trained, what should I train on, why should I be doing this, and how should I do it. And one more important, very important factor that she stressed on was how to make it available. Okay, you've discovered who, why, what, how, and how do I make this available to my, employee who is remotely sitting somewhere. So very relevant, thoughts on this. Atulya, again, answered it in 3 steps. So how is this role evolving? Like L&D, so in terms of technology, and I liked the way Trupti asked the audience that how do you learn? So she started off, in a very practical way. And again, Atulya added on to that by saying that how this role is evolving and how the skill sets that we are aiming at to improve, how the technology is changing. So if I am to train my workforce to operate remotely, selling something, so how do I do that? So because these things are evolving, and during changing times, how do you keep up with this? Then the next was, again, I liked it very much. You are addressing different generations, like who are we doing it for? And different generations have different ways of learning, or they love a particular way of learning. For Gen Z, bite size, and for traditionalists or Gen X, a classroom setup. So you have to keep that in mind as well, which is very, very relevant. So a generational approach. And then for who should be doing the training? So to keep it relevant, there should be SMEs, and it's very important who delivers this L&D. I think great answers. Now moving on, I'm so glad that we are sticking to the time and all of us are conscious. So the next question is addressed to Maha. So Maha, as we dive into the topic of virtual L&D, what emerging trends or innovations do you believe are shaping the future of learning and development for remote teams? So again, a very interesting area. Over to you.
Absolutely, and a great follow-up to the previous conversation as well. I loved it how Tripti started with like asking you, right? And most of you said phones, while you all have laptops as well, right? And then you are sitting in a classroom, kind of set up right now. Of course, it will continue to be, blended. So how do you mix up all of these things, but then stay curious and stay, continue to learn? When we talk about technologies, of course, as Atulya was talking about micro-learning, or bite-sized learning. I mean, all of you, a lot of you mentioned about Instagram, like those reels and stuff, right? They're not more than a minute, but you're still gaining, something very important there. So while micro-learning is a concept, which is bite-sized learning, but how is technology really enabling it, right? In a real world, when you have like corporate and then you have a really, busy life and a full day schedule, how do you take out time for learning almost say every day or in between those learning moments, right? So how can we use technology to fuel that micro learning as well in different formats? So, some learning nudges where you can learn and then also absorb it. It's not just about like bite-sized content and it's just done in there, done and dusted with just, a small bite-sized content available to you. How are you gaining out of it and how are you applying? And of course, what is the current buzzword, right? The buzzword is AI. ML. These, this technology has been there for a lot of, like at least like I have heard it for at least 6-7 years, right? But then it has picked up that pace and now every organization is really thinking about how do I integrate AI into my function, right? And it is happening in the business teams, it's happening in, HR functions, L&D and so on. I mean, couple of areas where, technology trends like these and how do we embrace it? I think the most important thing would be to have that open mindset to even absorb that change, right? So how do you do that intentionally? Yes, this technology exists. How do I embed it into my strategy and really, bring it alive for my, people, for my organization? And so AI, how is it really helping, right? We talk about personalization and, Tripti was talking about what is really meant, who's my audience and what is really needed by you, right? So personalization, how do I just, use AI technology to enable that? and personalized learning. So when you open whatever you're using, as a technology platform to learn, how is it giving you suggestions, recommendations that you need, right? Sometimes, is it like chat GPT very scary sometimes when you ask something and it will embed like, a lot of stories that you were like, oh, but I didn't even tell a chat GPT about this, right? But then it is giving you relevant stuff, as an example. How is it relevant, personalized learning for you? And then you continue those topics, and then how are you able to select your areas of interest, right? So which is of course applicable as students. You may think about it as you as audience, right? But when you step into the corporate world, how do you make that real for your leaders, for your organization as well? Personalization and localization, right? How many of you are actually using a lot of these technologies in your preferred language, while we assume that English is the only way of learning, right? Which may not be true for everybody. If I have workforce who sitting in warehouses and fulfillment centers or out on the road, am I just assuming that they are just good to learn in English, or is it their local language? Now you will see all of your shopping apps, which is also asking you about your language, your preferred language, and then you're more comfortable. Then, and I loved it how Atulya created, those generations. If you talk about previous generations and, the latest generations, how are we looking at those data to tweak it? Now, if we look at the data, of course, a lot of rich insights. How can we leverage technology to actually use that data and then throw up those suggestions, right? If you like learning in, say, a Marathi or in a Hindi, language, how do we use that in localization, right? So, technology, of course, and innovation every day. I mean, my suggestion would be that if if all of us as HR professionals are just as professionals, how do we stay relevant in bringing those out that, every day embracing the change, continue to learn ourselves, and then embedding it into the way that we are learning or, making other people learn. Social learning, you guys spoke about, these platforms or even these learning systems, right? How many of you actually learn from each other as well, right? Do you go and like share your notes? You do, right? But if I'm talking about a remote setup, that will continue in a corporate setup as well, right? If I can just talk to my, another colleague sitting in another country, I can just ping that person and, start that conversation. There's a discussion board. I mean, a lot of us Quora, Reddit readers, right? So why? Because you're very engaged into that content. How do we learn from those? So it's a lot of technology which is enabling you to learn in a very simple manner. And, a lot of takeaways for you almost every day. I mean, and my personal recommendation is also, try to adapt that, because you all are students, so it's a personal recommendation, how do you absorb that as your learning journey and, not just rely on some mediums. And, currently, of course, there's a lot of trend of podcasts and self-learning, suggested learning. I mean, there's no dearth of, these mediums of learning. But how do you embed it into your learning strategy so that it works for people who absolutely need it at the right time? The focus is, right learning at the right time. If I learn on the mobile, I should have like, something on the mobile, and then, how do I do that bite-sized and stuff like that? What is fueling it? Technology. And depending on the organization sizes as well, it varies. If it's a small organization, a lot of time, technology, sometimes the spends, because it's a huge investment, may not be the first priority immediately. But if it's a large organization, the first thing you talk about or think about is scalability. How do I scale? How do I reach out to, 500,000 employees across the globe and then impact their lives and not just, people sitting right next to me? So just a couple of thoughts there.
Thank you so much, Maha. So talking about innovations, very relevant what she mentioned is that everybody, all of us are looking at how to integrate AI into whatever we are doing in our respective spheres. And what I liked most was all these are available, but how do you personalize it and how do you embed the learning within? So that is the more important question. So there are, she mentioned discussion boards, podcasts, modules, different kinds of, one more important thing is social learning that you mentioned. And most of us day in and day out today, we are learning most, I would say, through social learning. Like simple ways of handling an app, or like I all the time, so we have to have our antennas tuned to a learning opportunity. And there's learning all around. We just have to, catch what is going around and embed it in our own knowledge and wisdom setup. Thank you so much. I think now we move on to, I skipped a question knowingly, Pankaj, because I thought it was, yeah, going with the flow. So coming to Pankaj now. So what are some of the practical strategies, a very relevant question, for integrating peer learning and feedback in a virtual environment to enhance the impact of learning and development initiatives?
I think it's very interesting, right? We've been talking about learning and what is the role of L&D, and now we are switching from the role of L&D to the role of the learners. Is it safe for me to say that all of you are peers? Yes. Do we learn from each other? Yeah. What is the hook for you to learn from your peers? Anything that comes to your mind in terms of why would you want to learn from your peers? What do they bring on the table for you? Any thoughts? Anyone? A different perspective, yes. The diversity, very good. What else? Sorry? It's fast, it's quick, you'll get it faster. Okay. And it's very interesting, right? We're saying it because now we have all these other tools. AI is there for you, right? ChatGPT is there. If you need some help, getting information from peer is faster or AI is faster? But then why would I go to a peer compared to any of the other things, right? Whether AI or going to a course or YouTube or any other channel. Yes, and I think that's a big question for organizations to understand and solution when they create that environment. Let's look at the setup. When you are in a classroom setup, you have a batch, you have peers. So you want to learn from them, you have somebody who's sitting next to you, you can go and ask a question. In the hybrid world, you don't have anyone who's sitting next to you. And as an organization, what we're trying to do is we want you to have diverse opinions. So we are a 34,000 employee-based company, and we want to make sure that the learning happens between all 34,000 people together. Not a difficult one to solve, but not an easy one to solve either. Before we jump into strategies, let's look at a few other factors there. Now, we spoke about why do we reach out to our peers. Do you also have a criteria in mind in terms of whom should I get the responses from, or whom would I reach out to get the responses from? So if you have a question, do you have a persona or a person in mind saying, okay, let me ask this question to this person? Yeah. And what are certain criteria that go into that decision? The experience of that person, okay. Somebody who's going to be familiar with that, very good. What else? They probably have, and that's what's going to bring the different perspective on the table, okay. So do you think this is building into the credibility of that person? Yeah. And if I'm getting inputs from someone whom I perceive as not credible, would I be interested? Do I want that response? Which also means when I create that channel in the organization, I have to do something which starts building credibility. Organizations have this by default way of showing credibility, which is hierarchy. Yes, so while okay, there's a senior person who's saying this, so I'm going to believe this. But in peer learning, the positional or the power position is very different. Let's look at another very important question to understand. We're talking about giving and receiving feedback from peers. One, are we ready to receive feedback from peers? Not really. Yeah. And why is that the case? How many of us have this thought in mind? We probably don't always very vocally say it when we get feedback from peers. Do you know more than me? Do you think you know more than me? We probably don't say it loud to that person saying, oh, I'm as intelligent or as experienced or as knowledgeable as you are. So what makes you any different to say this to me? And I think that's a mental block which needs to be also removed when we are strategizing this problem. Yeah. The third problem that we were trying to solve is, and that's very targeted to the current generation. Is it safe for me to say that everyone's using Instagram or any other social media channel? Yes. When you post something on Instagram, how soon do you expect a response, which is a like or a comment? Instantly? Anyone who's had this terrific day where you've posted something and nothing's happened? What does that do to you? Depression. Yeah? And if that continuously happens, would you still want to continue posting? That stops your thought process or that attempt of trying something new. Imagine someone who's a content creator doesn't get response. What's going to happen to him? Yeah, we don't want to get there, right? Same thing happens. If I create a peer learning channel or a platform and I as a learner put a question and nobody's responding, yeah, I'll track it for a day or two. Third day, am I going to track that? In fact, I won't wait for 2 days also, right? If the older generation probably will try to wait for 2 days. The current generation will skip and find that answer. AI is there, right? So why wait for a peer to come and give response to me? So these are some of the challenges that we looked at when we thought of peer. The idea was to diversify it. The idea was to allow people to understand there is a lot more available within the organization itself, very diverse. A lot of ideas can come in, and they're not alone in this concept of finding answers or problem solving. So the first strategy that we used was culture. How do we build in that culture of learning from each other? It's an attempt, right? If I have a question, I want answers. But if somebody else has a question, how ready am I to give a response? Yeah. See, if I'm connected to that person, so, we spoke about being instant, being credible, but it's also about that rapport, right? If Atulya knows me and I have a question and I reach out to him, yes, he's probably going to be very keen on responding to me. But if he doesn't know me, why would he take that attempt? Because our lives are busy, right? Have you ever tried this random stuff of reaching out to an unknown on LinkedIn, ask a question, and not get a response? Yeah, what's the reason? Because there's no connect there, right? That person probably doesn't know you. But if you reach out to someone on LinkedIn that you've met somewhere, and there's some connect, probably high chances of getting that response. So how do we create that culture within the organization where one, we create that credibility for people. Second, we build in that mindset of sharing and receiving information and create that comfort of receiving feedback and take it positively. Remove the power position from there. Power position is going to exist, but can we come down to a level? It may be a very senior leader coming down and saying, what, I would do this in your position. And it's not a mandate. It's not a mandate that you have to try it this way, but I'm sharing my experience with you. The second one is on the lines of a question that came in the previous, previous panel discussion, which is gamification going to add any value, or is there an ROI? If there is no ROI, should I gamify it? I think gamification now is a hygiene factor. L&D cannot survive without gamification. It's like, I'll go back to Instagram again. It's not my favorite one, but I think I'll be able to resonate more with that. If Instagram's to remove the concept of the likes that you get on the pictures, no option to like your photos. Yeah? How motivated are you to go and post pictures there now? Diminish the purpose of Instagram, right? Same thing in this case, if I'm not gamifying my entire learning experience, why will people do it? What's in it for them? This is again something that came up in the previous panel discussion, which is what's in it for me. So as a learner, if there is nothing in it for you to respond to someone else's queries, why would you do that? Why would you share your experience? So gamification plays a very strong role over there. It has to create an opportunity for your credibility to come out very well when you're responding or asking questions. The third one is around rewards and recognition. Again, without rewards, what's in it for you? Why would you do it? So you create that culture which encourages people to come on a common platform. Everyone in the organization can come together and share. Same in your case, it's not only your batch that can contribute to your queries, but anyone in the institute. The idea is also to take it outside the institute, but then in an organization setup, it's a bit risky, right? You want people to network, but not network very heavily with other people. What's the fear there? Any fear of getting people to interact with people from outside? Big fear. Yeah. So, right now, all the attempts are within the organization, not outside the organization. And that's where all the strategies revolve. Yes. So I think that's my take on it.
So there's just two things that I wanted to add, Pankaj, in terms of what we do at JLL, right? So how is it that you bring in the peer learning and you kind of necessitate it? You don't mandate it, but you necessitate it. So we follow something called the 3E learning strategy. Okay, it's a very simple thing. You can Google it right now if you want. 3E's talks about how do people learn, right? And it's based on adult learning principles, which says 70% of your learning will happen through experience, 20% will happen through exposure, and only 10% will happen through formal classroom training or any formal training that you do, which is education. So how do we kind of necessitate it is that in every learning program, every learning intervention session that you have, we have very strong skills guides that talk about to enhance this capability, right? And we are doing almost 70 to 80% virtual. To enhance this capability, what are the exact actions you can take in terms of experience, in terms of exposure, and in terms of training to enhance your capability in this area? So it could be as simple as, for example, following a safety protocol. It could be how is it that you're able to be a better facilities manager? How is it that you're able to be a better F&B manager? Or how is it that I'm able to be a better salesperson, a better consultant? Simple 3E job guides where exactly it's outlined. So what is experience? Experience is you do it yourself. Exposure is you see somebody else do it and you learn from them. And 10% is you learn how you want to learn wherever you go. So we try to necessitate it through the 3E learning strategy. That's one. And two is what will drive the success of any platform that you do, or what will drive you to learn is, I'll refer to a video. It's a very popular video by somebody called Daniel Pink, which talks about what motivates us to learn today, right? And it talks about three factors. It talks about autonomy, it talks about mastery, and it talks about purpose. Autonomy is, do I have enough elbow space or flexibility to learn when I want to and how I learn? Mastery is, does it give me the opportunity to become an SME or to increase something or amp up my value? And the third is purpose. And purpose will, for example, for Steve Jobs, it was something called let's put a ding in the universe, right? But purpose could also be, how is it that I'm making my everyday work more meaningful? Right? So if I were to say, for example, we say at JLL, see a brighter way. How will that be relevant for a person who's doing housekeeping at a client site? I'll go and tell him, listen, we will see a brighter way. He'll say, listen, please take a walk. So that is why we say 3 E's, because then we will have leaders come in and talk to them saying, listen, this is how you can see a brighter way, or this is how you help clients see a brighter way. So thank you.
Brilliant. I think a lot to take away from this question. I think Pankaj started off by emphasizing how peer learning is important, feedback is important. He stressed upon three things, that how do you set a culture of peer learning and feedback, how gamification, the second one is how gamification is an imperative now. That's what he said, it's an imperative. And also the third strategy is R&R. Until and unless you reward your employees through learning, then there will be no motivation. So very, very important strategies. I think Tripti, brilliant, that 3 E's. I'm a person who loves acronyms. So it immediately, struck a chord. So 3 E's, very simple to remember that they follow. First is experience, then exposure, and then education. So it makes so much of sense. So we'll remember this strategy. I think it's been a great learning session so far. I've got a notice already, so the last question we are going to skip. But beyond what we discussed through these questions, I'm tempted to ask each one of you that L&D in today's times, I'm sure, is a very, very challenging area. We were discussing how organizations today are, stressed in terms of resources, in terms of time from the employees, in terms of, budget, budgetary constraints. So anything beyond these questions that each one of you would like to, like, how do you actually do it in organizations despite these constraints? Any particular strategy?
Just one quick one is, there was a day where every organization would want to say that we have an open door policy. Yeah, with the remote work coming into picture, it's moved to an open calendar policy. So are you able to create space in your calendar to employees to reach out to you? If the leadership fails to do that, we've had situations where we want to reach out to a leader, we check the calendar for 1 week, I cannot meet them. How do you change that? So it's a very conscious decision that your leaders have to take, that I have to keep some time for my employees. And then you communicate it so that they know that this is a slot where you can definitely reach out to them. Yeah, and it doesn't build that pressure to manage that work and personal life. And it's very important in our day-to-day life. I think the Gen Zs are doing a great job at balancing that work and personal life. The other generations can learn from them, and I think kudos to you for that.
I would say that if the focus is largely on the first question that we were talking, that is it in the culture or not? And if we go back to our L&D books, it talks about learning organization. I'm sure we are reading about that. Companies will find their way out, right? So constraints will be there, but there will be ways to do it differently. For example, companies may still want to look at creating more capacity. I'm just building on the point which Pankaj mentioned, right? So some organizations might say that, hey, let's block 2 hours on every Friday only for learning. And there could be more emphasis on self-paced learning modules, right? So not necessarily so much on inviting a facilitator or investing on a classroom-based training program where you have to invest a lot of money. You will find your way to get a LinkedIn Solutions or a Skillsoft or some sort of e-learning platform, or even your own intranet, which a company may have, which may have a lot of programs. You may want to invest on developing internal trainers, which is low cost, zero cost actually. And it's also a recognition for some subject matter expertise in the organization, because you're in a way elevating people who have that passion for training and development, and also giving them an opportunity to train and recognize them over a period of time. So my take is, despite whatever constraints you have, I think the business goal doesn't change. End of the day, business has to deliver results, and skill set is going to enable you to get there, right? Cost constraints will only be there, will always be there, right? These situations will keep evolving. Businesses are cyclical. Businesses will have upsides and downsides. Companies with strong culture, strong learning organization ability will figure out a way to do it differently. That's my take.
Just to add, I would say that, how do you embed it with the business strategy as well, so that it doesn't look isolated, that, learning is something else. And then how do you bring it real in your life and then embed it into the strategy of the organization, and of course make it relevant at all times. So whatever is being offered to the organization, how am I really creating a pull rather than a push? So pull is when you yourself find value in it and you go towards it, and versus just something just being pushed out on you. So how do you make it super relevant? And of course the other one is, how do you create some flexibility? And we've been talking about different generations as well. How do I make it flexible that when you need learning, you get something out of it, versus being forced in a different way? Of course, it depends on the organization, on the topics and what really we want to achieve, but then working backwards from the objective and then aligning it to a really different ways of learning as well. So making it as a flexible bouquet of offerings, but not really as something that people can go and choose, and then there's a long list, because currently, and especially if we talk about the current generation, they want a laundry list and I can go and pick and choose, but then how do I make it relevant? These are the 3 things based on your skill sets, right? And of course the same thing applies in an organization. What skills are required to do your job? How does it align to the business, and how is it relevant, so you create a pull out of it?
And I would say that even if the organization is not investing in it, it is still important for people. Right? So they will still have to figure out a way to invest in themselves. And companies will try to create ecosystem, but even if they don't, my take would be, why should you stop yourself from building your own skills? because it's for you at the end of the day, right? Business results, people will never stick to one organization forever. People will also keep moving on. And you know, talk about any generation of today, people want to learn fast, right? I personally see examples of people who want to quit an organization because certain technologies are not being worked upon.
Yeah, true.
Those are your reasons to change organizations. So if organization is not evolving, not giving you those opportunities, people are quite impatient, right? That's how I've seen, at least in the data sciences stream, I see that a lot. And build your own skills. Bring your own skills. BYOS, another acronym.
Absolutely, you know, and just to add, you know, even like in my current organization, we focus a lot on owning your career, owning your learning, and then, you know, bring your own skills so you know what really is needed and then go and work on it. The organization will provide you with mechanisms to fuel that, but ultimately we're not going to like force it down on you saying that you have to learn it this way or learn this and that. You know, why are you going to really, you know, learn and own your own career in the organization?
So I think, yeah, I was almost about to say something on the same lines, Maha. If you're able to invest at least, and this is something that people at CEO level also do, if you're able to invest at least half an hour to 1 hour in your own learning on a topic of choice, on a scale of choice, if you're able to do that, and if you're able to do it maybe for a sizable chunk in your career, you're sorted. Believe you me, you're sorted. Because people will then, those who don't do it will still try to be doing catch up, and you will be far ahead in the game because you know and you understand how it works. Because if you're doing that, you get time to apply it, and then you get time to assess, does this work or not work? If it doesn't work for you, leave it, move on. Very, very important. Don't do it just because someone says it's important. Negotiation, how you do it will be very different from maybe how she does it, right? So pick what you can, see what works, analyze, but do invest that time. Very, very important. So.
Okay, thank you so much. I think a lot of wisdom there. And ultimately what came out is very relevant to the audience that we are addressing here. That the organization will do its part, but it's on you that you take initiative and learn, because ultimately it's your employability that you are enhancing. So that is what matters most. I think with that we open the floor for question answers. So anyone who would like to? So please address it to a person from whom you want to, you know, yeah, keep it open. Okay.
Since Atulya sir mentioned about the Gen Z workforce and detail, I would like to ask this question to you, sir. I would like to understand, how does reskilling, upskilling and cross-skilling for that matter lead to enhanced L&D outcomes for a virtual workforce?
I don't have a lot of virtual workforce. That's let's start with that. So so today's structure that typically in the FMCG world I'm talking, that you'll see is a mix of hybrid, remote and in person. So you'll find all the three categories here. Largely on the hybrid side of it, you still have people coming to office, and some of them are, most of them are actually not coming to office more than twice a day in a week, twice in a week, right? So that's how the structure is today. Now coming back to your question on upskilling, reskilling, I think it's a very organization-driven strategy in most of the cases. And if it is not, I would go back to the same point on BYOS, right? Which is bring your own skills. Because if the organization is not going to invest, anyways you'll have to invest. And why are we talking about upskilling and reskilling today? Just setting the context before I come to the answer. Things are changing at lightning speed. Technologies are evolving, jobs are changing, roles are changing. If you read most of the reports, it talks about 70-80% jobs being redundant and new technologies replacing and so on, right? So organizations typically would create an opportunity for you to pick up certain skills, design certain training programs which you can enroll in the organization to upskill. So same job, new skill sets? Can I do things differently? Upskill part of it. Reskilling will happen typically in an environment where a lot of transitions are happening in an organization. And that is the reality of today. I'm pretty sure all the panelists sitting here every day talk about some sort of transitions in their organizations. And more so if you're a global organization. Because transitions will happen because of efficiencies, because of cost, because of new business models. You're trying to be, you have to win the battle in the market every day. What does it translate into? Many people will not have opportunities to sustain. If the roles are going to change, if the jobs are not going to be there anymore in certain situations, I need to reskill. I need to pick up something which is very different from what I was doing. Some organizations create those opportunities, but in a lot of cases I've seen people would have to look at building those skill sets either in the organization or pick up courses where they can pick up these skill sets. So these two are the pieces on upskilling and reskilling. Cross-skilling is a very organization-specific strategy, and a lot of organizations focus on, in fact, I would say culturally, many organizations have a very strong internal job posting or an internal job marketplace program where they try and encourage even cross-functional, let's take an example of analytics as a skill, okay? So whether I'm sitting in supply chain, whether I'm sitting in HR, whether I'm sitting in sales, analytics is pretty much everywhere. Every area will have analytics. So people can still move across analytics in different functions. Cross-functional analytics will have a different business context and a different skill set, analytics being the foundation. But can I be a HR person, hardcore person and move into sales? Those opportunities may also happen in certain organizations. So it depends a lot on the appetite of the organization. It's culturally very different everywhere. In some cases it happens more, in some cases it happens less. But the more we are open to look at upskilling, reskilling and cross-functional skilling, as you mentioned, you are creating more employability and you are actually building a very strong BYOS is what I would say.
Thank you. I have just one point to add. Just one point to add to what Atulya said is, so again to simplify, in every organization, like he mentioned, there will be business verticals, right? Which is who do we serve? So that's verticals. That will always be there in all organizations across any industry, any country that you work in. So there will be business verticals, and then there are service lines or horizontals, right? So for example, he said analytics is a horizontal skill that can cut across many businesses, right? So similarly, in your BYOS, if you're able to get a good portfolio of broad-based skills, that helps you improve your employability within the organization and outside as well, because it takes care of your exposure. You will always want to hire somebody who has better exposure to different situations than somebody who is just focused on one area of work, because that's better, it makes more business sense, right? So focus on some vertical skills, but also focus on horizontal skills that you can build.
And this is only my personal point of view here, that I am yet to see, and maybe this is true, that organizations proactively invest in reskilling. Yeah. Because a lot of times these transitions happen and we don't know that these transitions are going to happen. They are like, it's a bomb which comes in, right? Mm-hmm. And there is no much time there to reskill anybody. And I am not very sure if a lot of organizations have the appetite and the time to invest in, in waiting for that period to reskill. So I would say upskilling, a lot of it happens, cross-functional, a lot of it happens. Reskilling is your own business. The more you can reskill and be more predictive on how things are going to change and be more receptive to learning and development in general, I would say it's a necessity. It's not a need anymore. It's a necessity for not only you, for anybody who's sitting here, right? For everybody, the world is going to change.
Okay, I think one question, just one more question. Adar?
Hello, panel. So first of all, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the wonderful insights. So as a fresher, I have often heard that it is easier to teach to a person who has a clear slate. So that brings my focus to unskilling. So this question is for Pankaj sir. Like he talked about gamification. So what are your views on unskilling and how we can practically impose this thing using the AI technologies like simulations and gamifications?
I think that's a very good one, right? Because why should I unlearn something that I've learned, especially when I've applied it and it's worked well for me? I think in a lot of situations, unlearning is required because something new that you're going to learn is going to challenge your belief or your understanding of what you're already doing. It may be your new project or your new role may require you to function very differently. I'll take a very simple and a classic example of this, which is your role transition from an individual contributor to a people manager. Yes, an individual contributor is someone, you get promoted when you're doing really well, right? So you're someone who's mastered the art of performing a certain task, you're a go-getter, and you know how to do it, you're good at it. Now you've got promoted, you're probably going to be managing a team of people who are going to do the same task, may not be as good as how you're doing it because they'll have their own learning curves. And now it's on you to resist that feeling of doing it yourself and get into the shoes of guiding and coaching and working with someone, build in the patience of somebody who's going to take a lot longer than how long you would have taken. And on the other side, you'll have someone senior pressurizing you to get it done quickly. So how do you, resist that urge of, let me do it myself? That requires a lot of unlearning because you have to learn how to delegate a task, learn how to work with that level of learning and build in your connect with your team members. Are there other ways in which unlearning and learning is required in the IT world? Something new happens every day. Yes, so the way you're working, for example, let's look at that, again, classic transformation of you working in the waterfall methodology versus working in the agile methodology. People who've worked all their life in waterfall projects had to go through a huge mindset shift when they started working in the agile methodology. Yes, and so it's all situational, it's all what's going to require for you to be relevant in the industry. Yes, what role does gamification and AI play in it? It just makes it easier. See, the reason why I like to call gamification a hygiene factor is because without that, the look and feel and the class of it is missing. And I want to do this because it makes me feel special. It gives me the credit for doing it. Yeah. So organizations have to invest in gamification. AI now is available to us. It's making life easier for us. A lot of people feel that AI is here to replace your roles. Yes, it's going to replace your roles. It's not going to replace your jobs, but it's going to replace your roles. It's going to make you a lot more effective. It's going to make you effective faster, but you need to learn how to leverage it. And that's my 2 cents on it.
One last question, maybe, Adar. Yeah.
So since Atulya sir mentioned that there are various kind of trainings like skill-based trainings and level-based trainings. Like for a manager, there will be a different training. For an employee, there will be a different training. But then Pankaj sir's thing comes to mind like, do you know more than me? Like suppose I am an HR manager and there's another manager who is joining as a new employee in my company, but he has a very past experience of 15-20 years in some other organization. So at that time, in layman language, I can say there can be an ego clash or a conflict of thought. So as an HR manager, how I will make sure that that particular person with such a high rank should be provided with such a proper learning and development program of our organization? Anyone?
Sure, I can attempt that first. And yes, but great question with a lot of elements, and you brought in, and you heard us all well. So that's a good point. And so basically, of course, if I rephrase that, it's more around, the conflict between reskilling, unskilling, and then, how do you get somebody who who's been through that journey, and then how do you make those people learn who have had, a lot of experience in the past, and then how do you make them learn in an organization? Am I right? Great. So, my take would be firstly when anybody, and we were talking about the unlearning part as well, when somebody and beyond just, roles, I would say that it's great to unlearn when you move organizations as well. Something that worked for you in the previous organization, it's just an experience. It's just certain percentage of what you've been through, but it's not that copy paste, I have done it, it will work here and done and dusted, right? Which is where the L&D strategy for that leader, or, and not just a senior leader, for anybody for that matter, comes in. How do you get assimilated into the organization from a cultural standpoint? So, this is what we need you to embody in this organization, and which is where that journey starts, right? So how do you start with that? As a category, it would be, say, onboarding, right? How do you understand this organization and what works here, right? We're not talking about previous experiences. Then, in this role and in this organization, the behavioral competencies, or say a leadership framework, comes into picture. So as a leader in this organization, you need to have these 3-4 skills, which of course, not just from a learning and development standpoint, it comes from a hiring and talent management, all other spheres of HR as well, right? So you are hired because you brought in those values, right? Our leadership behaviors requires you to be at, at a certain stage in these 5 areas. Hence, you were hired. Now, how do I upskill? I wouldn't say upskill. How do I groom you better on those areas? Because you need to know how to work that around in this organization, right? Which is where the L&D strategy comes in. What are those leadership development topics that I can groom you, and also understand where do you stand? Maybe you don't need any intervention. Why do we, assume that they need interventions? How do I just create those mechanisms for your continuous learning? Because we are not assuming that you're God, right? And then you need to evolve, every day, or say, at a really fast pace as well. So how do I create those offerings and then bring you up to speed? What's in it for you? The carrot and stick we call about, those topics, and then we say the carrot for you is that, of course, then you'll stay relevant in the organization. After all of that, if you're not able to still perform, right, then there are a lot of other mechanisms that helps you understand and play your role really at the best capacity and capability. So which is where we call it capability building, right? And not just training. Training does not fix everything, and then of course, Tripti spoke about those 3 E's, right? How do I create those mechanisms beyond just training for you to learn and demonstrate, and then you becoming that role model? If it is not happening, then, let's talk, is the conversation.
Let me take quick 30 seconds to add to what Maha said. See, I use the term positional power in my previous, when I was talking about it. Let me introduce another term, which is your personal power. Yes. Now, when we're designing interventions and we have the levels here, what's very important for managers also to understand, and that's where when they go through their managerial development programs, it's important for them to understand that there is no ego that needs to come in. Yes, they need to understand that it's always going to be a great place for them to be in when their team knows more than them. Yeah, so from a technology standpoint, they will be working with SMEs, they'll be working with experts. If they are good at it, great. It's not always a necessity factor. See, it's not that they would not know anything, right? They'll need to know. Yes, but they don't have to match up to the knowledge of the team members. There are other ways to influence the team. So while on a personal track, they are developing their own technical capabilities, another area that they learn is how to manage the team. So you're working with a group of experts. How do you channel them to work together to come up with better decisions, better solutions, and make sure that we are able to add more value to the team? So there is no ego factor. If a manager is going with that mindset that I know more than you because I am senior to you, then that manager needs to spend more time on their own development as a manager. Yeah.
I'll take 10 seconds. The question was very interesting actually, and the first thing I agree. So a lot of unlearning, and I would say there is good amount of investment an organization would typically do when they're hiring a senior leader from outside, especially in an organization which has a lot of build from within talent, because the failure rates could be very high. And these are your reasons for failure, right? I know more than you. This has worked in my industry. This will work the same way, copy-paste approach. And these are the blind spots to watch out for. So hence, typically, your leadership assimilation, there is this whole concept of taking initial feedback from your teams, taking initial feedback from your peers, customers, and then having those conversations to align their approach in the organization, not change them. Align their approach in the organization happens in the initial 90 days or first 6 months that they spend in the company. A lot of times you'll also see coaches being assigned, because coaches play the role of having a third-party view, who give them a perspective on, hey, what got you here won't get you there, the famous book. Read that book. That will answer a lot of questions for you. And typically you would say that, hey, if I'm a senior leader, I should be talking the most. The book will tell you should talk the least. The others in the team should be talking the most, right? So those are the things which you'll have to unlearn, and which these mechanisms can build for the external talent to come in. If ego survives, progress also doesn't happen, right? So that's pretty much the case in the organization. And when we are all L&D professionals here sitting here, we measure performance and potential. One of the components of potential is emotional intelligence. So if we are not having that, we are not going to grow in an organization. So all these things come at the right spot. Organizations will provide you the mechanism to address that.
Okay, thank you so much. I think it's great learning for me personally, and I'm sure the students are, enlightened and are taking away a lot with them. So ultimately, when we are talking in the context of remote work, despite the challenges that all of us are facing, the takeaway from this discussion is that we should focus on, flexibility when it comes to designing programs for people who are doing remote work or hybrid work. And the most important thing is engagement. So design such programs which would engage them so that there's a value add. And I think from each one of you it came across that, and which is very relevant for the audience, once again I'm saying, is I'm reminded of a quote by Peter Drucker, who said that if you want to, meet the challenges or think about what is in store in future, you have to create it. And that is how this acronym BYOS matches so perfectly, which is build or bring your own skills to the table. So build with that, build is a better word. Build. I think you said bring, so build. I've added build. So build your own skills. As youngsters, I think you would be getting into organizations. So the one single takeaway from this session would be that organization will do its own part, but to enhance your employability, it's very important, BYOS. So build and bring your own skills to the table, and there are ample opportunities, technologies available, social media, so don't stop learning. That should be the essence, and every moment look out for learning opportunities. With that, I would thank the galaxy of speakers here who have brought in their wisdom and experience and have spoken to you. Thanks to the team, the senior and junior IREC team, for their efforts, and I loved the setup. I think every year I've been part of these conclaves, but I really like the setup. And finally, to the audience, you've been wonderful, and the panel also might have felt it, and maybe we engaged you that way. Each one of you I could see is attentive and was fully immersed. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you all for your active participation in this insightful and interactive discussion. Your contributions and engagement have enriched our understanding of this vital topic. Your insights on the remote work revolution will certainly help us understand the current organization setting. Additionally, as part of our sustainability initiatives, we are proud to announce that we have reduced the plastic usage as well as have partnered with BlueSmart for EV transportation for all the panelists and the guests. I request all the panelists to remain on the stage for felicitation. I request Professor Mamta ma'am to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. Please welcome Ms. Tripti Baez. Ms. Maha Hassan. Mr. Pankaj Khoda. Mr. Atulya Goswami. I also request Saras, our senior team member, to felicitate Professor Mamta ma'am. Now, I'd like to express my deep gratitude towards Mrs. Ranjit for accompanying Mr. Pankaj Khoda and giving us an opportunity to host her. I'd request Arushi, our senior team member, to felicitate ma'am. I also request all the panelists for a group picture. Yes, Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists, for making this session so interactive. I would request all of you to kindly proceed for the lunch. The next panel will start at 2 o'clock. Thank you. People Operations at Krafton, India. With over 18 years of experience in organizational effectiveness, change management, organizational design and development, corporate affairs, and operational excellence, he has worked with global clients across America, India, South Korea, China, and Europe. Recognized as LinkedIn's top community voice and a sought-after speaker, Mr. Saurabh regularly shares his insights with universities and knowledge forums across India. We're delighted to have you here, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wow, we do need an exercise, I think. Should we stand up? I think we should. Okay, let's do some stretching. Of course, I'm not an exercise specialist, but let's do some stretching and just realize something, why we are here. So I want you to stretch your hands straight in front, both the hands. You'll have to join your both hands on the count of 1, but in a way that one of your thumb is over the other, whichever you want. You get that? Like this. So on a count of 1, 1. Now you know, right, which thumb is where, the left is below, right, etc. Now when I want you to, on the count of 2, I want you to stretch your hands out. Please do not hit anybody else. And then I'm going to tell you what you need to do. 2. Now on the count of 3, I want you to join your hands again with a small change. Your left thumb probably was below your right, and vice versa. I want you to flip it. So your left goes on top of right, and right goes down, and vice versa. 3. How does it feel? Uncomfortable, right? Thank you, guys. You can have a seat. It does feel uncomfortable, and that is what change is all about. It is always uncomfortable. But we have to make sure that we traverse this journey of change and make it comfortable, because change is uncomfortable, but change is only the thing which is constant, right? Thank you to IMI. Thank you, Saurabh. I love taking his name because that's my name as well. So thank you to Saurabh for inviting me for the Corporate Insights at IMI. It's indeed a pleasure and honor. And I'm going to cover, for the next 20 minutes, probably cover something which is unique in its perspective and very, very on the ground of what happens with an organization like Krafton. How many of us know about Krafton? Okay. How many of us know about PUBG? How many of us know about BGMI? Okay. So all of these are IPs of Krafton. So we are the leading gaming company in India. We are headquartered in Seoul. Let's look at a small video which will tell you a little more about Krafton and all the amazing things we do. And then we're going to talk about how there's a business and people connection. And why am I going to talk about it? Probably I'll explain my role a little later. Let's look at the video first.
बस साहब बस इस रण में एक ही वीर काफी है बाकी सब म्यूट हो जाओ
that is Krafton for you guys. Well, as I had said, can we get the slides, please? So Krafton, we are a gaming major. We are headquartered in Seoul, South Korea. We are a company which was started in 2007. I'm going to take you through a few things, a little more about knowing Krafton. Before I get into that, let me tell you about my role a little more. So being an HR guy for the last 18 years, worked in the people space. My role at Krafton is a little more interesting, where I have graduated a little beyond HR. So in my role, I'm the director, head of people operations, where I manage all the enabling functions except finance. So HR, general affairs, workplace experience, IT, procurement, as well as corporate affairs. So all of these roles are part of my portfolio, which indeed is like a dream role for me, myself, because an HR guy getting an opportunity to not only partner with business, but be a part of mainstream is something which a lot of us dream. And that is what Krafton has provided me an opportunity to be. And that is the reason I thought that it will be imperative to speak about business and people connection in this part of the corporate insights. A little more about Krafton. Go to next. Okay, I think I have. That's a little more insights. We are 3,200 plus people across the globe. 30% are non-Korean nationals, 68% are in tech and art divisions. In terms of the overall size, we are close to a $2 billion company in terms of our revenues. We hold 30 plus IPs. IPs are basically games. So just like PUBG, BGMI, Garuda Saga, Bullet Echo, these are all our IPs. We've got, we do publishing in 242 plus countries. What does publishing? So basically in India, we are a publisher. What that means is we would bring a game to the country. We would customize it as per the need of the business or as per the need of the consumer and offer that to the country. Need not be only IP of Krafton. We would also help other game developers publish their game, just like what we published Bullet Echo, which is not a Krafton IP or not a Krafton game, but a Zepto Lab game, which we brought to the country along with them and helped them publish that game in the country. In very, very basic terms, what does publishing mean is we do product management, we do designing, we do branding, we do marketing, we do all of that collaboration. And of course, we work with our developers back in Korea to customize the game and offer that game to the Indian audience. So that is what publishing we do in India. We've got, headquartered in Seoul. We've got 6 regional offices, and our presence is in almost every geography across the world. You pick a country, and there would be a Krafton office, or there would be a studio, there would be an invested company which Krafton has. A little insight in terms of our vision, which is basically why do we exist, and of course we believe that games will become the world's most powerful medium. This got a lot of impetus in India as well very recently when the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about gaming as one of the sector to be focused on from the Red Fort during his Independence Day address, where he said that let's look beyond playing games, let's look at making games in India which the world would play. And I think as Krafton, we are well poised, being a global player, to bring in a lot of impetus to the entire gaming industry. How do we do it? Obviously we do it through creativity, dedication, taking help of technological development, and of course failing fast. That's been one of the things which we have always looked at. It is okay to fail, but we should fail fast. And we will continue to expand our IPs, build further immersive virtual worlds where all our fans play together. But one of the things which we continue to focus on, and I was having a conversation with one of my fellow speakers of being responsible in terms of gaming. And then we are very, very clear on that front, that how do we become a responsible gaming company which offers its players, its fans, a safe and an inclusive environment where each of them can come there to enjoy the game. Very, very focused on our values. The first one is the thirst for creativity, that is will. be creative, so, be original, stay creative. And that is something which gets reflected in our business as well as our people strategy. These are very, very simple words, but very powerful when it comes to the actual implementation, which is probably going to see in the next couple of slides, right? The second one is our way. What's the way? And growth through challenges is going to be the way for us. And that's how, as an organization, we have grown in India and globally as well, right? So in terms of our core, of course, we are a gaming company. We're the #1 gaming company in the genre we operate. But beyond that, we also have done a lot of investment in the country. We've invested over 170 million in different startups in the digital entertainment space, with, again, a focus of creating an ecosystem which will develop gaming, which will develop the surrounding around gaming as well. And that's been our focus area. And we, again, intend to further intensify our investment in that space. Another segment which is now very, very evident through the way we have come across in the media as well is our non-gaming related investments as well. And that's going to be another focus area for us within the next few years. And the third important one for us is the Krafton India Gaming Incubator, which is basically one of its kind, unique incubator in the country, which focuses on game development. And as we speak, we've got 4 teams which are integrated with us in terms of being the incubated teams with us. And they'll work through a journey of next 12 months with us, and we'll help them kind of scale in terms of full-fledged games. So that's what we do in India. And of course, we're looking at R&D centers. We're looking at acquisitions to come into the country as well, where we look at tech arms to expand our horizon and grow as an organization. Be bold, learn and win is something which we absolutely believe in, and we are very focused, and our initiatives, people initiatives, are revolving around this aspect. And our underlying message in anything and everything we do is one team, one dream. So my leadership program is called as One Team, One Dream. Any engagement is all revolving around the one team, one dream as the spirit statement. These are the IPs which we hold, the 30 plus IPs which we hold as Krafton Games, right? This is our beautiful Krafton India office, which is headquartered in Bangalore. We oversee one of the largest green vegetation in the country, that is Cubbon Park. It's one of the most beautiful offices. This is some, again, some milestones related to Krafton India. We got established in 2020 as the regional office, Krafton Inc.'s regional office in India. We launched BGMI, which, as I said, right, we don't call it as a game, we call it as India ki heartbeat. Every 7th person in the country has BGMI on his or her phone. So that's how we call it as, the brand is called as India ki heartbeat. So 2022, of course, the game responsibly aspect kicked in, and we looked at, being present in Cannes as well. We launched a couple of new games as part of the journey. We also looked at investments. And 2024 has been, again, a very, very significant year for us, where we have almost doubled our size in terms of the number of people. When I joined this organization 14 months back, we were a bunch of around 40 people. Today on the India project, we've got 90 people, and we probably will end the year by 100, 105 people. So it's been a significant growth, because it's 100% growth in terms of us as an organization. We've launched a couple of new games. There are a couple of new games yet to be launched this year. We are keeping our fingers crossed. So that is getting further momentum in terms of our gaming presence. The investments we spoke about as well. So there are a few new investments which have just signed up, and those would now come live in the next couple of months. So that's, and of course, we spoke about the incubation center, the Krafton India Gaming Incubator. And that's probably something of your interest, because we have a lot of students who applied for this program. When we launched our first cohort in the month of October last year, we had like a pitch fest where they were budding game developers who either had a concept or had a product, and they pitched their idea to us in terms of getting incubated through a rigorous process, we selected 2 games or 2 developers teams, which got incubated, and very recently we incubated 2 further teams. Our second cohort is going to be launched very soon, and in the gaming world, it is one of the most looked out for cohort when it comes to being incubated with Krafton. So that's something which is happening in India. Now comes what are we talking about. So with all of that as a background, I thought that with the growth which is expected, with the kind of changes we are seeing in the entire ecosystem, with the expansion which is in place, how do I as a people leader make sure that my strategy aligns with whatever we are required to do from a business standpoint? And that is where we crafted this strategy around our people. Our business drivers, of course, as I said, right, growth, product expansion, technological change. These are things which will keep changing. And to fuel this entire business drivers, we looked at how do we strengthen our culture, how do we engage talent, and how do we create organizational effectiveness. And probably I'll go into details of each of it. And next slide is all about the initiatives which we took. But then, how do we look at strengthening the culture? The Krafton as an organization, we've always been known to be a very people-centric organization, and not only in terms of words, in terms of our action. We have commanded excellent retention of our talent in India. We've had almost no attrition for the last 2 years. Just had like 2 or 3 people leave us. At the same time, the number of people who have joined, right, we doubled our size. And the offer to joining ratio, which is very close to a CHRO or a CEO, we've maintained 100% offer to joining ratio, which obviously speaks a lot from a data point standpoint about what the culture would be within the organization. Why would people want to stay with us? Why would people want to join us, right? I think that has been one of our focus areas. How do we make sure we keep the culture so agile? How do we make sure we keep it flexible, but at the same time keep it strong enough to make sure that one team, one dream as a spirit statement is reflected through anything and everything we do, right? A lot of my leaders who lead each of the verticals now, it could be marketing, it could be design, it could be product. A lot of them have stayed with the organization for a very long time, and they've grown along with the organization, and I can see extreme passion for the brand and the organization reflected to the way they come across, and they become an integral part of the culture building at the organizational level. And that is what was focus area is, how do we make sure we drive the right culture within the organization? How do we make sure our performance management programs are robust enough to bring out the best in those individuals? And we made sure our compensations schemes are related to the way we perform in the organization. It could be the incentive program, or it could be the overall pay rise, right? We looked at how do we make sure it is tied along with performance aspect, along with the growth aspect, and make sure that right individuals get rewarded. At the same time, we also made sure we kick in improvement programs for colleagues who are not able to catch up, and make sure that we give them that opportunity as well. Again, in a very innovative and creative industry, it is difficult to quantify a lot of aspects, right? But we made sure that we brought in the right tools, right data points to make sure that we are aware of what our employees are doing. The second important aspect of what we wanted to do this year was to how do we make sure our engagements are very strong, right? Again, with the workforce which is so creative and innovative, you got to bring in different initiatives which will make sure that you are able to engage your colleagues, and that is where our industry-led practices came into place. It could be the policies around flexible working, it could be policies around what benefits do our employees enjoy. It could be about having the opportunity to play your own games in office. And I jokingly say this in a lot of forums, that we probably are the only organization who will not fire you for playing games in office. So we've got a very beautiful setup in office where you can actually go and spend time playing games, not only Krafton games, but any other games as well. And it's funny because you might be working on something very, very critical, and then you just hear gunshots and you'll be like, what's happening if you're a newbie? But that's the fun part of the organization, right? How do you make sure you engage each of those individuals? See, the best common thread among each one of us at Krafton is the passion we carry for the organization and the brand. And you, as people leaders, as a people function, we have to make sure that we keep instilling that passion through the way we come across or we engage our employees. We create those avenues for our employees. One of the other aspect which we did in terms of engagement was also creating every initiative as a celebration for our employees. See, you will run your Diwali gifting for your employees. You will give them gifts. But how do you make sure it is a celebration? Make it larger than life. And that is something which we kind of focused on at Krafton. How do you make sure you create that as a celebration? Even if you're doing a cricket tournament, how do you make sure everybody within the organization is involved in that entire process? That is something which my team made sure that we created that one team, one dream approach. And it could be our anniversary celebrations, it could be our tournaments around cricket, it could be anything else around fun and frolic as well, right? How do we make sure we make it very unique? Very recently, we picked up another initiative where we engaged with a third party to bring in a rewards platform within the organization. The idea was that to create an environment where employees would get to choose what they want to be gifted, instead of we telling them what we will give them. So there's a very significant difference in this, right? Because you're giving the choice to your employees, and this goes back to the Maslow's hierarchy, different strokes for different folks. Not everything will work for everyone. So why not give the control to the employees and say, hey, you pick up what you want to be gifted. So that's, again, a different way of making sure that we create a collaborative environment. The last aspect of the entire people strategy was how do you create effectiveness within the organization. And this is where we brought in a lot of governance when it came to our policies, when it came to the spending which we are doing, and make sure that we are rational in terms of all of those approaches. Quite a few things which we did in the people spaces. We re-looked at our vendor partners on a lot of aspects which we were dealing with in terms of our own people policies. It could be around travel, it could be around the performance management program, it could be around basic things of payroll. We made sure we brought a wide variety of vendors with the experience each one of us had and looked at making sure that cost effectiveness came into play. We got a robust process in place in terms of identifying these vendors and making sure that the best comes to the table. So again, those kind of data points made sure that our policy compliance is on the paramount level, and all of that gets captured as we go through the journey. So that was the third focus area for us, or the third aspect which picked up from a people strategy standpoint. The entire architecture of the people strategy was how do we continue to build people practices, and how do we make sure we build sustainable people practices. That has been one of the key focus areas for us at Krafton. How do you make sure it is sustainable? Because when organizations are small, a 40, 50 member team, it is easier to do a lot of those things. But there was a thought process which was required to be changed. How do you make sure that you create initiatives which are sustainable over a period of time, and you're able to exhibit the same approach towards your people even when you become 200, 300, 500,000 people. That was one of the, again, focus area for us in 2024. How do we make sure that our initiatives are sustainable and successful? It could be around the way we engage, the way we create team bonding, the way we would recognize our employees. We made sure that we brought in sustenance as a key aspect in our people strategy, because one of the things which we realized is the expectation is something which will never taper down. That is incremental. So how do you make sure that that experience which is incremental, you're able to kind of address to that requirement. So that is something, again, which we did from a people strategy standpoint, and the architecture around building sustainable people practices. And a lot of help did come from students like you. So we did some projects, some live projects, wherein students like you helped us understand what the industry is is doing at this point of time in terms of various people practices. We went back and asked our employees as well that what is that you would want to change. And then, we are gradually now bringing in some changes within the organization in terms of our people practices. And of course, the key aspect around all of this was experience. And that is something which I have always focused on in the last 18 years. It's all about experience. Experience will drive commitment. Experience will drive longevity of your employees within the organization. So you make sure that your experience at every instance is right. It could be around the entire people processes. It could be around your HR policies. It could be around your workplace experience for that matter. How do you make sure that, all your initiatives are data driven and made sure that the experience is enhanced is something, again, was the focus area for us. And ultimately the objective for us is to create a great place to work, not only from a certification standpoint, but actually a great place to work, a place which is looked up to be worked by a lot of people. Probably we are midway in that journey, but I think the data points are very strong enough for us. And that's been a high level view of what the people strategy has been. These are few initiatives which probably will give you a little more insight, and probably if you're able to link it back to the strategy, right? First we looked at how do we create a growth. How we obviously had to recruit a lot of people. Before we were working with partners to make sure that we get the talent, but then we insourced an entire talent acquisition function, which one led to a stronger pull when it comes to the brand aspect. The second was obviously a lot of cost aspect came into place, where because we did all of this in-house, there's a significant cost saving which we were able to achieve in this year. And we've been able to establish that strong offer to joining ratio. Second is we launched our early talent program earlier this year. We've successfully, out of like those 90 people today, we have 4 of them who've come from campus. We recruited them from IITs. And we also started our internship program where we focused on hiring from all the other institutes. Our internships are in the space of product management, in people operations. We've got somebody in design. We've got people in corp development, which is the investment space. So that's something which we brought into the organization, and I think we intend to further accelerate that initiative in 2025, where we intend to bring in a lot more fresh talent into the organization through internships, live projects, as well as full-time employment. So that is something, again, we focused on. And, it did see some results for us, where we had some, unforeseen situations of somebody leaving. We had some talent which was already available as part of the journey, right? So that's something which we did this year, which aligned to our people strategy of making sure that, we drive effectiveness within the organization. The third is, looked at a sustainable learning culture, made sure that, we policies are available. A casing point example of this is, while we have organizational level initiatives around learning, it could be, our leadership development program, it could be our overall skill development program. But we actually, again, gave the responsibility of learning in the hands of the employees, where there's a policy which enables every individual within Krafton to learn on his or her own, and we would support them from a financial standpoint. Of course, this is no way to take away the responsibility of organizational learning. The responsibility still remains with the people function, but then we wanted it to be in the hands of the employees, and that's something, again, unique which we did. And probably I'll take an example of the previous organization I used to work, where at Capita. So I was their global head of HR. And just to enable a learning culture, we created a lot of avenues for our people around technical training, certifications, around soft skills. It was so amazing that any point of time across the 2,500 people we had in Capita, each of them were going through some intervention or the other. It could be around soft skills, it could be around technical stuff, it could be around certifications, it could be around online learning. or it could be around the entire leadership journey. So much so that when we did the CMMI version 2.0 audit, we went through that as Capita. We were the 4th organization in the world to be recognized at level 5, where learning was one of the top global strengths for us. So those are a few bits which we kind of created, and probably paucity of time, I'll not be able to go into the details of it. Coming back, we looked at fostering a culture of involvement, right? How do you create experience? Involvement from your employees is paramount, and it is very, very necessary. So how do you create avenues where people come together for a purpose? And employee volunteering was one of the beautiful initiatives which we took up, where we had a lot of encouraging participation from each of our employees. And that is going to be an ongoing basis. So again, purpose-led participation is something which we fostered using this initiative, which again contributed to the cultural aspect of it. The next was, of course, the policies which we spoke about, making sure that, we've got industry-led people practices, and a lot of real-time data came in terms of what policies employees were looking at, what was competition doing as such. And then, we brought in a few more initiatives around our people policies. We're looking at enhancement in terms of our benefits, making sure that, we are ahead of the curve, and creating those avenues. It could be around our well-being initiative, where each of our employees has X amount associated with them for a year, where they can spend on their own well-being. Or it could be around training, as I said. It could be around their health checkups. It could be around the entire insurance spectrum, which we looked at. The idea again was to make sure that we create a robust program around those initiatives, and I think last 12 months have been significant in that space as well. Looked at different initiatives around well-being, engagement. It could be engagements, could be play day, what I said, right? So one day in a month, dedicated 2 or 3 hours only to play games. These could be Krafton games, which are existing or which are upcoming, and involving our employees in that entire journey to give feedback about how the game is performing. So we looked at creating a play day for our employees, and next slide has some pictures around it. 2 well-being initiatives where we have a partner who looks after the operational aspects of well-being, having a counselor available for all our employees, looking at focus initiative, looking at programs which our employees would want to participate, and creating those avenues, around physical well-being, emotional well-being, around financial well-being for that matter, around relationship well-being as well. And I remember at Capita, this was one of the focus area for us, where we created avenues for well-being in different spectrums and made all of those available, where employees can go and talk. The HR would become a facilitator, but look at how do you really manage all of those aspects, and look at well-being being paramount. And again, your leave structure, your flexible working hours, all of this is an integral part of how do you look at the well-being of your employees. And then last but not the least, as I said, right, we looked at revamping our people processes. It could be onboarding of our new joiners. It could be exit of our new joiners. It could be the entire governance around the entire payout processes, etc. So again, see, when you grow from 40 to 90, these might sound very, very rudimentary for bigger organizations, but for organizations which are growing, putting all of this in place needs a lot of resilience, because there's a lot of resistance which comes in, because for an organization which is small and which is now growing, you start putting in processes, policies, governance, obviously there's going to be a pushback, and that's what we did that exercise, right? That it's part of the change management. It is part of bringing in that governance, and that is what we focused on in 2024, to make sure that we bring in governance in the entire way we operate, and make sure that we walk towards the great place to work journey. And that's probably what, these are a few pictures which I could gather and bring together, around our festive celebrations, our launch parties. How did we make sure that we created an environment of giving as well. Yeah, that's pretty much, sort of, if we have time, we can play that video. So probably that's pretty much what I had to speak about Krafton or about our people strategy at Krafton. Paucity of time, I was not able to go through the details of it, but yeah, that's like a high-level view of what we've focused on, and probably that's going to be like more of a ongoing journey for the next few years. Our people strategy would be pretty much same. Look at bringing in new initiatives. Before we conclude, I've got a small video of one of my role models, one of the individuals who has inspired me, and I'm sure a lot of us sitting in this room would have been inspired by that individual. It's self-explanatory, but probably I'll add my 2 cents and then conclude and take some questions.
Well, I would like to keep it very simple. I play cricket and all my devotion is towards cricket, and I know one thing: whatever is around me is because of cricket and not because of anything else. The kind of person I am, throughout my life, I've never tried to change myself. I've always kept it simple, be honest, devote yourself to something and then be focused on that. So I think it's the ethics and the principles that really matter in life, and I've kept
Can
it
we
really
stop
simple,
for a minute?
so that has really helped me.
Knowing your limitation is more important than trying to, strive towards perfection. That's for me.
Yeah, probably if you can switch on the lights, right? A few life hacks which have worked for me in the last 18 years. I thought I'll bring those to your perspective. And I want you to realize this. Since morning, we have had a lot of conversation within ourselves about the attitude, the behavior, how difficult is it to work with you guys, and how easy is it to work with you guys. So all of those things, right? But then only by having conversations, we are not going to achieve what we want to achieve. So I thought that let me upfront put some expectations in your mind of what we would look for, from people who are coming to join us as fresh. So there are few casing points which I want you to take. He says that whatever he is today, he's known because of cricket. I think you got to realize that whatever you will be known is for the time you're going to spend in this institute for the next 12 months or 24 months. You've taken this decision to be part of this institute. You've taken this decision to study at this institute. Make best use of this opportunity. Make sure that this is the only opportunity, because remember, this is the only opportunity for you to create a mark for yourself in that space. You've invested your time, you've invested your money, you're investing efforts. But make sure that all your energy is focused in making sure you do the best out of all of this, because probably that is what will determine the next 30 years of your life. You could work for somebody, you could let someone work for you. Irrespective, you'll have to make sure that this is the turning point for you, because I think this is at that juncture where you have to do something about your life, right? So be known for what you're going to imbibe here, and this is that opportunity. Second, he talks about, and I think he probably is going to talk about is know your strengths, know your weaknesses, and I think that is very important. Knowing your SWOT is one of the most crucial elements. Self-reflection is a key. Knowing yourself is extremely important, because only then you will be able to realize what you want to do in the long term, right? So knowing your limitations, knowing your strength is very important, so that you're able to go on the front foot on your strengths and be not defensive about your development areas, but be focused on making sure that you don't make those same mistakes, and play on front foot on those as well. That's the second bit. The third thing which he speaks about is ethics and principles. And I can tell you 18 years of people journey, I can put my hand on my heart and say it's always been either 0 or 1. And it has worked for me. It has absolutely worked for me. And they say, right, that wrong is wrong even if everybody is doing it. So 2 o'clock in the morning, if there's a red light, it is you who has to stop. Nobody else might monitor you, but if you break the signal, it is wrong, even if nobody is watching. And remember this is the most important, most critical aspect of being successful, either as an entrepreneur or as a working professional, ethics and principles will play a critical and crucial role, and it will help you elevate yourself in different areas. When I joined this organization, I just had 3 portfolios. That was HR, IT, admin, or workplace experience. Looking at the way we performed in the last 12 months, I have been given the responsibility to look at the entire procurement for the organization, which is a very big deal, which is a very, very significant portfolio. And obviously there would have been a lot of research which would have gone in the back end about me as an individual in terms of the operations. And I'm saying it loud that yes, it matters, and that is paramount.
It has worked for me, it may not work for everyone, but as an individual, you have to figure out what really works for you.
Process is more important than the result. The result is a byproduct of the process. But in today's world, we are so much focused about the result that we get away from the process. So take care of the process, take care of all the small things, and eventually you'll get the desired result.
Worry about the controllables, and whatever the controllables are, we take care of it, we'll get the desired result. If we don't get the desired result, we'll improve. We'll change our plans, we'll execute better, and we'll get a chance to prove ourselves again. So, that's what it is. Thinking about the result never gives you result. Yes, you may have a target in mind, but what is more important is to take care of the small steps in life, what needs to be done, what I am supposed to do, what extra I can do, and that will help us achieve the target.
That's what life is all about. Go through the difficult periods, fight it out, but if you can do it with a smile, that you'll become part of maybe the 5% persons, who can actually do it, because at times we crib about life, about the tough period, but what's important is to go through the tough period. It's a tough period that actually make you a better human being.
So yeah, that's so true, right? Tough period, nobody's an exception to the tough period. All of us go through difficult times. Everybody has a problem which is much bigger than someone else's problem. That is what all of us feel, right? Mera problem sabse bada hai. Nobody else is going through it. I think that is a mindset we need to reflect upon. Problems, challenges are going to be there. You cannot have sugar throughout the day. You will have to have some other spices, right? So problems, challenges will keep coming. I think you got to self-reflect and make sure that you're strong enough to face those challenges. And I have this beautiful algorithm which I have read somewhere. I think it was in Gaur Gopal Das book, which talks about don't worry or why worry. If you have a problem, one of the most easy things is to worry. But then if you have a problem and if you have a solution, do you need to worry? No, right? If you have a problem, if you don't have a solution, is worrying going to solve the problem? Then why worry? I think it's a very simple but a very powerful reflection. Worry will not help you solve a problem. Worry will only put you further down. I think if you're able to reflect in that situation, if you're able to think through the problem, I think you will have solutions which will evolve as part of that journey. That is something, again, which I want to kind of give a very loud and clear message. Difficult periods are going to be there, but then if you're able to, what Dhoni says, right? If you're able to go through the tough period and do it with a smile, then probably you would be of those 5% who did it and who were able to do it but with a smile. I think that's something which is, again, very, very crucial as you walk this journey of into the corporate space. I was pleasantly delighted knowing the way the curriculum is structured for each one of you at IMI, which kind of prepares you much ahead in terms of being the corporate citizens. But then I think focusing on these softer aspects is very important. Your discipline, your commitments, the willingness to be agile, these are all very, very important things. How do you align your own objectives to the organizational objectives? That is going to be very important. You would have your choice, you would have your preference, but please bear in mind, the organizational preference is at the topmost orbit. And we have to make sure as individuals, how do we align our personal objectives? And there can be a delay in our personal objectives, and that is something which we got to realize as the talent for the future, right? that your personal objectives can be delayed and realigned only if you are agile, only if you look at the larger picture. See, you might not end up getting a role at the beginning, which you aspire, which you dream about, but then you have to start somewhere. And this I speak with conviction, with experience of last 18, 19 years. You should start, you should get into something. Because a lot of times I come across students like yours who say, no, sir, recruitment mein job mila to nahi lenge hum log. But you got to look at it very differently. You know, recruitment is like the heartbeat of the organization. You're the first person the individual would talk to, and if you're able to convince the person to come and join you, then probably you've created a huge significant impact to the organization. What I'm trying to say is don't have perceptions about roles. Look at what value you're going to create for yourself and the organization. And you have to give that time for the organization also to realize the value you bring in. And a lot of times we have so much of perception about what we should be doing and what we should not be doing that probably we don't look at the brighter picture at all. So I think that is very important. You got to research about the organization, you got to research about the culture, got to research about the role, but then be agile enough. These are difficult times, and we have got a lot of data to show the difficulty which each of us is going through right now from an opportunity standpoint. Make sure you're ahead of this curve by having the right attitude towards all of these things. Having it towards the entire approach. On that note, I would want to conclude what I had to share about Krafton and a little things about mind mastery. If you have any questions, more than happy to answer. More than happy to connect with each one of you on LinkedIn. Pretty much very, very prominently available. But then yes, please do not connect only when you need internship and final placements. I'll not be able to help you on that, but of course, through the journey, I'll be able to help you as much as I can. All the very best. I hope that this insight has given you a little more perspective about Krafton and about life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable experience. In the paucity of time, we won't be able to take any questions if that's okay with you. Now I would request Saurav, our senior team member, to felicitate Mr. Saurabh Shah for his wonderful insights. I'd also like to express my deep gratitude towards Ms. Deepika for accompanying Mr. Saurabh Shah and giving us an opportunity to host her. I would request Harshita, our senior team member, to felicitate ma'am.
We'll just take 2 minutes before we start with the next panel discussion. Welcome everyone to our third panel of the day. I, Ambika Dubey, member of the International Relations and Executive Education Committee, would like to reveal the theme of this session: quantifying success, measuring the impact of L&D investment. This discussion will focus on the growing need for organizations to demonstrate the tangible value of the learning and development efforts. In today's competitive landscape, it's crucial to move beyond anecdotal evidence and use measurable outcomes, such as improved performance, higher employee retention, and enhanced leadership capabilities to justify L&D investments. Our panelists will delve into choosing the right metrics, balancing short-term gains with long-term strategic objectives, and showcasing how L&D initiatives drive overall business success. They will also explore how to assess the indirect benefits of L&D, like its influence on corporate culture and employee satisfaction. Hence, to set the stage, I would like to welcome our moderator, Ms. Dashari Banerjee. She is the Assistant Vice President of Human Resources at Angel One, bringing over 11 years of experience to her role. She is an esteemed alumna of her very own college from the batch of 2017. She has made significant contributions in HR, including redesigning performance practices, developing key talent frameworks, and championing a culture of recognition. We're happy to have you here, ma'am. I would further like to introduce our esteemed panelists for the session. I welcome Mr. Sunny Verma, Group Head, Learning and Organizational Development at JBM Group. Mr. Verma is a seasoned professional with more than 2 decades of experience. His expertise lies in thoughtful management of the intersection of strategy, talent and organization culture, with extensive experience across geographies in organizational effectiveness, talent management, employee engagement, and leadership development with various organizations. He is an innovative thinker, an expert practitioner in developing and delivering strategies to build business, execution and people leadership for organizational growth and sustainability. We are honored to welcome you, sir. Next, I am excited to introduce Dr. Nivedita Devnath, Global Director of Talent Management and Organizational Effectiveness at Avery Dennison, bringing over 18 years of extensive experience in the field of HR. She holds a PhD in Business Management from IIT Delhi and a postdoctorate from Hanyang University, South Korea. She has established herself as a thought leader in talent development and organizational transformation and has been recognized for her exceptional contributions to the field, receiving the prestigious Great Indian L&D Leader Award at the L&D Vision and Innovation Summit and Awards 2024, organized by Transformance Forums. We are honored to welcome you, ma'am. I invite you all to join me in welcoming Mr. Ajay Venkatesh, Global Learning Head at Accenture, with over 18 years of diverse experience in the HR domain. He holds an executive postgraduate program in HRM from IIM Kozhikode. Mr. Venkatesh is highly skilled in talent potential identification and development, aligning these with HR strategies to enhance business performance and generate talent value. His current focus areas include digitizing HR best practices and leveraging technology to deliver exceptional employee experiences. It is an honor to host you, sir. Let us warmly welcome Mr. Saurabh Srivastav, Vice President and Head of Learning and Development at Reliance Jio. With over 31 years of extensive experience in the telecom and networking domains, he holds an MBA in telecom management and has a proven track record of driving transformational L&D initiatives in one of the largest telecom companies in the world. Recognized as one of the emerging L&OD champions, he is known for his innovative approach to leadership development and upskilling. Mr. Saurabh has also been a prominent speaker at various forums, including the prestigious L&D Confex and Awards 2023. We are thrilled to host you today, sir. Now, I would request Ms. Dashari to take the discussion forward.
Thank you for that lovely introduction of the panel. So, welcome to the panel once again. All of you would have been hearing about learning as one of the topics, and it is truly one of those core aspects that we have as part of the HR. What learning does is that it is something that's important for employees from EVP. We heard that topic get discussed yesterday. It is something that delves into employee experience. It is one of the reasons when a candidate decides, should I join? Or employee after joining decides, should I stay? But to the core of everything that is L&D, it's the business that outcomes that needs to be aligned for an organization. So the topic that we have here today is how do we measure that impact? an organization invests in its learning and development initiatives. But to measure that impact, that's the topic that we have today. So with that, we will start. If I can request Ajay for you to start and talk about how have you seen the change in the L&D landscape over the years, and what has been the factors driving this change?
Okay. And I'll try and keep this as simple as possible so that it's easy for all of us to understand. A lot of you in your course would be reading about the industry revolution, right? Industry 1.0, 2.0. Where are we today? Industry 4.0. So you read about that evolution. Similarly, with that evolution, learning has also seen a significant change. And you will see how that is also impacting you. So from when 1.0 times, the steam engine time and all of it, largely learning was more compliance related, governance related, which is more done at a very basic instructor-led one-to-one level, right? From there, slow and steadily, what happened as technology started to evolve, and please note, visualize with me the technology graph going like this, okay? So it was like at a very base level. That time there was no technology, then slight technology came up, right? And then digital adoption started happening, which is when we had instructor-led training, which still happens, largely instructor-led, but then e-learning started coming up, right? Where you had e-learning companies, and then you had these PPTs being stitched together. Some of it what you do in your courseware as well, when you present and all, e-learning kind of models. So that's the digital adoption started moving upward. Then it started moving to the skill element of it. For those, how many of us are here in HR? Hands, please. HR? Okay, few of us? Okay. So for those who are in HR, you would be reading about the term competency in some of your courses, right? So that's where that whole competency element started coming in, and competency-based learning. So skill-based learning started coming in, which is the digital transformation phase. Please note the graph is moving this way now, okay? That's the phase which we were earlier, where large-scale digital transformation happening, and Netflix's, Google's, and the evolution of the internet and all of that coming in, supporting the larger skill-based learning models. Then what happened? A lot of you, I don't know how many of you, may not be all of you, few of you from your earlier batches were probably stuck up in the pandemic phase, right? That's the digital disruption phase. So from digital adoption, digital transformation to now digital disruption, right? Digital disruption, you're all aware, and you know how you all were learning as well, many of us, right? In your school days or otherwise in your undergrad, PG grad, and postgrad, etc., where you are doing a lot of virtual based learning models, and that's where organizations are also moving in that direction, where there was virtual training, and then virtual training even became more immersive, which is you want to be engaged, right? It's boring otherwise to just sit. So it became self-directed, and now where we are is the more intelligent phase. Technology is like shot up like at a high level, where learning is way more personalized to what you want, each of us wants. How many of us here sitting here learn from social media, YouTube? How many of us? Whoa, look at that. See? Now you understand where we are in learning today? All of you. How many of you learn from your peers, from your classrooms, from what you do, your experience of what you are learning through your professors, through experimenting it outside, application? How many of you learn through that model? See? That is nothing but learning in the flow of work, is what we call in corporate. What you're doing, what you will experience as you move in as well. Learn, that's where we are. And that's the evolution, ma'am. I hope I could explain that easily.
Thanks, Ajay. And you talked about something like digital disruption that happened during COVID, and we talked about immersion. So I would welcome Saurabh sir, if you can just talk about how do you see this emerging technology changing the way we today, how we measure the L&D impact, and going forward with this technology advancement continuing, how it would change that?
Yeah, so as all of you are aware, there's Jio being a tech organization. So anyhow, maybe I expect all of you may be using Jio SIM card. Those who are not using a phone has been already hacked. Okay, it's just joking. But I mean to say, see, as far as the evaluation of technology is happening in the services and telecom products, like probably most of you may be aware that Jio has just launched a new product called GeoBrains, which is an AI product of Geo. I'm not talking about the others like Geo 5G, 6G, and other type of, automation products and etc., cloud products. So in learning also, being a internal function, business unit of Reliance Jio, in learning function also we are, kind of encouraged to use those technology to improve the measurement of effectiveness or delivery. For example, I would like to just mention here that in Geo, our workforce is engineering background. Those towers, how they need not to climb, everybody need not to climb there, but there are a lot of tower work, optical fiber work, and all those technology, programming, and all those things, computer networking, etc., etc. So what we have developed during the COVID actually played a big role in this also, although it has been a pandemic, but for business, many times it is given a certain opportunity to develop new things. So we have developed a kind of a, technology or kind of a augmented reality that sitting in a room, an engineer can learn how to work on a tower equipment. So like wearing a glass and experiencing that he is really at the tower, interacting with the machine, changing the wires, and etc., etc. So this is from the delivery front. But when it comes to measuring, we are using AI. We have changed the way it has been, measured before. Because I remember 10 years back or 15 years back, the output of a training is measured by the feedback or maybe an assessment, a test or something like that. But what we did in Geo, and maybe all other organizations also looking into this, doing this, mapping the business KPIs, the key performance indicators, to the learning. For example, if an engineer is getting trained, so before training, for that particular function, what was the KPI values? I mean, what was the kind of results he was giving as his performance, his or her performance, and how much change has been done. So we have a kind of a AI analysis tool to do all this. So technology is playing very important role in all front, including learning development, measuring, as well as delivery of the training, as well as measuring it and improving its impact.
I think that's a very interesting way how technology has really shaped engineers' training. And I think it's very interesting to see how immersive technology has actually created an experiential learning for the folks on the job, which is what also we were hearing. So with that, Nivedita, if I can welcome you to share some of the other initiatives in the space of learning that your organization has adopted, and if you can just walk us through the flow.
Firstly, thank you for having me here. It really feels good and energetic sitting with all the students out here. So understand the learning philosophy or the landscape, how it has been changed over the period of time, and my fellow speakers have talked about that. So when we talk about any particular initiative, like one of the biggest objective of our organization is that how we are building a skill set for innovation, developing that culture of innovation. Now, in order to develop that skill set, the best part will be provide the training. Easy. You provide the training and then next day everybody became innovative. Will it happen? Training can act as a magic pill? Never. And that's where the challenge becomes, or that's where the biggest mistake also happened. That we think about the business priority from the literal terms. We don't think that in order to build a culture of innovation or the skill set of innovation, what needs to go behind that? We need to develop a culture where manager or leaders are enhancing or giving empowerment to their team member to take risk. If they are not able to take risk, can you build a culture of innovation? No. how you're coaching your team members. Are you coaching them? Are you celebrating the culture of failure? Are you celebrating the failures or experimentation? That's very important. Why I will take risk? If I know that I'm going to get penalized if I'm taking a risk tomorrow and I get failed. So in order to build a culture of innovation, of course, the training is needed. You have to build that mindset and skill set. You have to provide those tools and templates to your employees. But it's more of a cultural part that you have to build. And that will also happen by 70-20-10 principle. As a HR community, you may understand that 70% of learning happens on the job, 20% by the feedback or sharing, and 10% is only the learning. So in order to build a culture of innovation, we did all those things. We went back, we saw that where is the gap and how to build on that gap in order to bring the changes in the culture only. That will enhance the skill set.
Thank you, Nivedita. And that line really said, learning is not a magic pill. Sometimes business does expect, we started something, where are the results? But driving culture, that's a long-term plan. And I think that's very important to understand, that when the organization culture prioritizes learning, that's where it translates down to every individual focusing on their learning. Awesome. Sunny, do you want to share about some of these initiatives of learning and how your organization is measuring that impact?
So one thing, starting from where it all started, I look back 22 years back when we spoke about training and development, not learning and development. And there used to be these transparencies on which we have to write and put it on the overhead projector on the screen. That's how we used to learn. And that's the primitive way of training at that point of time. And today we are talking about hyper-personalization, LMS, LRC, LXP, gamification, AR, VR, whatnot. So there is definitely a big leap with respect to where we are in the name of training, in the name of learning. Skilling, for that matter, is something which people are talking about, which is kind of a next step to learning now. They say data is the new oil and skill is the new currency. So when we're talking about it, we have to understand that what exactly we are looking at in terms of learning and what kind of skill we are developing through that. So that is of prime importance. Learning, not just for the sake of learning, is what organizations and individuals are avoiding. Today, there is no dearth of information. There is no dearth of things happening around us in terms of the way we want to consume them. But then how much is too much, and what exactly we have to use and how have to use it for our benefit is what we're talking about. In our organization, for that matter, there are no initiatives which are good to have. There are initiatives which solve some business problem. So we have to be very mindful of in organizations today that what kind of problems we are solving through these initiatives, these learning and development interventions, or you may call it the 70-20-10 of learning. And we have to be very clear that are we solving any business problem through what we are trying to do? Even through learning, even through training, even through coaching or mentoring, are we solving any business problem? If we are solving any business problem or organizational problem, then you will get a seat at the table. Otherwise, it's just fun. So that's how they say that any sort of learning or any sort of education without implementation is just entertainment. So we have to make sure that whatever education we are getting in the name of learning, we are implementing it and then showcasing that how it is adding value to the organization, how it is adding value to the business. So these are my 2 cents.
If I may, just maybe a minute and a half, if I were to add, which is very specific to the learning. And a lot of us are speaking about the corporate learning space. And sir, you come from a space where you mentioned about engineers, and that struck a chord. And I thought it's very important for all of you to understand a large part of our country. When you go to, like, a lot of you will work in FMCGs, manufacturing setups, and organizations like yours where telecom, etc. A large part of these organizations, the workforce is not necessarily white-collared workforce, please understand. And that's where I just thought I'll spend a minute to help you also understand that it's not only all of this that we are hearing, which is immersive learning and all of that. It's not necessarily going to work at that level. You need to understand that and how to apply it from a learning perspective. I'll give you a small example. During my consulting stints, for a large manufacturing setup, one of the business challenges that was given to us was, how do we look at bringing the blue-collared workforce up to officer level cadre, okay, which is low skilled to high skilled, to Sunny's point of the skill-based model. I'm saying this example is about 6 years back. And when we looked into the organization, we saw that okay, low skill, they have literally they're like diplomas, to be very honest, and not even engineers, diplomas, I would say, all of them. How do we bring them to an officer level cadre was the challenge that was thrown out to us. And the reason and the business outcome they were looking through this is, considering the current skill set that they were in, there was a lot of challenges that people were facing from coming and writing certain specific areas, working on SAP, they were implementing, please note, why I'm bringing this is digital transformation, which I mentioned. So SAP was being implemented, thereby having lack of skill to understand how to use SAP was leading to 2 people coming and standing there, an instructor coming there and helping them, which was leading to time in the production. For those who are familiar with manufacturing, the production time is a big, very important element there. So the management wanted to reduce that element by skilling these people and also looking at how, if we can uplift these people, to the next level, creates an aspiration amongst the other group that, hey, मेरे को भी मौका मिलेगा, and मुझे सीखना है, मुझे skilled workforce बनना है. So that kind of an, attitude gets developed. So that's where we, developed a learning plan. I won't get into the details of it. A plan that supported at their level, learning at their level, which was a blended approach. So instructor plus a little bit of, an online based model, which eventually catapulted. So we had KPIs mapped in terms of, okay, what do we look at measuring? I'm not saying it's like 100% super best, etc. But outcome, what did we achieve? Close to about 5,000 odd people were put through this initiative, of which close to about 500 people were identified. As far as I know, that's the time I was there in the engagement, the client was managing that going forward. 500 were identified to be taken through a journey where they can then become that particular next group of coaches for the larger audience. A lot of them got skilled in the challenge that they were facing, thereby leading to productive effectiveness overall. So I don't know exact numbers, what happened, but the program was well received is what I can say. Sorry, I took some time, but I thought it's like connecting the dots to our outcome.
Absolutely, and I think that really brings us to the ground level challenges. We always sometimes get involved in strategy, that we focus on the leadership development, we focus on learning, coaching for our CXOs. But sometimes business outcomes are driven by the people on the ground. So when you talk about the blue collar workforce, that's true. That is the people who are driving the business outcomes. If you talk about your sales numbers, that brings revenue, but your sales staff on the ground is who is driving that. So keeping that in mind when you're developing those strategies for learning is one of the crucial things. I'll just bring a little more perspective. When we talk about today learning in the organization, there are a multitude of factors to be taken. One is the number of generations that's in workforce. I think this is the period where we have more than 4 generations who are active in a workforce, which is not something that there is a prior tried and tested method that has worked for everyone. Post-COVID has really changed the way, and we did touch that upon, the hybrid working, the immersive experience, that has become an expectation, not just something that you can only offer to a few, but most of them expect that. Then coming the hybrid workforce. At one point of time, getting a work from home was a privilege. You got it maybe once in 6 months, or even rarer. Some organizations never knew what that means. Today, that is one of those initial conversations when you talk to a candidate. What is your workforce model? How many days do I get to work from home? So that's also something that has changed the landscape from the candidates, from potential employees joining the organization. So when you talk about learning and development initiatives, these are aspects, and business outcomes have to be aligned to them. with that, I would ask something to all of the panelists. We did talk about digital transformation, how we were linking. What were the key challenges? Challenges from implementing this and how you navigated around it. So, Sunny, if you would want to start.
I mean, challenges with respect to, of course, the way it is evolving. First of all, it becomes very difficult for the entire organization or the entire universe in the organizations to understand the vocabulary and speak the same language. So it becomes challenge because the levels are different, skill levels are different, understanding is different, appetite is different, roles are different. But then having said that, I think what is most important is that where we are using what and what for. For example, if I'm talking about, let's say, a real-time example of virtual reality. Now that virtual reality is something which we have used for our induction program, where we have tried to cut, an induction piece into a program where somebody who is joining my organization, no matter which part of the country he is joining in, he will have an exposure of the entire organization, all the businesses, units, functions, working everything by just wearing an ocular and sitting there for 2 hours in a room. So that is something which is used as a technology for solving that problem of having a standardized uniform experience for a new joinee. So that is one. Second is that when we talk about, let's say, few of our businesses, like for example, we have 77 manufacturing plants. Now in those manufacturing plants, there are certain plants which are, we call them focused plants, who are not profitable enough. Now there is a customized intervention which we are creating for those plants to make them profitable. So it all boils down to that, what exactly we are looking at in terms of the solution for different businesses, roles. We need to be very mindful of our industry, our business. So that is a big gap which we generally see. And I have seen in the last 22 years with a lot of organizations where the HR doesn't know the vocabulary of the business or the industry, or they're little alien from what is happening at the ground level. So we have to be very, very mindful of what is happening there at the ground in your business. You talk about blue collar, you talk about white collar. What is the organization goal? What promoters are looking at? What are investors looking at? What your business leaders are looking at? You have to align your learning strategy with your organization and business strategy. That is a must, because then only you will be able to go in the flow of what exactly is required out of you as a solution. The challenges when we talk about in terms of implementing technology, of course, when LMS came, learning management system, it was all about reach, scalability, that we have to reach to almost everybody, and LMS is the best way of doing it. E-learning was something which came up. Then came LXP, Learning Experience Platform, where it is not just reach, it is relevance. Today we are at the age where we are talking about not reach versus relevance, we are talking about reach and relevance. That is the reason why we are having solutions which are hyper-personalized, solutions which are customized with respect to an individual's learning patterns. What are individual's career aspirations? What is his learning style? What kind of goals he has got? So with the help of technology, we are happy to create those hyper-personalized, curated journey for individual development. And that is something which we are trying to push forth in the organization. But having said that, for anything and everything in the name of something new, there are people who are early adopters, and we are using those early adopters as success champions for those projects to make sure that the people who have not adopted yet will have a FOMO of not doing it. So we use that FOMO for them to jump on that wagon of learning the new skill, learning the new way of things, and be a part of that same structured, uniform workforce. Thank you.
Nivedita, if I want
So, being in manufacturing organizations, certainly shop floor employees, and I know my colleagues have talked about this, it's the backbone of our organization. So how technology have helped us? So recently we launched a program, not recently, it was 2 years back. It's a life skill program for our shop floor employees, where we have provided them a digital learning solution. Now imagine when you are working in a shop floor, you can't carry your mobile phone because of the different guidelines. and the security reasons. You can't just take a break like this because you have a dedicated time slots for the breaks that you can take. And many people didn't wanted to use their break time for the learning. They're like, meko chai break lena hai, meko lunch break lena hai. So, and now you want me to do learning also. Though it was kind of a Netflix kind of a learning, you can just select the learning, and we have made a small modules like a 3 minutes video. But again, we are asking them to invest the time from their break time, which was, many of them was not happy with. Now what we did, we said that you can bring this learning to your home. You can just, these are the videos, and you can watch this learning along with your family or with your kids. And that motivated them, because many of them had youngsters and they wanted to bring that learning and provide that learning opportunity to their family members also and to their children also. So imagine a father is doing a time management or self-branding, and kids are also sitting and just watching like a movie. It has 6 videos, 3 minutes each video. That's it. So that motivated them. And also we have implemented this program across Asia Pacific, around 15 countries in 23 different languages. Now imagine that without the support of technology, now converting these English module into a local languages would have been challenges. Can we do that? Of course we can do that, but you have to provide more time, more resources and time in terms of a cost also. But because of the AI, it was possible that the language translation was much easier for us. So the same module, a person is sitting in China or Thailand is doing it in their local languages. So here somebody is sitting doing it in Hindi. So technology definitely have evolved the landscape and provided lots of opportunity for us to reach out to the mass population. But it does have its own challenges as well. That's a different story altogether, but it also has the positive.
Thank you so much. And Nivedita, it was such an interesting thing. We do talk about celebrations when we have family day. That seems like a family day with learning. Thank you for that. If I can.
Thanks for that tagline. I can use that.
Sure.
So you mentioned about what are the challenges to measure or the impact of learning. So I'll give you an example, real case study of Reliance Jio. So 10 years back when Jio has started with that free 4G, I hope you remember. Oh, okay. So the learning outcome was measured by the feedback from the learner, and maybe a pre-assessment, pre-training assessment and post-training, very, very traditional, But slowly we have evolved from it, and the challenges which I myself and my team has faced to translate to business, outcomes, how the learning is to because as Sunny has mentioned, that they have different skill set, different teams are there. Every activity has a different performance indicator. Every activity. So engineer joining splicing a fiber has a different outcome as compared to engineers coding. So those kind of translation has played a very kind of months it took from us to translate the learning outcome into different KPIs. So that is the one thing we face. Second, everybody talked about, frankly speaking, I will reveal that in our one of the internal discussion, it's the quantity they look for. How much improvement has been done. And specific written, give a measurable quantity to be precise. They don't consider, or not they, we ourselves as a community don't consider, we know it, but what are the how to measure it is the qualitative effect of a learning. For example, somebody talked about the motivation or, about the satisfaction in the job or retention. All this also, learning plays a very important role to maintain all these factors. So these are some challenges which we fail to translate the learning into the business outcome. That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll just take 1 minute. And,
Yes,
So what Saurav was mentioning, and since you're all students here, so you can, if you know it, good. If you don't, then read about it. Kirkpatrick's, model of evaluating ROI on learning. So that's the standard all organizations or all learning professionals will use, and you will also use eventually, right? What he was mentioning is from the the initial part where, let's say you have a program in your classroom, your professor is taking a classroom program, and then immediately after the program, he's circulating a feedback form. What is that? Reaction. What happened? Oh, it was nice. Oh, I like this, I didn't like it. Immediate reaction, okay? Then comes the next phase, which is post-reaction. What happens? You go back, some of you learn, some of you forget, chalta hai types. That's post-reaction where you move to transfer. So the professor has taught you something, has the learning got transferred to you, which is what he was mentioning about post-feedback. This after some time, let's say, maybe some other professor, some other group of people who you're working with will probably give you a rating, like whether you whether you have applied some of it, that learning got transferred, etc. The third element is where there is an behavioral change that really, like from a corporate perspective I'm saying, but from a learning perspective for you, it's like how well you've actually understood it and you've started to apply it individually. That's where the change happens, where your mindset starts changing. That's the behavioral change we call in learning, which is a very crucial and complex part. Many organizations have reached to that stage. Evolved organizations have reached to the stage where they can measure that behavioral change part, which is through your, today AI is helping us with collecting data. You have performance measurement systems which are becoming more smarter, cloud-based and all. So a lot of impact on behavioral impact is easy to measure. But the last and the fourth part, which is the most complex in Kirkpatrick, which people find it very difficult even today, organizations, large organizations like ours are also struggling, which is the impact part, which is what you're saying. We're struggling that area of, you're asking us, what is the measure? Business always asks. Now coming to the point, how many of you invest in share market? Yeah, okay, few of you invest in share market. Would you like, raise your hands, would you like if you see your share market and you open your app and you see it in red, would you like it? Why? Paisa lagaya to kuch paisa aana chahiye, right? That's how management business thinks. That if I'm investing and learning, why? Do you know what is the learning potential in the entire global learning market potential? Can you guess? Anyone? Just a guess, wild guess. What is the overall investment that's happening in learning globally? The market potential of learning. I'm saying all learning, industries, players, all of that put together. Just a wild guess, wild guess. Huh? 100 million? Billion, okay? 100 billion, we have someone who says 100 billion. Anybody else? Any wild guess? We've not reached trillions here. AI may help us reach that. Okay, so it's 320 billion, okay? Organizations, large organizations like ours are themselves investing billions in learning, right, for our people, large organizations, right? So I'm just trying to say that if there is huge investments that are happening, business wants to know what's the outcome. So I think that's the first big challenge. Second one, sort of already pointed out, I think having the KPIs in place becomes a big challenge for us learning professionals. So that what kind of KPIs do we identify? How do we do? The third, and which is one of the most complex challenges, is what Sunny mentioned, is the hyper-personalization element, which again, some of you like Bollywood movies, some of you like Hollywood movies, some of you like Korean movies, okay? Nowadays Korean movies are also a choice, right? Personal, right? I may not like Korean movie, but if you're asking me to watch a Korean movie, would I like it? Obviously not really interested. And I want it real time, like this is the time I want to learn. Like your professor says something, like I said Kirkpatrick, a lot of you will be like, okay, what's Kirkpatrick? That sounds interesting. Koi to interesting lag raha hai, isko search karte hain. It's like that passion, that movement, that interest, that's the hyper-personalization. That is very complex to achieve in terms of, you need a lot of data. I need to understand what is your interest, what do you like, how do I cater that to you? To Nivedita's point of, bringing that whole Netflix kind of model, right, which is getting that, okay, I like this genre of movies or this genre of series. I want to reach there. The hyper-personalized, very complex. We're reaching there. With AI, we will definitely reach there.
Thank you so much. You very well encapsulated everything that we are talking about. And I think we come back to those four major things: ROI, everyone is looking for ROI. I think all of you did when you were choosing your B schools, right? You look at rankings, you look at the pedagogy, you look at everything. So ROI is something that's very imbibed, and organizations will be no different. We talked about KPI, and I think there was a very interesting thing that Sunny mentioned. Some of us don't understand business language. HR sometimes gets so much into HR terminologies and stuff, we forget what is the business looking for. Businesses' needs might be sometimes different, or our way of understanding it might there be a gap. So that's another very, very important thing when we talk about L&D, when we talk about impact, because that's an alignment which, as HR professionals, needs to bridge and then show them the result. If our outcomes are not aligned, they would not be interested in the results. We talk about hyper-personalization. We talked about what employees are looking for, but there is a very interesting thing at the back of it. It's also instant feedback. Today, if an employee is not interested in the model, in the past we could spend 6 months to rejig it and then relaunch it. That's not what the generation today is looking for. You don't like something, I want my next module to be updated with what I'm looking for. If I'm not interested in the way it's maybe a classroom model or instructor-led, I was not enjoying the way it was happening. I'm not going to join the second session. So that's also a change that has brought about, that the feedback of the sessions has to be instantly worked upon. And I think with that, the L&D space is going through that change. And as HR professionals, that's one of those biggest problems that we have today that we want to. With this, we would want to open up for questions. Anything from the group? I think we have a question there. If somebody can get the mic to them, please.
Hello panelists, a very good evening to all of you, and thank you for this esteemed session. I feel very lucky to be in your august company this evening. I just want to have an idea whether mental strength training comes under learning and development, and if it does, and I am referring to a very recent case that happened at EY, and I want to understand whether we as employees, go into this space thinking that we are going to put our jobs at risks when we say no, if we say no, when the work becomes too much. I want to get your views on this.
You said mental strength training, right? So there are
Is it important? Because we as millennials and Gen Zs
what's
give a lot of
What's your answer to that? Is it important?
It is for us.
So it is important. My only piece of advice or suggestion on this context is, a lot of times we look up to organizations for this. Organizations are responsible, and definitely they have to take care of it. We ourselves at our organization, in my previous organizations, had amazing initiatives with respect to mental well-being, holistic well-being, which talks about mental, physical, financial, career-wise, and all these aspects of holistic well-being. That is important, that has to be there. But as an individual, I think it is our own core responsibility to make sure that it is taken care of, no matter my organization is giving it to me or not. So learning is a choice. So no matter if somebody is there to train me or make me learn or not, if I am a learner, I can learn from anywhere. So that is the curiosity with which we should look at things. And if suppose talk about mental well-being or anything for that matter, and so we have to be mindful and curious to understand what it is and be mindful of how we are using it. And I'm sure at the same wavelength, organizations today are making sure that this particular aspect of mental well-being should be part and parcel of the learning and development of the employees, and very much there. And there is a rise also in that globally when I'm talking about. You talk about, so I'm referring to a latest research of Harvard where globally there are 3 skills which are being learned very frequently, or in the leadership they are being consumed. One is critical thinking, second is creativity, and third is emotional intelligence. When we look at the EI part of it, this is where we are focusing on the mental well-being a lot. So definitely it is important, and the onus is on not just the organizations, but individual also to make sure that it is being taken care of.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to add something.
please.
On a different note, though, since you picked this question, and it's a very sensitive topic as well. So one is on the learning part, which I think Sunny already mentioned, importance of that. And organizations are focused on, the well-being element of it. Organizations want their employees to be happy. You as an employee also need to do that because you need to build resilience. It's a complex scenario today. In morning, I was explaining to a couple of you. You need to understand the geopolitical scenario and where where organizations are with respect to what is happening, in the larger part. You're just a small entity, right? There's much more things at play. So understanding all that is also very important for all of you, which helps you to build more resilience, which is more on the training part. Now, second part is the element of what you brought out, right? What happened or whatever. That is basically toxicity, right? And in the people leadership sessions, there's questions that come across in terms of, okay, we face this kind of stuff or whatever, when such things happen. My only answer to all of you is you need to become better leaders. Where does toxicity come from? It's not organization is not interested in all this, to be very honest. It's a huge engine, right? It's running. Engine is run not just by the engine, right? Engine is run by parts. So you are all the parts in that. Understand that. So if a part is not functioning properly, you need to step up, or some other parts need to step up. That's how I would put it. So you are going to be budding, leaders of tomorrow. You need to stand up to what is right. You need to start building leaders under you. Remember, it's always top down. No employee when you join, you don't want that toxic atmosphere any which way. Okay? It's always top down. So it's the leaders who percolate toxicity. So you need to become better leaders. So step up that game eventually as you come into the market, you come into the industry. That's my advice to all of you.
Thank you for your views.
Thank you. In the paucity of time, we'll be able to take only one more question. I think that lady.
Hello panelists. Thank you for the insights, wonderful insights. So my question is related to the data part of it, the impact part of it. So I was also working on an L&D project where I was thinking, like you mentioned, job satisfaction or retention, learning and development initiatives also foster these. So how do we isolate the impact of L&D on these factors? So obviously L&D impacts these factors, but how do I show my numbers to the board, to the leaders, that L&D leads to this? So if L&D is leading to job satisfaction, how I show only the impact of L&D in that part? Because I was facing a lot of difficulty in that project to show these kind of numbers. So what are organizations currently doing in this matter?
So what we are doing, we do have yearly engagement survey, and in engagement survey we do have a question pertaining to LNOD only. What kind of skills and development opportunities I am getting, what kind of support I am getting from my managers. So with other questions, we also have questions that how the learning and development is happening. Are you getting that kind of support or not? That is one of the parameters which we look into. Apart from that, we also have a managerial effectiveness survey, that how manager is supporting, coaching, providing resources to their team members. That is also parameter. Other parameters which widely we use, that how solid is our succession pipeline is looking. Is leadership succession pipeline is blank, or it's ready to move, or there is people in 5 years radar? Even if people in a 5-year radar, it's a good data to have. But if it's blank, then it's a concern. That are you developing talent from within the organization? Internal mobility, our people are moving into the different projects or different geography. And one of the things which we certainly ignore, and we should not, that what kind of external validation we are getting. So the Great Place for Work for, or HR Asia, if you just nominate yourself as an organization and participate in those kind of surveys, LNOD is having a very good percentage there. So you have to showcase that what your organizations are doing in terms of LNOD initiative, in terms of developing your managers. So that is external validation is also very important criteria to show the impact of LNOD.
Yeah, I would like to just second you on this, that since there is no tool to measure like this, as you mentioned, you have worked on this project. So these kind of surveys, internal and external. So the same thing we experience for Reliance Jio also, a great place to work survey. And we have seen a lot of good feedback. Feedback, a lot of questions pertaining to L&D, learning, and maybe consider other type of survey, including even exit interview, so to be like that. So those are the method, I think, to calculate the impact of learning on job satisfaction or churning. Thank you.
I think you asked about how you can show exclusively that how learning and development made that impact, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little tricky to show that only learning and development has made that impact. But however, I will say that Kirkpatrick model is what I spoke about, which if understood properly can be of great use. The problem is that it is half cooked by a lot of people who understand that. Then there is a level 5 after that, which is Jack Phillips ROI. Then there is Net Promoter Score. So there are numerous tools available in the market. The only challenge is, are we capable enough to know which tool to use for what purpose? What matrices we are using? What kind of measurable parameters we have understood while starting the project? If that part is clear in terms of the strategy of an initiative, the result will be there. But since if we don't know about it, then it's a problem. Then at the end of the day, we try to fix it up accordingly. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists. I think we can summarize it by looking at it that there is no one-size-shoe-fits-all. When we talked about personalization on initiatives, we also have to look at that who is your target audience? What's the outcome that you're looking for? And that should be part of it in the design phase, not a post facto when we want to show the impact to the leadership. And I think with that, we wrap up. Any last parting thoughts from the panel to the budding managers of tomorrow?
I have one, and it's less of a thought, it's more of an appreciation. I just wanted to take 1 minute more to share this appreciation with all of you. Two things which are talk of the town today is all of you are aware of data and AI, right? It is the thing today, and all of you need to be, all of us, right? All of us need to constantly be skilled in this space, and otherwise we'll all become redundant eventually. That's like evolving at an exponential space. So with the example of data and AI, what I really liked was, the way when I entered the campus, you guys, logistic team was, tracking that, and a couple of you came forward, Shreyans, I guess, and I forgot the other person's name. Two of you came forward and received us. So I asked them, how did you do? How did you know that I came here? So they said that our logistic team informed. I said, okay, that's smart. So I'm happy to see that that mindset is coming in. You're using AI. I saw that in that room as well. You've, a live telecast which is happening, which is a great way to move. That's like great. So good. You're building that mindset of, moving in that direction of using technology, looking at how we could eventually, use data as well. The second thing I really loved was the use of, the sustainable element. So I asked that why do I see this? Usually you see bottles, plastic bottles, and all of it. So someone explained to me that sustainability is an important part in this whole thing. So congratulations to all of you, because sustainability is so important. Even in AI, for that instance, for those who don't know, there is green AI. Okay, if you don't know, research on it. We are already working on it. So, like Saurav earlier mentioned, right? One of the things that, if in the gaming aspect also I had explained to him, was responsible AI. AI is not just randomly done, boss. Anything randomly done is disastrous. Okay, so you need to be regulating it. You need to be mindful of how we are using it. So I'm very happy that you are all thinking in the direction of, using technology, data, sustainability, which is amazing. Very few people really think in that direction. Please, as leaders tomorrow, ensure whatever you're working on, building, startups, if you're going to form tomorrow, you are sustainable and you're contributing back to the society or to the planet in some way. So kudos to all of you. A big round of applause from me to all of you, the organizers, to think in this direction. Well done.
Thank you, and over to the host.
Thank you, panelists, for such a wonderful session. The in-depth discussion has left us all with kindling thoughts on the importance of adaptation, and the insights shared today have the potential to reshape our understanding and approach. Additionally, like Sir just mentioned, as part of our sustainability initiatives, we are proud to announce that we have reduced plastic usage, as well as have partnered with Blue Smart for EV transportation for all the panelists and guests. Now I would like to invite Dishari ma'am to felicitate the respective panelists for the token of appreciation. Everyone please welcome Mr. Sunny Verma. Dr. Nivedita Devnath. Mr. Ajay Venkatesh. Mr. Saurav Srivastav. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to invite Astha, our senior team member, to felicitate Dishari, ma'am. I would also like to express my deep gratitude towards Mr. Naveen for accompanying Mr. Saurabh Srivastav and giving us an opportunity to host him. I request Munish, our senior team member, to felicitate sir. Thank you so much, everyone, for making the session so interesting. I request all the panelists to proceed for high tea. Sir, can you just stay for group picture?
Welcome everyone. I, Mahi, member of the International Relations and Executive Education Committee, would like to introduce this last panel discussion for the event, which will revolve around nurturing wellness, fostering psychological safety, and resilience in employee growth. This panel will explore how organizations can create a supportive environment where employees feel safe to share ideas and voice concerns. In today's fast-paced world, prioritizing mental health and emotional well-being is essential of integrating and fostering resilience and enhancing performance. Our experts will discuss the challenges of integrating psychological safety into wellness programs, eliminating mental health stigma, and the strategies needed to build a culture that supports both individual and organizational success. To help shed more light on the questions posed and take the discussion ahead, I'd like to welcome our moderator, Professor Dr. Irfan Rizvi. He has been a professor of leadership and change management at IMI New Delhi for more than 10 years. In 23 years of his professional career, Dr. Rizvi has taught, trained, researched, and consulted with various private, public, non-governmental, and multinational corporations. With many of us having had the privilege of interacting with him, I can confidently affirm that he is the kind of professor who imparts knowledge that goes beyond the pages of textbooks. The professor who makes you understand concepts using real-life scenarios. We are happy to host you, sir. Let me introduce you to the esteemed speakers for this panel. Let us collectively welcome our first panelist, Ms. Vartika Vaish, Group Member, Manager, HR and DEI Lead for India at Bata Group. With over 16 years of experience in people management and strategic HRM, she has demonstrated expertise in driving HR strategies and fostering inclusive work environment. Ms. Vartika is a certified POSH trainer and has a proven record in leading initiatives that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion within organizations. We are happy to host you, ma'am. Let us all give a hearty welcome to our second panelist, Mr. Ashish Bansal, Vice President and Head of Human Resource at Bluestone. Bluestone is India's leading omni-channel jewelry company with presence across 90 cities with 210 retail outlets. Mr. Ashish has been in the HR space for more than 16 years, of which in the last 8 years, he has headed HR for companies like Dineout, 99acres.com, MobiQuick, Extra Marks, amongst others. His expertise includes talent management and development, organizational design and restructuring, and talent acquisitions in rapidly growing industries. Mr. Ashish is also an active through leaders and has a keen leaner of best HR practices. We are happy to host you, sir. Let us collectively extend a warm welcome to Ms. Hina Visht, Assistant Vice President of Employee Relations at Barclays. She is a proud alumna of IMI New Delhi, graduating in the PGDM HRM batch of 2016. With over 8 years of rich experience, her expertise spans across critical HR functions, including workplace investigations, coaching managers on performance and behavioral issues, enhancing employee experience, grievance readdressal, POSH case management, and many more. Her dynamic approach and comprehensive understanding of employee relations have made her a valuable leader in the HR field. It is a privilege to host you, ma'am. I'd like to invite Ms. Tamasa Mohanty, the HR Workforce Transformation Lead at Cognizant. With a diploma in HR from XLRI and over 18 years of extensive HR experience, she has made remarkable contributions across various human resource domains. Her expertise includes talent acquisition, employee benefits, well-being, and organizational design. Moreover, she's passionate about sharing her insights on well-being and leadership values in the workplace. We're delighted to have you, ma'am. Please join me in offering a warm welcome to Mr. Arvind Warrior, Lead People Partner and Culture at Volvo Group, who boasts over 20 years of HR experience across IT, manufacturing and pharmaceuticals. An alumnus of Harvard Business School Online, he excels in business partner HR, organizational development, talent management and leadership development. Mr. Arvind has diverse expertise and strategic insights drive impactful HR solutions and foster a dynamic workplace culture. We are thrilled to host you, sir, today. Now I request Sir to take forward the discussion.
Let's enjoy this next 1 hour, which precisely we have 16:32 by mine, so we will try to wrap it up at sharp 17:30 because some of the panel members have flights to catch, and then some people have to go very far off to Gurgaon, so we'll accommodate them. I mean, Hina and I think you have to go to.
Not to Gurgaon, but I'm in Delhi.
Oh, even in Delhi. Tamasa will go to. So we've got to be very good. Bangalore, we'll take care of them. So the theme for this discussion is, as rattled off, let me just check it out, am I right in terms of that, is that nurturing wellness, fostering psychological safety and resilience in employee growth. Absolutely fantastic topic, very much contemporary because there are loads of issues around it. But we thought that it's such a vast canvas the topic has that we would like to truncate it a little bit and focus on the critical word or in it, and that is psychological safety. And that's what we would cover, and then ramifications of it on various things, on issues. And what we would walk you through, if you pay attention, is that the beauty of it is that you will understand the concept. You will try to also get an insight into what is the real practice and programs that are followed. What are the ramifications or implications of psychological safety to an individual, team and organization? And how do we build it? What is the role of leadership in that, in terms of that? And at the top of it, we would also try to check it out with you while the session is on as to how psychologically secure do you feel in various walks of your life, whether at home, in the classroom, in the institution, or otherwise. Quite often you must have heard from your parents, "Behas nahi karo." Don't argue. Have you? Okay. So what does it mean, etc.? Keep that in mind. Be with the topic. And I assure you that with the kind of panel that we have, you'll go back having learned something very, very useful for your life. So to begin with, I would like to ask you, what do you understand by psychological safety? Raise your hands. Do not jump up to answering. Raise your hands. I'm asking not definition. You know the term psychological safety. What does it mean? What kind of picture does it conjure in your mind? Psychological safety. Raise your hand. So I see one hand. Any other hand? You are leaving a very poor impression on the panelists. I see two hands. I see third one going up. Fourth. Excellent. Before we reach out the mics to you, let me tell you, put your hands down. So 4 hands up. Your answer. If I like the answer, you will continue as you are. We'll appreciate the answer. If your answer is partially to my liking, for half the session you'll keep standing. And if your answer is absolutely to my disliking, you will continue standing throughout the session. Okay? Let me give you this caveat. Now, the 4 people raise your hands. Would you like to still continue raising your hands? All right, so 1 hand down. Okay, we are still. Okay. So this lady, let's begin with you.
Hi, my name is Shrishti. So I think that for you to be able to express yourself, in the most candid way and where you feel welcomed, your thoughts feel welcomed, and you feel inclusive enough to share your ideas. So that is the definition.
Thank you very much. Secondly, very quickly, let's move faster. We just wanted to check it out. Do we have to go through the concept, or you're already aware?
So in a professional setting, I would say the ability to share your vulnerabilities in a safe space, to be able to confide in your team of any difficulties you may be facing.
Okay, good one. Is there only one mic floating?
Hello, my name is Manasvi. So the fourth hand that goes down is the exact example of what psychological safety is not. And whatever my peers has just said is the definition of what psychological safety is. So this is my answer.
I couldn't get you. Can you repeat yourself?
So the fourth hand that goes down after you mentioned that if the answer will not be according to your liking, is the example of what psychological safety is not. And whatever my peers has said is what exactly psychological safety is.
Wow, brilliant answer. Give a big hand to it. And the fourth. There was a fourth hand also. Also, one casualty. There you are. And that's exactly what my friend, what's your name once again? Manasvi said. Is that psychological safety is a kind of a perception or an experience that whatsoever you say or you do is not going to be used against you. You're not going to be penalized for speaking your mind out. You're not going to be penalized for any action that you take which leads to an outcome which is little adverse. Absence of psychological security, which we call psychological safety, which is, I would say, presence of psychological insecurity leads to many outcomes. People don't take initiative. People do not come up with an idea. Okay? People do not take certain actions without having consulted their boss. There could be certain situations in life and your workplace where you are not in a position to consult your boss and seek his or her opinion as to what to do, because the time is very limited and you take actions and things go wrong. And if you are penalized, would you ever take actions in future? If your ideas which you suggest, maybe in the classroom also, when you say something and which your other classmates do not find right, then they start laughing at you, not with you, at you. Would you next time around still stand up and say your piece? This is what happens. This is what psychological security is all about. That absence of it clamps us down. It has substantial impact on various things that happen. And that's what we are going to discuss. I don't want to steal the thunder out of my speakers that are there. And as I said, that we'll take up certain questions one by one. And the format is that we'll raise certain questions and invite speakers. We have mics on each of the tables, so you don't have to really take the trouble of standing up and coming to the podium. Let me enjoy that privilege. Okay? So the first question that we would like to raise is that what does psychological safety mean for you personally? What does it mean, your personal take on psychological safety? Anyone can start off.
All right. I think Manasvi, great observation. That's my definition. I have to be vulnerable when I'm sharing my feelings with my close ones, without having the fear of being judged. Okay, I should be able to admit my mistakes without being tagged as somebody who probably is known to make mistakes. Third, I would want to quench my curiosity by asking a lot of questions without being tagged as somebody who's incompetent, right? So that's my safe place.
So, I mean, the way I look at whole psychological safety aspect, or we can call it 5 other things. Originally, primitively, human beings, had 2 fears in life: not having enough, right, which is not having enough food, etc., etc., right, and not being enough. Not being enough is not being able to, let's say, do things for your family, loved ones, and so on, right? Now, the same things have extended to current context, not in the same way, but let's say not being enough is now in social context, right? Not having enough is relative, like I have this versus somebody else has that, and these are primitive responses of the brains that we all have. Personally, I have dealt with these things consciously by design, by telling myself that it doesn't really matter, whether you have enough or you have enough, right? Your race is with your own self, as they say, right? So focus on that. At least I do that for myself, right? From an organization perspective, I think that is the second leg of what we will discuss eventually, and I'll reserve those comments for now. But largely, this is how I try to manage my mind, in totality.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, so I see a fainted good evening. I know it's been 2 days, a lot of learning already, but I'm sure you still have that zeal to take in more. So I'll start with a quick story, and then I will seek your inputs, So let's take an example, right? I have to deliver a bad news to my boss, okay? So I'm working on a project, and I have failed immensely, okay? So I have to go to my boss, and I have to deliver this news that I have failed, and I don't know whether I'll be able to do this project or probably be able to complete it in time or give him what he actually wants. Now in a situation, let's take an example that I have a psychological safe environment. So what would happen, and how would I as an individual react to it? Anybody? Yeah, please.
So I would feel confident in confronting my boss, and I would share what has happened, and I would take full accountability and ownership of it, and expect that my boss would understand and probably guide me to resolve the problem.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. There was one more hand up.
Exactly the same.
Exactly the same. Okay, anybody else? Anything? I will feel safe and comfortable in terms of talking to my boss, telling him or her the right situation, right? Rather than just making it up or making something saying that, this is what happened or this is what happened, or trying to put it on others or blame on others. So I will be comfortable in one, like you said, confronting the situation, and I will take ownership of that. So one, I'm becoming more accountable to my own mistakes. I'm being vulnerable in terms of opening up to my boss. Third, I will also be still having that motivation that my boss would understand me and would give me that opportunity that I'm able to complete that project. So that self-motivation would still stay, right? So that's the opposite that happens in terms of an environment which is not psychological safe. So for me personally, I think it's very, very important to have a psychological safe environment where I can have my voice and I can voice my, put my voice on the table. I can share my ideas, I can share my thoughts, and I can express myself freely.
Thank you, and thank you, my lovely panel members who gave their own take on psychological safety, and thank you to all of you, sitting here on the second day. I think for me, psychological safety is something where it's not just a construct, but how I can bring my full self, whether it's at work, whether it's at my personal life, or something outside. So considering the work context. If you want to create a psychological safe environment, you have to be a giver and you have to be a receiver. So if I'm working with my boss, she needs to also ensure that she's building that kind of trust and culture in the team where I'm probably able to open up myself without any fear of retribution, without any fear of judgment, without any fear of probably a negative consequence on my career. And similarly, as as someone who wants to open up to, I should also be comfortable in terms of giving that constructive feedback if there's some like a project that's gone wrong, and it's a team project, right? Or probably about my own vulnerability. What if I am undergoing something in my personal life which is probably impacting my work? So how the two actually intermingle and how they actually come to the entire workspace, I think that's one of my takes, and I'll probably share examples of when it went right, when it didn't go right, and I think that should be able to help us further.
Okay, good evening, my dear leaders, dreamers and doers. Sir has given me a psychological safety, so I'm going to ask you a question. What is the mission of IMI? What is the mission statement of IMI? I have not asked the wrong question. That itself is psychological safety. So there are 6 key attributes which is mentioned as part of psychological safety. Can someone tell me what is the mission statement of IMI, our college? I have not asked the wrong question. Every answer is right. It's called WAS and CI. Okay. Vision driven, aware, responsible, social sensitization, and making leaders critical thinking with entrepreneurship mindset. Am I right? Go and check. Okay, so most important, and most important, now I'm going to do the job of MBA guys. Listening, observing, and stealing. Okay, 2 things, very important. Psychological safety is all about SOT V. Safety, openness, respect, trust, and most important, vulnerable, which I just copied from her. So at MBA levels, you got to be listener, observer, and stealer of ideas. Last but not the least, the most important thing is, again, I stole from all of my great panelists, is MESQ, okay? Most important thing is, what you got to do is always make mistakes. An environment where mistakes is taken very, not seriously, where you have been allowed to make mistakes. Next, E is most important, where what happens is, you are allowed even to engaged. S is all about speaking up. Q is all about questioning things. So MESQ is something which you can always remember in terms of PS, nothing more. Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant. So you see the way he first visit 5 minutes and he gets to remember, and he created an what you call acronym for that. Wonderful, very well done, and this is impressive. So you have already understood that being psychologically secure or having psychological safety is being able to express yourself, both in words and action, without threat of retribution. Okay, you remember the story of that naked emperor? When the guy was riding on his elephant and everyone was going gaga over his dress, but one little child who did not have this fear, he said, what cloth? The emperor is absolutely naked. Why was it that this child was open, whereas the rest of the adults and grown-ups were keeping shut? Because of psychological insecurity. If you tell the guy that's what he is, okay, dressed up as, or not dressed up at all, then the consequences of it. So therefore, this is something which is and it is reflected in both in terms of words as well as action. Now check it out with you. What are your own vulnerabilities? What are your own insecurities in various walks of life, home, social, and so on? How many times you feel like raising your voice, but you don't, for XYZ reasons? And why don't you do it? So all lies are out of fear of telling the truth. The consequence of telling the truth is so horrid that we lie. All right? So, and then when you don't feel psychologically secure, then you negotiate with yourself whether should I say this or not, whether I should do it or not. And that kills many things that you could have said, you could have added value, many things you could have done that could have taken the organization and whatsoever to a next level. So I hope this foundation is clear. Okay, let's move on to the next one. I'm sure, is psychological safety a part of your conversation in your organization? Yes. All right, absolutely. So everyone nods. They don't have to answer. That itself is an answer. Now, then what follows is, what are we doing in the organization to build up in terms of practice programs, to ensure that the team members feel psychologically secure? And open to anyone. Yep, you can begin with.
Thank you. Okay, how many of you have heard of World Happiness Report? Do you know where does India stand there? Do you know India's ranking there? Louder? 126th. Okay. And I think the report only ranks about 141 countries or so. And we are below Nepal, Bangladesh, China, right? So yes, we definitely discuss and practice psychological safety in our organization. Also, you've heard of Gallup report, all right? Gallup is an organization. They say that 30% of workforce, all right, who are basically working, are actively employed, go through depression, more depression than people who don't have jobs, all right? So that gives us very strong reasons why we should be discussing and why we should be creating psychologically safe environments. Coming to Dr. Rizvi's question on what do we do in our organization basically to create that safe environment. While I think we have a lot of more time to discuss at length, I will just give you a couple of things. First, when you join an organization, right, who's the most important person for you? Who's your go-to? Managers, supervisors, right? So manager is core to your psychological safety. And because of that, we have a lot of practices around manager sensitization. A manager should be aware what you are going through just by looking at your face, right? So the engagement that a manager creates with you is something that is long-lasting, something that actually creates that environment for you to be vulnerable, to be able to walk up to him and say, today I'm not feeling well, so I'll take a half day, right? So manager sensitization is one, because manager is core to somebody's psychological safety. Second, we have actually created a mental health ally, we have a program, and we have thousands of mental health allies in our organization who basically are a support system, where employees can reach out to the allies and kind of share their vulnerabilities, their moments with these allies. These are trained, they go through about an 8-hour program who kind of, and then kind of make you feel comfortable while, somebody who's like a psychiatrist, right? So it's more like a therapy, all right? They're trained to be good listeners, etc., etc. Then we also have mental health champion network, all right? These are the people who actually drive, we have a lot of activities in the organization which goes on a daily basis. We have health programs. We have multiple other, let's say, emotional well-being sessions, etc. So these champions ensure that they drive the workforce to attend these sessions. So they are advocating well-being on a daily basis. These are a couple of things that we do on a daily basis and ensure that we make our employees feel safe.
All right. Anyone else would like to go? Yeah. Okay. In this case, I cannot copy from someone else, so that's why. Okay. Most important for us, it rolls down to 3 things. One is basically, I was just discussing with Sir. I would request all my leaders in this room to read a fantastic book from McKinsey called The Power to the Middle. Okay, one of the finest books written about the power of managers. Earlier, McKinsey itself was saying, don't give power. Now they have revisited the whole thing, okay? Worth a read. Most important thing is, I want all my leaders to understand, no more it is going to be performance appraisal or performance management. It's called performance coaching. And that is rightly said. I think Tamasa rightly was insisting the most of the leaders have been trained to become coaches. As she rightly said, when someone is sitting next to you, it becomes very important, and that's where your emotional intelligence at work really matters. So first thing is training around the coaching side. Next, 2 important facets which people take it very light is setting right set of expectations in job. Probably the recent incidents what has happened. That is very important. Whoever you are, not setting the expectation. I always, when I have to go and teach at some of the institutes, I say, let it be a husband and wife or a manager. The most important thing in life is setting the right set of expectations. Right? It's very important. Last but not the least, it's all about feedback. Giving consistent feedback. I've seen a lot of people saying, we have 3 quarters ka thing, we have 6 quarters ka review and all that. More than review, have you done something called a touch point? At the end, you are betting on people, no one else. So touch points is where you understand, okay, and that's where you set your so-called performance, purpose and psychological safety. Do you have any questions for me? Do you have any improvement areas? How is work? How are you? And you got to ask this one important question, which I happened to read very recently from Harvard. How are you feeling today? That really matters. Most of us say, how are you feeling? That is also a tick mark exercise. No, it is not. And last but not the least, in our organizations, we have employee assistance program and ERGs also, which is very common. But as an organization, we believe CEF is the most important. Coaching, setting the right set of expectations whenever someone joins. It's not about the piece of paper called job descriptions. It's beyond that. And then on a regular intervals, have the feedback discussions. That at least brings that something very important called care, recognition on the ground. Thank you.
Since we are, it's already 16:58 by mine, so let's move into a rapid fire situation. So very precise, boom, boom. That's it. Thank you.
I'll probably make it quick then. I think we've focused a lot about how managers are really important and a very the first touch point for a lot of employees. And what if managers are the reason for not a great psychological safe environment? How do I raise concerns to? And that's when it's really important to have a robust gender neutral policies on anti-harassment, anti-discrimination, anti-bullying, so that people can raise their voice and also have that benefit of probably raising it anonymously, so that they don't have, even if they feel tomorrow somebody can backtrack and I'll probably have my job at loss, probably have those whistleblowing forums and anonymous forums where people are empowered to raise their voice and challenge the existing set of processes, or probably some people practices that their managers or the leaders are taking probably going through.
A small point. So, see, largely everybody is centered around the manager being the fulcrum of the problem. So, see, as HR professionals, we are also designers. We design stuff, we design orgs, we design systems, policies. The way, let's say, one country is happier than another country, it's the design of that country, right? So, certain countries are just better built by design. Similarly, some companies are better built by design. So, what I've seen in my career is that wherever you have given empowerment to an extent that there are fiefdoms, of managers, small fiefdoms, where they have a lot of discretion to exercise, right? The psychological safety and every other thing goes for a toss. It's left to the ability, wisdom, and the mercy of that one individual, how well that particular cohort will thrive, or actually die, if not thrive, right? Depending on the situation, right? So idea is to make, in this today's world, make data more accessible, more transparent. For example, in our company in Bluestone, we have very beautifully used our analytics dashboard, which is almost like public information, So everything and everybody can access a lot of information on that dashboard pertaining to the performance, of individuals. Idea here is that I, as a manager, will become almost powerless, when it comes to, my ill intentions, I will not be able to put someone in undue pressure because my numbers will speak, my team members' numbers will speak. Now, I understand it's not always possible to quantify every job into numbers, but largely, most organizations, have something called actors, one role having 500 people, 5,000 people. So those jobs, at least, can be quantified if we put in enough effort as HR professionals. So that's what we have tried to do at Bluestone. And idea is to remove fiefdoms. Idea is to remove that kind of empowerment. Empowerment should be on other aspects. That I'm not able to come on time, today for some reason. I have some personal issues. Can my manager give me some sort of a leeway there, right? So that's a cultural aspect which we're trying to build as a company, that, you know, can we or cannot we, you know, what are the do's and don'ts in terms of being a manager. So your job is largely people management, not performance management. You know, your performance should be more or less defined by the law of the land, that you cannot jump a red light. As simple as that, right? Whether you're driving an Audi or an Alto, you both will get you know, fined by the cop, right? So that's how the fairness, you know, gets built in.
I will just take quick 2 minutes, Dr. Rizvi, and I think I'll also copy from what my fellow panelist Arvind has said, learning from the panelists. So I think something all of us have already mentioned about a lot of programs, and I'm really, really happy to see that we are talking about it, right? So when I started my DEI journey in 2018, the organizations were not talking about mental well-being and psychological safeties. They were not the primary concerns. I think all of that started post-COVID, when we really, really felt that need, the urge to have these things in place, the mental health champions, EAPs, the employee assistance programs and everything. And I think one program that we've recently started in our organization, like my fellow panelists said, feedback, we say feed forward. So it is more of a forward-looking approach, and it is not the responsibility of the manager to take it. It is also the ownership of an individual. So if I am not getting the feedback or the feed forward for the work that I'm doing, I take that. I take that ownership to go to my manager and talk about the work that I've done. Right? So that's another thing that we've recently incorporated.
Thank you very much, Bhatika. I think that's feed forward is something which we tend to miss out on and can be a great contributor to psychological safety. Now, moving into someone, what's your name, sir? Rahul, would you like to keep an eye on the time? And 5:15, let me know. It's 5:15, so another 10 minutes from now, but I'll miss out on. So, very quick one. In your opinion, do you think leadership plays the most critical role in providing psychological safety and well-being of the employee and of the team member? Yes or no? Is there some other factor?
I believe yes.
Yes, okay. Sir?
But I don't have psychological safety, that's why I'm not answering it.
Okay.
Okay. So, no, in terms of, on a very lighter note, it's all about whatever you're going to learn also, it's all about LC, right? I mean, I think leadership and change happens together. But most important thing is, if leadership is there, the right set of leadership which has been there in your mission statement, it is there, it drives culture. And culture again drives the structure in the systems. So I believe leadership actually has to do the walk the talk. If that is not there, neither you should speak out culture or structure.
Right. So in other words, what you're saying, Arvind, is that what I hear you saying is that leadership is critical.
Very much.
Along with culture.
Walk the talk.
Role
modeling happens from there.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Quick one?
No, I think not just leadership. It's innate, right? I mean, you treat the people the way you want to be treated, and it's something that innate. It's from within. You don't have to be a leader to basically, respect somebody. You don't have to be a leader to develop that trust. So leadership is a very, very corporate-ish jargon, but it's just individuals primarily. So that's my thought.
Yep. Good. So I'll come back to it. Anyone else? Leadership? Yes.
Yeah, yes, obviously.
Obviously, yes.
I mean, I would say this is the most easiest question to answer.
No, because this follows my next one. Invariably, what happens is that we come across someone weak. Okay, we can say and do anything to them because they cannot create a consequence for us which could be unpalatable. But is the strong while interacting with them whom we think twice, because they have the power to inflict pain or misery onto us if they don't like what we are saying. Okay, my way or highway. And that's the reason. See, all of us in normal life, if you look at it, this is how we operate. We come across someone weak, we pounce upon them. Someone strong, we bow down to them, and then maybe to prostrate at them. Is that so? Yes or no? Does it happen to you? So that's where, since the leaders are very strong, And many times it may also happen in relationship also, wherein we think twice in terms of, can I say this to me? Someone who could be your peer. आपके बराबर का होगा, आप सोचते हैं 2 बार, इसको बोले नहीं बोले, because there is a vulnerability in terms of relationship. So what my essence in my hypothesis is that leaders, number 1, are the most critical element in terms of building the psychological security or safety for the organization or for the team. And number 2, the team culture and organization culture plays an equally important role in this regard. Okay? So I see there is not much of a divergence. Arvind? Perfect. Psychologically safe answer? Okay, great. So let's move on very quickly to the next one, is that have you come across, what are some of the benefits that accrue to individual, team and organization when the organization and the leader provides a psychological safety to the team members? And again, the quick ones, 1, 2, 3, boom.
I think first thing is innovation.
Okay.
You see a lot of courage, which is demonstrated once the fear is lifted.
All right. So innovation.
Right. So ability to make mistake, ability to fail.
Right.
It encourages courage and innovation.
Encouraging. Good.
I'll quickly take up certain numbers that I had. So when we talk about psychological safety by leaders, if there is a psychological safe environment, there is 76% more employee engagement. There is 50% more productivity for employees. There is 74% less stress amongst employees when it is psychological safe environment. And the life satisfaction goes up to 29%. So that's a recent study that talks about how psychological safe environment can create a difference.
Wow, brilliant. Thank you. Yes, sir.
3 I's. One I, Ashish has already stolen from me. Innovation, identity, and integrity.
Okay.
Because if you have psychological safety in place, you come up with a real identity, because that's where your so-called the self comes out, because your manager is one person who's listening, who's okay to you to speak up, take risk, and make mistakes. So your identity comes out. And that's where the great companies really makes a difference, good versus the great. In terms of integrity also, because you feel, okay, whatever I do, he'll start, then you will not bring in your real identity, you will start doing a lot of mischiefs. Innovation, identity, and integrity is what I feel something which you should be looking for.
Absolutely perfect.
I think if, as an individual, if I'm able to speak up, right, and probably share my opinions, in a manner where others are also able to, probably understand from them, I think at a team level, it would lead to, a lot of collaboration, because others will also get inspired with my ideas and might want to, probably open up and share about probably what challenges they were facing. We are probably challenging the status quo in the organization, because we're not going to the, one said route and probably diverging and, taking pit stops where we want to, make changes. And at an organization level, while I agree with, what has been mentioned, so I'll not repeat those, but probably, it'll also impact, it'll lead to, continuous improvement, which will actually fine-tune your overall result or the product that you were, starting to achieve with, and retention of your top talent. Because if I am a, high performer and I have a high-performing team, if you're not able to speak up, you will eventually quit the organization. There'll be burnout, there'll be, attrition. So all of that together.
Essentially, what we hear is that if you provide psychological safety, it enhances employees' positive attitude towards the work and the workplace. Number 2, enhances innovation and creativity, because you are adding up new ideas which are going to be processed. Number 3, it provides a culture of openness, brings people together because they can say what is there in their heart but not coming to their lips. Okay? And I have also taken notes. Risk-taking, which is another very, very critical thing, because you are trying to. Another thing which we happen to see quite often, and you would again give an answer yes, no, or few words, is that many times in meetings, what happens, someone, there is a meeting on that this is how we want to do something, and then everyone is discussing how to go about it. And there comes a bright guy who says, oh, I have a great idea. I mean, I find it very funny you have an idea, share it with us, we will decide whether it is great or not, but nevertheless, in the eyes of their people, their own ideas are the brightest. And he or she comes up with an idea, and the boss says, okay, since you have given the idea, so you execute it. Unfortunately, the guy who has proposed the idea may not have the bandwidth to do that. Does it happen? Yes. How often?
It happens often. And I think, that's where we say that when we are as leaders talking about creating that safety, we also need to explicitly call that out. We need to ask their suggestions, their recommendations, and get everybody in the room to have that voice on the table.
Exactly. So what we call the employee voice has to be. So that's another thing which kills people coming up with the ideas, because they know they are putting a noose around their neck by giving up a bright idea, okay? And which people don't do it. Like to say something on this?
With permission. Most important thing, sir, if you're taking risk, this again separates good organizations from great organizations. Is experimentation mindset, which I'm talking to all my millennials in Generation Z. Because someone speaks an idea, immediately if the manager is not in tune, he will say, no, you own it up. That's the best thing to kill that idea. But here is again the difference between a great manager and a good manager who says, okay, fantastic. Now you tell me what is your action plan and what kind of resources you need, effort, time and energy. This is what separates again great managers. Most of us, okay, chalo, you have decided, now you execute and show it. It's like a competition. But great managers say, okay, you're fantastic. Now you tell me who all in this team, or I've at least seen it in my meeting where I can proudly say that my manager says, Arvind, you have decided this, fantastic. Now tell me what kind of resources you want. Most important, deadlines. Of course, he also has to see, otherwise effort, time and energy cannot be wasted. And this again differentiates great managers, because you say something, you need a support, that's where you make a difference.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Let's proceed further. We have almost one and a half minutes for us to open up the discussion for. So we have already resolved that psychological safety is very, very critical. Number two, leaders and culture of the organization plays an important role. It has benefits in terms of various kinds of benefits accruing to it. And therefore, every organization, every boss needs to ensure that people are psychologically safe so that initiatives can be taken to bring about innovation and improve upon the performance. All right, so far we all agree to it? Yes. Okay, so now my last question in this regard would be, what are some of those typical leader behaviors which tend to kill or curb psychological safety? Identify 3 of them maybe, each one? 2, 3?
Okay, let me state one,
right,
and then I'll pass on.
Yeah.
I myself, like, I'm not just listening, I'm just talking. Very recently, I was in a meeting where the leader of the team, the meeting is for 30 minutes, the leader spoke for 29 minutes. And, the last 1 minute, everybody wanted to grab a chance. So I think the common denominator in psychological safety is attentiveness. You have to listen as a leader. That's when you will be able to grasp and then take it a lot more and be able to kind of help individuals.
Right.
So listening skills and attentiveness.
All right. So other words, Tamasa, you're saying that use your ears more and less of your tongue. All right. Perfect. Anyone else?
So, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think ability to, or rather, providing the room for others to say no to you when there's a disagreement. If that's not there, it's practically blind leading the blind, and that's one big recipe, for failure, like a guaranteed one. So I think that's
Good.
only one thing I would.
So ability to hear no from others. All right. So
providing room for
room for them.
That the team members should be able to tell you that no, you are wrong.
Okay.
When you are wrong.
Good.
So if you're able to do that, I think you provide for the environment.
Excellent. Arvind?
Mistakes, experimentation, and speaking up. That's one piece. Most important thing is art of asking questions, because the curiosity has to be this one. Most of us say that you ask questions, but they don't allow it. As she rightly said, 30 minutes, 29 or 29.5, and then they'll say clock is up, let's go. questioning is where you feel that, okay, my manager is ready to listen. And I think that's why the most important thing which AI will not steal from all my leaders here is curiosity and inquisitiveness. And that's something which leaders should always cultivate, because vulnerability is the underneath factor.
Sure. Thank you.
I can just add one more to whatever my fellow panelists have said. And I'll go back to your question primarily, that what is that creates that insecurity amongst people. So as a leader, if I'm stealing ideas of my team and I'm presenting it as my own, is one of the key things that creates a lot of, insecurity. And I will never then go ahead and present any idea.
Good. Yeah.
One last would be, I think, it just hits a lot of, bells in our mind. But I think one last would be also not having empathy towards the person that you're speaking to. Probably the person might be coming from a place of, a personal situation where probably somebody has, coming from a bereavement, and you're talking about, performance just the next day, right? That's probably not the right conversation to have at the right time. So, probably, so not having empathy was one which I wanted to highlight.
All right. Thank you. Just my piece. I'm also part of the, right, so I can say things. To my mind, an authoritarian leader, a demagogue, invariably he or she is insecure, and therefore will never ever give space to someone else. Okay? Whether they are at home, in the society, or so forth. Okay? They do not want to interact, they don't want to be questioned. So they don't conduct any press conferences, because they never know what kind of questions would be asked, and they feel themselves vulnerable. So to my mind, it's the openness, authentic leaders who tend to not put themselves on a pedestal and who say my way or highway, I am the repository of all wisdom that is possible on the surface of this earth. They themselves display their vulnerability and humility. They are the ones who are more open to listening. They are more open to accepting their mistakes. When I, as a boss, accept my mistake, I encourage others also to accept their mistakes. Now, good old formula has always been, I don't know whether it's still practiced or not, that you're not allowed to commit the same mistake twice. So once you commit it once, absolutely fine, but you commit the same mistake twice, which means you have not learned from the first one. That's the kind of leadership which is required in an organization. Insecure bosses are the worst thing. So if you pray, and I hope all of you pray wherever you want to pray, always pray that you don't get an insecure boss, because that boss is going to create havoc in your life. Do you agree, sir?
Yes, that's why they say people don't leave organizations, people leave bad bosses.
Bad bosses, there you are. So I hope after listening to all this, there are some learnings to you, but now the session is open for questions from your side.
Also, just going back to managers, I would want to add, sir, HBR has a great article, What Great Managers Do. All right, please do, yes, please do read that and also practice that. Yeah.
All right, questions? Yes. And keep your questions very, very precise, okay?
Good evening, panel. My name is Shubham. I'm a HRM student here. Just wanted to know that when we're talking about psychological safety, there's a layer of diversity also to it. So when there are teams which are inherently diverse and there are teams which are inherently not so diverse, how does the dynamic of psychological safety change in that, and how that leads to performance management and compensation conversations that we have in organizations?
Okay. Someone?
Okay, so it's been passed to me, a diversity question, but I think there's a lot of impact there when we talk about diverse workforces, and I think that's where all of us are heading to right now as organizations, right? Like I have mentioned some time back, I think as leaders it is very important for us to ensure that everybody has a voice on the table. So there would be groups, and I think something that Dr. Rizvi mentioned in the beginning is that we might have people in our teams who would be introverts or who would be extroverts ready to speak out. Do we ensure that people who don't speak as much get enough opportunities, or do we ask them if they have any suggestions or questions that they would want to pick up during our meetings, or do they want to participate in any projects, or there are possibilities in terms of their self-development. So I think all of these are very important in terms of creating that environment for a diverse workforce. We might have people who are from, not so privileged part of the society also as a part of our teams. Do we make sure that they don't feel insecure, or they don't feel that place where they don't want to speak up? Probably there's a language barrier, they feel that they would not be able to speak up or ask questions. So as leaders, it's very important for us to, one, also speak up about our vulnerability on our own. So what has happened to me? How did I grow? How did I learn? What mistakes I made to be here? That is very important as a leader to also speak out. So that's where, for a diverse workforce specifically, that psychological safe environment can be created. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Vartika, for answering this difficult question. Next one. Yes, ma'am.
Again, adding a layer to it. So women also have specific needs in terms of, say, postpartum. So, and after maternity, they are supposed to join back within 6 months, depending upon the policies, of course. So they sometimes do face a setback in terms of their performance or growth in the organization. So do we require any performance or growth programs for such situations to tackle such issues? Or are there any existing programs in the organizations that are running?
Yes, Hina. Sure. Yep. Go ahead. Hina, you want to respond?
Okay.
All right.
Great. I think excellent question. I will sell Cognizant right now, maybe. Sorry, what's your name? Shrishti. Shrishti, we have a program. It's called Mark 3 program. And it starts the moment you register that you have conceived, all right? Through the entire, 3 trimesters, and also post your pregnancy. So we have an entire support system, not just for, it's basically your dietitian, psychiatrist, physiotherapist, and also, I'm forgetting the last one. So we have gynecologist, of course. So we have all these 4 doctors who are through with you in the entire journey. When you come back, before you leave, of course, we look at which team you are in, and when you come back, what are the support system that we are going to give you? And your manager is throughout with you in the journey, even if you're, let's say, out of the project because you've moved out, we've gone on your maternity leave. So we make all those arrangements holistically from the day you register till the day you come back. So somebody from the team is always in touch with you. I was a benefactor of that particular program as well, personally. Hina.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think, just to add on to that, apart from this, and I'm just taking insights from my previous employer also, there was a returning mothers program like this. And, apart from what was, mentioned by her, there was also, you can actually bring your child to office. And child, it's still an infant. You can bring your infant to the office, and there were, caregiver room. So that, and there was a workstation also attached to it, so that, during, if, the person is applying for like a, job, IJP internally, they can actually take care of the child. So there were, interventions like this. But apart from that, there's a lot of mentoring programs available, which is, for returning mothers. And I'm sure it is across all organizations now, because there are a lot of, emphasis on returning mothers, where they actually, somebody like, our fellow panelist, right? She can actually mentor a lot of women who are probably trying to return back to the workforce. There's a lot of, budding and mentoring programs that are currently available, so that these, returning mothers can actually benefit out of it. So that's also one of the key interventions that are happening across industries.
And just to add on one last bit here, that a lot of organizations are now also heading to returning parents programs. So it's not just mothers, because trying to create that inclusive environment, giving that opportunity to men to equally participate in the upbringing of the kids, right? So one, the paternity leaves have been extended for men, and then bringing your kids to work or to a creche, which is there in the facility of the organization. You are giving that opportunity to men also to equally contribute in the upbringing of the child. So that's also changing in the scenario in terms of giving that support to women.
Yeah. Just one, maybe I will not be allowed, but still I'm speaking, okay? Most important thing is keep these three things in place as a manager. I think I'm stealing it from her. Awareness, sensitization, and empathy, because that's the heart of the whole thing. You have systems in place, you have mentors, but if they cannot empathize, no use. Correct? The manager's first day when someone is coming after maternity, they look at, oh, what to give her? Now, what kind of project should I give? Have some empathy, make her sit, give her some flowers. She's coming back. Have that respect. Most of the training programs should be based on awareness, sensitization, and empathy. If that is there, things will fall in place. And that is where IB also, DEIB, inclusiveness and belongingness comes. Most of the times, everything is about DE only. I and B is very equally important. Thank you.
And I think manager also plays a very important part, right? Because you're giving that bouquet, but you're giving it a very straight face. There is no emotion.
Correct.
It will not make any impact.
The bouquet itself is a cost.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. So now just quick thing. Is returning to work and returning to workplace the same thing? Because I can still return to work by not returning to workplace. I can operate from home. So in that sense, does it really matter as to some of these things that we are talking about? I can take it 6 months more than I can take a year or till I feel comfortable to come, but I contribute working or continue working. Will that make sense somewhere?
So, sir, just to clarify, the government of India have notified that you have to allow, a person who's gone through a maternity to continue to work from home till the child turns 1.
Yeah.
So, which is a very good, intervention from a government of India standpoint. And as employers, we can do better.
Yep.
So, at least like in our organization, we're not asking, even if somebody who's expecting, we are saying in case you have, complications, there is no questions asked, you can continue to work from home. Until the child turned 1, there's already, a government notification. We're trying to extend it to probably 2 years so that it just helps, women to balance both the aspects, their personal and professional life, before they even have to think of, where do I put my child to a creche, do all of this while they're still company tie-ups, but we know it's painful. So, yeah.
Right. We'll take one last question. Oh, I like this gentleman right in the middle. I like him, so the question goes to him.
The panelists, there have been a lot of talks regarding the wellness programs and everything. And with all due respect to the objectives behind these programs, we have seen in the recent developments as well that the cases that come up, right, that is more about the immediate managers or the bosses that is involved. So, do you think the effectiveness of these programs should be boiled down to the team, like it should be team specific rather than organization specific?
All right. That's a question. Okay. We'll take all the question at one go. Next question. Even if you don't answer, at least you will have a...
Hi sir, my name is Mustafa. So my question is the corporate culture in India placed differently from its Western competitors like in the developed countries? And if that's the, in terms of psychological safety, and if yes, why do you think so?
Okay. Third question. Any other question? Good.
Good evening, panel members. So, as my friend said, so are we able to uncover the importance of immediate managers till date? Because there are a lot of incidences that has happened recently. So, are we able to uncover that thread as of now or not? So that is my question.
Okay. Good. All the three questions very pertinent. Now it is sharp 5:30 and we do not want risk Gurgaon people to get delayed. We don't care for Bangalore. Achha, one last question. There you are. We'll hear all the questions. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, all the programs that you have mentioned about the organizations for the employees, your organizations are big organizations and you guys have the bandwidth to conduct those programs, but these small or middle level organizations do not have the flexibility as well as the human resources to conduct such programs. So what happened there and how employers in those kind of organizations can work to improve the lives of their employees?
Good. One more question, yes?
The times of crisis come often regular, like we're trying to ensure that psychological safety is provided to such teams.
Okay, good. All 5 questions are great questions, then they require elaborate answers. But since it is 5:32 by my watch, and since I hold the chair right now, what we would request you is to take up these questions. They're going to still be around for a few minutes. We can have a one-on-one over there. Okay? Will that be okay, guys? Yes. All right. So just quickly summing up, to my mind, we have through this entire session tried to help you understand the psychological safety, its importance, and how does it contribute to the entire individual teams and the organization. What are the benefits? What are the roles of the leaders in terms of providing that, and many other things we talked about. I'm extremely grateful to my panel members, right from the beginning, the gentleman first, Ashish and Arvind, okay, for providing very quick answers. Ashish has this wonderful ability to put acronyms to it, everything, and put across, with a real punch to it. And then Tamasa, Vartika and Hina, having done a great job. All of you ensured that we be able to keep the time. And so on behalf of everyone, please give them a big hand. And the last piece from my side is that the organizations may or may not, you don't control leaders. You don't control bosses, they would be bosses. Boss. This is the reason it is said boss is always right. Because that chappie has the power to inflict pain and misery onto you. I'm not saying that all bosses are great bosses, as these people over here. If you're lucky, you'll meet them as your bosses, but I don't know, many times lucks tend to fail. What is more important is that if anytime you feel that too much of weight is put on you, which you cannot carry, and you are cracking under that weight, don't wait for someone to come and ask you, how are you feeling today? Okay? If you keep waiting, the kind of bosses that are floating about, they are never going to ask you. Okay? Because bosses say, no one asks me, why should I ask you? So therefore, be strong enough to raise your voice. Do not commit more than you can actually do. And number 3, make yourself strong. Okay? If you are strong, if you have the requisite competencies, you will never ever feel vulnerable, you will never feel insecure. And I have always believed in, largely I have worked in private sector, and I have always believed in, when you work in the private sector, keep a job in your pocket. Because that gives you the strength to walk out whenever undue pressure is put on you. Okay? Do that, but the only way you can do it if you make yourself really, really strong in terms of your competencies and skill sets. Work on your attitude, and then you can take on the entire world. Because dar ke aage, there you are. Thank you very much, people. Thank you.
Today's conversation has been thought-provoking, offering us practical wisdom to navigate the complexities of today's workplace. The knowledge shared here can truly redefine how we approach employee well-being and growth. As we move forward, let's carry these insights into meaningful actions. I now request Professor Dr. Irfan Rizvi to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. Please welcome Ms. Hina Bhisht.
From now on, never call me Professor Doctor. One is enough.
Okay, sir. All right, sir.
And I'm more proud of my doctors than doctors. There you are. Good one. Another round for Hina. She's homegrown.
Ms. Vartika Vesh. Mr. Ashish Bansal. Mr. Arvind Warrior. Ms. Tamsa Mohanty. I also request Jasleen, our senior team member, to felicitate Dr. Irfan Rizvi. I'd request all the panelists for a group picture. We'll have to bid adieu, farewell to Ashi sir and Arvind sir. Thank you sir for joining. Yes sir, yes sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm taking this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you all. You guys. Thank you all. Say bye to them.
Before we conclude day 1, I'd like to take a moment to highlight our sustainability effort over the past 2 days. By using EV cabs, we reduced carbon emissions to 53.38 kgs compared to 238.18 kgs from petrol cabs, with an average of just 2.80 kgs per person. Additionally, with the use of LED lights, we cut carbon consumption from 6.30 kgs to 3.15 kgs during the event. Our commitment to greener future remains strong, and this is just for the Delhi NCR. Continuing our sustainability effort for outstation travel, opting for EV cabs, which allowed us to reduce carbon emission to 42.09 kgs compared to 187.8 kgs from petrol cabs. Flights, on average, emit 223.73 kgs per person. Through eco-friendly transport, we further lowered down the emission to 2.47 kgs per person. It's all part of our ongoing commitment to sustainable and green mindset.
As we wrap up this inspiring session, today's discussion offered valuable insights into the future of learning and development. We explored how organizations can adapt to the evolving landscape by integrating gamification, innovating for remote workforces, and focusing on learning experience platforms to enhance employee growth. The sessions also shed light on the importance of measuring the impact of learning and development investments while fostering psychological safety and resilience. Each session provided forward-thinking ideas and actionable strategies to help shape the future of learning and development in our organization. With that, we come to the end of day 2 of Vimarsh 2024. Over the past 2 days, we have delved deep into the two crucial pillars of HR, talent acquisition and learning and development, from building a future-ready workforce to cultivating a culture of continuous learning. The insights shared have truly enriched our understanding of the evolving HR landscape. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Prabhat Tripathi, Secretary of IREC, to mark the culmination of this event.
All right, so I, Prabhat Tripathi, representing International Relations and Executive Education Committee, and I stand here with immense pride to officially mark the conclusion of this year's conclave. As we walk away from today's session, I'm confident that each one of us leaves with valuable takeaways, not just about the trends and strategies in HR, but about how mission-critical learning and development is in creating a thriving organizational culture. It is the foundation that fuels continuous growth and success. Well, that was just a glimpse of the exposure to deep insights we received today. Now, as we conclude day 1 and 2, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our Director General, Professor Dr. Himadri Das, and Dean Academics, Professor Sonu Goyal ma'am, as well as our Registrar Sir, Mr. Rajen Singh, for ensuring the seamless execution of the event. Let's also take a moment to reflect not only on the powerful discussions and insights we have shared, but also on the creative ways we have embraced sustainability throughout the event. Our journey towards sustainability is not just about reducing carbon emissions, but it's also about reimagining how we create impactful events that actually honor both innovation and our planet. To learn more about sustainable practices we have implemented, we encourage you to visit our social media channels for further insights and updates that we'll be posting in the next week. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our mentors, without whom this conclave would not have been possible. A special thanks to Mr. Amit Ghosh, Head of Executive Education and Career Services, along with Ms. Vibha Kumar, Head of Career Services, Delhi Campus. Their collective expertise and support helped transform a vision into the reality, leaving a lasting impact on all of us. We also express our sincere appreciation to Sandeep sir, Farhana ma'am, and Dikshant sir for their guidance. A special thanks to Piyusha ma'am, Tulika ma'am, Seema ma'am, and all the support staff who, as well as the program office, for their unwavering assistance. We are also grateful to Impressions, the Fine Arts Society, as well as the Branding and Media Relations Committee for their valuable support. Finally, we thank the entire IMI family, especially the students, for their active participation and curiosity, making these 2 days of the conclave a resounding success. Last, but certainly not the least, I would like to extend my deepest thanks to my incredible team, the International Relations and Executive Education Committee. You guys are superstars, and the performance that you guys have shown is truly commendable, along with the dedication to pull off everything in a short span of time with your exams and more work is truly commendable. The tireless effort of this team of 35 members have made Vimarsh 3.0 the success it is. It was truly a collective effort, and I am proud on each one of you to have worked alongside such a dedicated team. Now, before bidding farewell, I would like to say that all not good things come to an end, and it is my pleasure to announce that IMI will be organizing Vimarsh 4.0 very soon. We look forward to many more opportunities to collaborate, learn, and grow together. Thank you very much.
The meticulous planning that went through, the kind of persuasion that they did, and the zero logistic issues. So I think the entire IREC team, the organizing team, led by our friend over here, deserves an applause from all of us. So I suppose yes, sir. That's it. So your questions, if you insist upon getting the answers, you can speak to them right here or back in the. Where would you like to? Please come over. So you have to repeat your question because we would not remember. Have a seat. I remember the same question. Yeah. And rest of them can.
So we can take the questions towards the BOC,
Yeah,
if that's okay.
That also. Yeah. We'll take it in the BOC. Yeah.
Students are requested to remain seated, please. Okay, everyone can leave one by one by the staircase right beside the auditorium.